Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of OWCS Korea. I am here once more with Mr. Robert Hex Kirkbride as we get ready to dive into the action and see some other teams. Yesterday had a couple very close games. Got that 3-1 scoreline in right off the top. Couldn't quite make it over to Esport though, but maybe today is the day.
Yeah, let's hope so. There's a couple matches that I like to get to 5. It's possible when we get to our second and third match. Perhaps I don't want to spoil things right away, but I think the first match might not get to 5. Just holding out hope. But really, what's interesting for me is going to see where everyone settles on with mostly the tank play, because I think we've kind of established that we're going to see a lot of Cassidy. And then the most important question of all: what stupid name are we going to call these comps? That's always what I care about the most.
Yeah, we were workshopping a couple different things for the Zarya Cassidy. Okay, I'm curious to see what ideas you have ready to go. But we were going back and forth between Bubble the Bandit, Space Cowboy. I think both of those works because the graviton surge and everything that involves space and physics and whatnot. So Space Cowboy I think works, and it also alludes to the new collab that's going to be coming out with good old Cowboy Bebop. So that is also a big plus. But we'll have to just wait and see if the likes of Falcons are going to be coming in to play this one, because so far we have seen Hunman come in a little bit. Hasn't really been going towards Zarya. We saw him playing D.Va on King's Row, coming up with a huge 4K bomb to really try to close out that map and everything. But I'm curious, just given that you have Hanbin, this guy who was the best Zarya in the world at a point in time, True. Are you now going to lean into this composition fully and also be running that Cassidy?
Yeah, you would expect so. Obviously, that team has the talent to do whatever they want. They could probably play mystery heroes and beat a couple of the squads in this tournament. But also, if you look at the last match of last evening as well, we didn't see any Zarya. It ended up being the Orisa, and Orisa was the focus of the composition instead of the Cassidy instead of the focus. So I think there's still a lot of room for growth, and people are still trying to figure out how to beat it. So we might see interesting wrinkles come up there. I think if any weird stuff we might see, it might be in this first match, because like I said, I always think if you look on paper and you look across the aisle and see the other team, and you're like, I don't think we can mirror them and beat them, then you try something different and you try to get something else going rather than just being like, well, I think our Zarya can match Hanbin on it. Because I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, there's very few people out there that would be able to challenge him in that particular matchup, especially just given the squad that he has surrounding him currently here in this season. Because again, it was Falcons just kind of getting the pick of the litter, just picking up Team Hamster and just having a fantastic showing of it so far. So yeah, I wouldn't envy anybody who's going to try to break that down, but if they are going to lean into it, maybe their opponents have found the secret. Maybe they have solved the mystery of what actually counteracts this Space Cowboy composition. But I don't know if we're going to see it in the first series, because Vec at the moment, they have been struggling a little bit, as we have been seeing. So I'm curious to see how they look. It was a better showing. That was kind of one of the things that we were talking about yesterday, was wanting to see at least a closer game played, and we did get that for sure.
There were definitely glimpses of hope, and that's what you always want to see. Like the saddest thing to see in competitive Overwatch is when a team gets rocked one week and then they look worse the next. That's always the worst. You want something to build on. Yeah. There's plenty of teams that I could name and shame, but I think we all know several of the teams we're talking about. Over the 6 seasons of the Overwatch League, especially. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. What's also interesting too is if Falcons is able to clean sweep this, they will retake first place. And in that clean sweep, if that happens, then VEC will retake, is the wrong word, last place. So we could have some switch-ups here, but Falcons definitely trying to retake the lead, and that would be first place just based on the differential. It is still early, but all these matches do feel like they have got some weight to them.
Oh, yeah, they do. And we need to be seeing, things will get settled a little bit more towards the top of the standings once these squads that are currently in the upper echelon start clashing against one another. That's when we're really going to be seeing, okay, who is able to break away. Falcons are the one that everyone expects to be able to take that top spot, but FCG have been looking quite strong. WAC as well, looking incredible. You look at the roster and it's just stacked out the bottom, very much like Falcons. So any one of those squads could very much challenge for the top, but we could also see a resurgence from those teams that are currently huddling around the middle of the pack. But this is just in case it's your first time tuning in. We, of course, do have an extended map pool. It's not going to be a fully open map pool, but there is a draft system that is preset as the teams come into venue.
Yeah, and we've seen nearly all of these maps, except I don't think New Queen Street yet. New Queen Street is kind of one of those maps that is only really good on very specific metas, but here's the schedule tonight. Yeti versus WAC is going to be sick, and then, of course, we're going to end the night with Genesis and Runaway. I really want to see that Genesis team. You know, there's someone on that team plays a really good Zarya, not necessarily a tank, but... Someone plays a really good Zarya on that team.
You're right. You are completely correct that Decay is waiting in the wings and could very well bust that one out if he so chooses. But something tells me he wants to leave those days in the past at this point. But maybe I could be wrong because, yes, he did play an excellent Zarya, both in, back over towards the GOAT side, but also when he was kind of really making a name for himself and acquiring that fat stack from Gladiators by playing on Kong du Pantera, I believe. So, yeah, he is going to be incredibly well-versed when it comes down to playing that Zarya as well. So maybe they do just kind of pivot him into that one, but we'll have to just wait and see. My eyes are very much on that second series, though. I think Yeti versus Black, that's going to prove to be, hopefully they don't mind me calling the Black. If they want WAC, I will go with WAC. But for now, I'm gonna stick with Black.
I was watching one of the previous broadcasts, and a different set of casters said we're definitely calling them WAC, and they settled on it, so I'm just following the lead here.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and get the players out here onto the squad. Vesta making their way out here once more. And, we were talking about, we wanted to see a little bit of growth from them. It does look like, Gudam kind of very much being tied to Junker Queen is a little bit of a potential shortcoming for them in the current meta. As looks like those are like 4-leaf clover cards. I couldn't quite tell what they were holding. Either way, hopefully it brings them good luck. But we did see very much, I'd say, improved performances from Dart and Minute in the DPS lineup for that squad.
Yeah, I think there's plenty to build on, and I mean, now the question is, how do you not get rolled over by this Falcons team, right? I mean, look, they had a decent showing against Runaway, right? So Runaway is expected to be top 3, 4 at the very least. So a lot of people are questioning, is Runaway on Fraud Watch? Is it Runaway's fault, or was it VEC? You never really know with these kind of things, but I think if there's like even glimmers of hope against Falcons, then that's something to build on. I know I'm sounding like really negative, but I think most of the teams that we've looked at kind of have VEC as being, one of the bottom couple of teams. So if you can start, chipping away at some of the top teams, that's enormous. And then this is the lineup that's going to try to do it.
Yeah, it's like going into a boxing ring and being able to last like 6 rounds or whatever against the heavyweight champion. You're not walking away with the belt. You're not walking away with a win, but you do get an appearance fee, and you also put up a strong performance. So that's a good sign. So that's what we're looking for here from the side of Vesta. I'm pretty sure there's 10 rounds in boxing, and I hope I didn't just out myself as a non-meat sports fan.
I think it varies based on what the purse is and what the fight is, etc.
Okay.
I haven't watched boxing in quite a long time. But yeah, this is a squad. I think they're going to try to lean on Dagon. They believe that that's probably their best player, their leader. So we'll see where that ends up getting them. And then the question is still kind of the tank play. In Overwatch 2 especially, the tank play is critical, and just seeing what kind of presence that they can bring this game. Yeah, they were able to sneak one last night, sneak a map off a Runaway, so that's, like I said, something to build on.
Certainly is. But are they going to be ready for the opponents on the other side? And well, what do you know? Hanbin's going to be starting here for the side of Team Falcons, so maybe just going to be leaning into that Zarya right out in front. But I think it's, aside from that, it's everything that you perfectly expected to be. Field of Geo, I mean, super solid support line. Yes, Sermajed is there, but when you have these two players, why would you ever sub him in, to be perfectly honest? I'm not trying to be mean, but these guys are insanely good.
I think the most we've seen of Sermajed so far, and probably for the foreseeable future, was on their release poster, where he got the front and center, double the pixel space. But Sermajed, definitely one of the most mechanically gifted players, so maybe if there's a composition that ends up like you need just a Zen, right? Maybe that's when they could find their way in. But proper Stalker, Hanbin, Fielder, Chio, you could ask somebody to pick, make the best team on the planet and with no salary cap, which is kind of where we're at right now, and this would be it, pretty much.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I'm right there with you. I think if they do decide to go for a double flex support type setup, fielder on the Ana, in on that Zenyatta, that kind of thing, which we have seen a couple of attempts at. I think thinking like King Pro Sigma pumps, we've had that a couple of times. Maybe that's when we get that sub in, but for now it is going to be Hangbin there in the tank lineup. But let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and throw over to Quest for the translation as we hear from the coaches.
Thank you very much, casters. What's good, y'all? I am back for another day of OWCS Korea interview translations. And this is a new segment that we have for week 2, which is the interview with the coaching staff or the team representatives. And today we have from Vesta Esports crew. Please introduce yourself. Hello, I am the head coach, Sun, for Vesta Esports crew.
네, 다음으로 우리 팀 팔콘의 정크벅님 자기소개 부탁드려요.
And for Team Falcons, it is Junkbuck.
네, 자 먼저 베스타 크루의 선님부터 질문을 드리도록 할
The
텐데요.
first question goes to Vesta Esports crew. In your last match, we've seen VEC showcase different team comps. How confident is your team with these new team comps, and what's the team atmosphere like?
일단 새로운 조합에 대해서는 저희도 계속해서 같은 점을 할 수 없기 때문에 항상
We can't keep playing the same team comps, so
거기에 대해
there's still a lot of research being done.
좋게 올라오지 못했다고 생각은 하는데
And
분위기는
I don't think we're 100% there yet, but the team atmosphere itself is good.
정크벅님께도 여쭤보겠습니다. 자, 팀
The next question goes to Team
선수들이
Falcons.
굉장히 많이 모여 있어서 댓글들에 도대체 저 팀을 어떻게 이기냐.
Great players have come together in a single team, and all the comments have been saying, how do you beat that team? And teamwork, and of course, Team Falcons have the only foreign player in the OWCS. So what's the secret behind the teamwork? And the answer is that the players respect each other, and I think that the teamwork and synergy just naturally builds around that.
자, 그렇다면 이제 양 팀에게 동동 질문을 드리도록 하겠는데요.
And this next question goes to both the team. What are your score predictions for today's match?
굉장히 어려운 질문인데요.
This is a very hard question.
예상하기는 조금 힘들다고
I think it's really hard to predict.
힘들지만 이만큼 잘할 수 있다라는 각오도 들려주세요.
Can you share some words of resolutions on how the team will play today?
저희가 아직 올라오고 있는 팀들이고 선수들도
We're still a growing team,
경험이 많지 않은 선수들이긴
and the
하지만
players are still lacking a little bit of
네,
experience,
오늘
but
경기 기대해 보도록
they are
하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 팀
very
팔콘의
confident.
정크벅님 오늘 경기 어떻게 예상하시나요?
Team Falcons, how do you predict today's
어느
match?
상대를 하든 무조건 3대 0으로 이기려고 하기 때문에 그렇게
No matter who we play, our goal is always a 3 Overwatch, so that's our goal.
불타는 양 팀의 감독분들 데리고 인터뷰 나눠 봤는데요. 자, 지금까지 베스타
And that was the
크루에서 정크벅님과
team representative
인터뷰
slash coaches
나눠봤습니다.
interviews,
자, 이제 곧 베스타
and
크루와 팀
back to the
팔콘, 오늘의
casters.
첫 경기가 시작될 예정인데요. 맵피토 보고 오시죠.
Thank you very much, Quest. Well, I mean, I can appreciate the answer there from the side of Vesta, posed with a very difficult question to answer as far as what do you expect the score line to be. You don't want to punch down on yourselves. You don't want to be a liar.
Yeah, you gotta get into some coach speak there and be as diplomatic as possible. I like the other side answers. Like, we always expect a 3-0. One of my favorite things about maybe it was like second season or third season Shock, where they really started to come into their own, was that they didn't mess around. Like, if there was a team they were supposed to beat, they just 3-0'd them and left. There were so many teams that'd be like the second or third best team in the league that end up going to 5 against some of the worst teams in the league, and it was just annoying. It's like, what are you doing here? What are you messing around? Like, we're all busy, you know? San Francisco would get in there and get out. Like, we have other things to do. There's no reason for us to go to 5 here, so I kind of respect that attitude.
Yeah, and I mean, you have that holdover from Junkbuck and Krusty as well, so bringing that San Francisco spirit to the table, I suppose.
Yep.
Taking a look at our map, Vito, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, once again going to Midtown here for Vesta, and then we're going to have Esperanca for our push map. If we can go beyond those 3 maps, then we'll see Storavasa as well as Rialto.
Yeah, I like the Midtown pick. Looked solid on it yesterday. There were moments where if 1 or 2 things goes differently, they maybe take that map as well off of Runaway. Esperanza, not a surprise there. we'll see if we get any further than that. We can talk about it then. But Control, Lijiang Tower has been the staple pick. We've seen a little sprinkling of Nepal here and there for the most part as well, but Lijiang is the one we usually expect to go to. It seems the one teams are most comfortable on. It seems the most standard, the most safe, the most consistent. I think that's why a lot of teams avoid Ilios, as we've talked about. The variance is so high. I mean, there's so many maps where you're fighting like over a ledge and over a pit of death. Like, what's the point? So no surprises at the map pick. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what happens on Midtown, because I think there's some interesting stuff that Vesta might be able to pull off there.
I'll have to see. But first, we will start things off here on Controls. We get ready to go into Lijiang Tower. Hanbin in the driver's seat here for the time being. Do we get the Zarya, or is he going to be playing something else? The Diva would be a very new look and something that I think we're not expecting at all for this map. So I think that this is just going to lend itself to having that Zarya Cassidy composition coming through forward the side of Team Falcons. So it seems like even these guys who have been looking like the top dogs here in the region are also buying into it.
Well, I'm ready to be surprised, because yesterday I was expecting, the Doom mirror all day, and, we got something completely different. So who knows what's been cooking in the lab here for Team Falcons, but I mean, we talk about Hanbin being the best, that support line obviously one of the best, and then that front line is so unfair. I think, people slept on Proper after, not slept on him, but after the 2022 he put up, he couldn't have gotten any higher, right? Like Rookie of the Year MVP, you're not going to get any better. And then San Francisco as a whole kind of took a step back, and so I don't know if people, really understand just how high Proper is still, rated in DPS wise.
I mean, if you don't believe us, you could always check on Avril over on his co-stream. I'm sure he's going to be spewing the same thing about him, to be perfectly honest. But here we go. It is just going to be the buy-in on this new Bubble the Bandit composition coming through. We're still workshopping it. Bear with us. Good though. Not coming in with the Junker Queen. Is going to be here on this Sigma.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. If you look across from you and you see that you're gonna have Proper and Hanbin and everyone the best players in the world, you can't mirror that. So yeah, let's May Bastion Sigma it. Let's do it.
Okay.
But immediately a switch comes out from Falcons to try to deal with this.
Yep, solid adjustment here, and that Diva going to be finding the high value versus the likes of the Bastion. That Team Matrix, but Dart could slow him up, give him a bit of a rough time. As Proper going to be tagged up a little bit here on the approach, but now they're looking to just try to dive it on top of the Sigma. A rock hits Proper, he gets taken out. Mortality field going to be cleared out. HP bars for Team Falcon still going to be going low, but Minute going to be found as Hanbin gets broken out of the mech. May here, Dart able to go ahead and finish the job there onto the Baby Divas. Proper going to be swapping over onto the Genji. Backpedaling here, they have Fielder corralled, they have him taken down, and Vesta are going to be able to maintain control.
And they switch off the Bastion too. This is some great rock paper scissors happening already right now. 30% for Vesta Esports, and really, I love the intelligence that this strategy requires. Right, it's just a really smart move, and also the Control Center does lend itself to some weird play, and that Bastion play has been played on Control Center in the past. Bastion May is good on Control Center.
Oh, for sure. There's now Matrix there, top of the stairs to server room. Minute able to make use of that, finding Chio. Good opening kill, allowing for Off to stretch a bit more of a lead here towards that sound barrier. Get some better timings. Fielder, however, still looking like he might be building up rather quickly as he's about to crest 90% towards that Kitsune Rush, which will be huge for Falcons to try to break through into this point. That Blizzard is going to be there to try to slow them down as well. A big pressure on Hanbin to try to identify where that May is at and try to get the E. Kitsune Rush in the meantime going to be invested. Blizzard comes down, not going to be eaten. Looking for the slow up as the wall also looks to try to lock them into this one. Players frozen, perhaps. Looks like maybe no. So far, it's still going to be Vesta holding the line. Immortality field going to be taken away from Dagon. So now they all try to stay alive. Dagon himself falling low as the sound barrier will be brought in. Off, pulling the trigger on that is Gurum, able to find two. Proper fielder going to be taken out. Chio as well, falling to the wayside as Vesta are looking for 100-0, and I think they might just have it.
They're definitely going to have it. All he needed was 1 or 2 kills there, and the nice flank there from Minute, who's had great performances solo on this team, on the damage dealer. He's going to be able to pick those up. I think Falcons can touch. If they can touch and stall enough to get a blade up, they might be able to flip this round.
Okay, Flux is coming in. Hanbin does have the self-destruct available. So the sun goes out there onto Proper. The blade nearly built up sound barrier to try to get them across that line. Immortality field now dealt with. Waiting to try to get this ult ready to go. They managed to corral Minute here into a corner. Chio taking him down. Hanbin getting back into the Magnet outfield. They're going to be traded. Blade still held, but looks like they might be able to hold on to this for a follow-up fight, as it will be Falcons able to get the flip here in overtime.
Okay, I mean, that was about as close as it gets right now. Vesta did invest as much as they could here. We'll see if there's any switches coming through. If they will immediately go
Vesta doing it now.
Yeah, Vesta, I think they had Blizzard, maybe.
No,
so
they
to
committed.
get off of that. Get off of that's really interesting. And they're, going back to the composition yet to be named.
Rudy 2D bubble shooty, perhaps. Blade pulled Ant Matrix coming through, but so far it's just going to be deflect. Finding Dart there on the flank. Stalker is able to take him down as Hanbin's going to be taken out of the mech. Godum making good use of that Zarya advantage. Able to find him. So now tankless. Dart's going to be able to join in very quickly, but energy low here for Godum. So for now, it's just going to be fishing forward, trying to see what kind of charge buildup he can get. His Stalker's going to be forced to recall back in the server room. Pulse Bomb is at the ready, waiting for an opening. Hanbin going to be rejoining here with this Ramatra. Which I kind of like the adjustment here for the side of Falcons, but the flip is in. Vesta able to occupy the point long enough, so now they're back in control. Fielder sending out that Kitsune Rush. Dart down to a sliver of HP, trying to stay alive, but it's actually going to be Gorum that gets taken out first and foremost. Headshot there from Fielder, able to find the elimination. Recall back out. Stalker continues to hold on to this Pulse Bomb as Hanbin just helps to escort everybody a little bit further forward here to hold the door.
I don't know if they have time to build up to the Graviton Surge. It's going to be pretty close. If they really commit to double bubbling on the way in rather than defensively, it's possible, and that could be the one to switch this fight, but I think we're going into last fight territory right now.
Yeah, for either side, whoever's going to be able to come away with this one should be the one taking control center. As Chio able to find Minute, taking him down right off the rip. Decent energy build-up here, though, for Godum, I do believe. Yep, up to 70%, so it needs to be respected. Now surging a little bit further up, but Mortality Field coming down as they all just try to pile in on top of the Zarya, and he's under an immense amount of pressure and will get taken out. Pulse Bomb from Stalker, not going to find a stick, not going to find an elimination, but it might not matter because Dagon also dead. Now Off is out of the fight, and Team Falcons from 0 up to 100, looking like they're going to be able to complete this run back, as Minute will not get access to the point. He'll get taken down. Godum cannot swap back over to the Doomfist fast enough. So Falcons breathing a sigh of relief, I'm sure, as they get pushed a lot harder than they might have expected.
Yeah, I mean, look, all respect to Vesta there too. Not just the initial coming out of like May Bastion and then sticking to it and then throwing, slamming their head against the wall with that kind of composition that wasn't always going to work, but to be able to just consistently change it and keep making Falcons adjust to what you're doing as well. I think it's absolutely the right call when you're faced in this kind of underdog situation. Almost worked, but here's the problem: is the cat's kind of out of the bag now. Do you continue to try to run these kinds of things? I think so. I don't know if you can still straight up mirror it. So we'll see what they go with here. It looks like they are going to end up mirroring it. But the Sigma is the wrinkle on this particular stage. That's why I love Control. Each stage always has its own little thing.
Yeah, so Sigma's out on either side. Dart going to be sticking with that Tracer and Proper. Back over here onto the Sojourn. He's looked so clean on for a damn long while. Looking for the rail shot, unable to get the Lucio here, but Off, I mean, just so very slowed up, eventually will get caught, so he gets taken down. Godum will fall. So opening volley going to go the way of Team Falcons, and they can get the opening cap.
Yeah, been one of the best Sojourns in the world since Sojourn was released, really. Those epic battles of all the great Sojourns right after release in 2022 were amazing. So really quick first capture here. Falcons running the May too. The May Sojourn here. Once you get control of the points, God, May's wall can be so devastating trying to get back in.
Yeah, just the singular isolation onto a target, just denying access in an overtime situation. The Blizzard, as you're trying to push through, things can prove to be very difficult here for them. So it's that much more onus on Minute and Dart to be able to try to find these openings. It's good for now is just trying to escort them forward into some positions where they can actually get some shots woven through. Maywall does go up. They're able to circumnavigate that one rather quickly as Minute has a nice little long sightline here and is getting these regular dinks across onto Hanbin, whittling down to about half HP, but Godum in the meantime will end up falling. The Pulse Bomb not enough to get the elimination onto Hanbin, so he's still going to be standing. One kill traded out there as Fielder does fall. He'll be coming back and still holds on to that Ant Matrix. So cleanup continues here as Proper looks for a little other target. And yep, headshot rail there on to Off to go ahead and get some added stagger.
On to Off, indeed. The Vesta Esports came in very segmented. It looks like they were trying to just take 1v1s. It seemed like everyone was on a different angle, and then that's just not going to work against Falcons. People were getting isolated and dropped off. I think if that pulse bomb gets 30% more damage, then maybe you've got something cooking. But so far, this has been 100% Falcons. I don't know if Vesta has gotten a kill on this stage so far.
It's been rough. I think they got, just the one fielder, I believe, in the last fight. Dying right after they had already basically cleaned it up and confirmed the fight victory for themselves. Ant Matrix going to be pulled out first. Here's Hanben going to be hitting the ground. Immortality Field coming through protected barrier as well to try to keep him protected. Now the Blizzard is in and Gonem's going to be frozen up. Flux getting the pick up here to a couple players. Minute trying to use that against him by popping the Deadeye, but just doesn't have enough of a target-rich environment. Proper, again, just jumping up, finding off mid-air with that headshot, getting Dart. And this is, unfortunately, a bit more of what we had kind of anticipated coming into this series. Team Falcons closing out the second round 100% to 0 to take Lijiang Tower 2-0.
Yeah, and it was actually Falcons who came in with something a little unexpected, the May Sojourn, so I wonder if that's going to be the blueprint that we see from teams coming out. It obviously looked like it was something they had practiced. It didn't look like it was in response to anything interesting that Vesta had been doing. Vesta actually ran the more, I dare say, standard composition after a single day of seeing it. But yeah, that Sojourn can be so good, and without the range, the cast just gets dominated. Then there's no way in against the May. I'd like the last fight from Vesta, if we're trying to find some silver lining, going in as a team, using ultimates. It looked much better than their previous several fights where they just, it looked like ranked, where people are just going in looking for deathmatch 1v1s. So a little bit better there, but look, this is the expected result.
Yeah, a proper carry sign there in the audience. Of course, plenty of fans there to root them on, and they are being rewarded, it would seem, because it brings the Sojourn back out. Doesn't look rusty at all. Right back into it there. So if Sojourn is going to continue hovering on the kind of the outskirts of whatever meta we end up settling on, seeing Proper versus Lip in a Sojourn battle again.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
So
can we invite Leave as well? Can we get him on the phone?
That would be absolutely excellent.
But all that said, Control was done. Midtown was a map that Vesta looked okay on yesterday. Like, they had an interesting strategy, and that's where we're going next. So maybe there's another wrinkle that they have going there. But yeah, it's a very competitive first stage. Not so much second stage. Midtown is something to look forward to see if they have a different idea of what to play on. Maybe some long range stuff. I know we haven't seen Ashe at all in like the entire tournament, but Ashe is a pick that you see on Midtown a lot, almost regardless of meta, especially on defense. So anything can happen, and that is going to be Vesta's pick. So I'm looking forward to just seeing if they have a different idea.
Yeah, we've seen Ashe a couple of times over in Japan as well, so she has been, that presence has been noted a little bit over here in Asia, but in Korea so far it just hasn't really been even an afterthought, and I think mostly it's been King's Row that we've seen, but we also haven't had too much Midtown in Japan. So maybe that could be something that comes into play here. I mean, Minute just yesterday was able to, show that he does have some very solid hit scan chops here on this squad. He was piloting that Cassidy, I believe it was on Esperanca in map 3, and it was looking quite good. So maybe he's going to bring out something with a bit, play off those longer sightlines. We'll have to just wait and see, but first we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll get into Midtown. Alrighty, we are back, and it's time to go into map number 2 here. Vec looking strong off the rip, able to get up to 99%, but Falcons taking control away from them and then closing out a second round of Lijiang Tower 100% to 0. Getting back into that dominant form that we have come to expect from this squad. But now we go into Midtown to see whether or not Vec's map pick is going to be able to give them a map win.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, but there's something more interesting. There's a substitution. Substitution's on Falcons.
Oh,
it's not their tank player.
Oh, I think I'm
So-
picking up what you're laying down.
So I had said in the pre-show, I'm like, I don't think we're going to see much of this player. You know, I think it's a lot of just putting him on the poster. Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. Surmajed is coming in for Falcons.
Okay, making his debut here on stage in Korea. Majid stepping out, but, you know, we were deliberating about this as we were getting ready to go into that first map. Is it just going to be that double flex setup? That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. It could be a lot of different things. It's also one of the reasons you would put them in is because this feels like the easiest match you're going to have, right? So there's not a ton at stake. So this is a perfect time to get them on stage, some experience with the rest of the team. The big question, right, with Surmajed on the squad was how are comms going to be? It's not really a talent level difference. We've seen Surmajed like crush and be at the top level of flex supports in Overwatch, so that's not the issue. The issue is communications and comms and composition, so it's the perfect time to get some playtime regardless, and I'm not saying that's the only reason, so we shall see, but yeah, it's totally wrong. I didn't think we'd see Majed for quite a while.
Nor did I, but happy to be proven incorrect here. As you can see, does have fans here in the audience as well in Korea. Like I was mentioning yesterday, doesn't matter if you've never played on stage before, or if it's your first time coming over into the region. There's going to be somebody out there that is cheering for you, and that is the awesomeness that is the Korean fan meta. Also, great sign there for Dagon on the opposite side.
Yeah, so this is actually a map I think I remember Surmajed playing on, and right now there is a PC issue as we try to get Surmajed acclimated and, you know, get that new hardware and peripherals looking together. Luckily we got the keyboard doctor probably looking into it. But I think this is one of the maps I remember Surmajed on just crushing on Zenyatta. I remember him getting bullied back into the corner on first defense and like killing 3 and being like, yeah, you thought you had me, you do not. That's what I remember Majed playing most. But obviously, there's plenty of things that you could pick up here. But I don't know. Double flex is weird. Is it Ana Zen? Do you do Bap Ana? There's a lot of different combinations that you can run here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up putting down.
I very much am as well. Certainly a surprise to all of us, but a welcome one. Looks like everything has been taken care of on stage, so we are just moments away from jumping into the game here. See what kind of performance he's going to be able to put up here alongside his cohorts. As Hanbin sticking through, so is this... I'm trying to think what this is going to be. You know, if they're going to be running the double flex, what is Hanbin going for?
I don't have the answers. I'm just flabbergasted that we're seeing this composition coming. Falcons did choose to attack first as well. I don't know if that's any sort of indication of what they want to do. But compositions can vary wildly on first point Midtown, especially. Like after you get past first point on a lot of hybrid maps, your compositions kind of even out a little bit. But defensively and offensively, they can be very different. Oh, dude, are you kidding? Like, okay, it's offense. It's offense. I'm going to slow down. Vesta, on the other side, is running something that they generally have some practice on. Yeah. They were the team that was running this composition, but the variation being not running Doom and running Junker Queen instead.
Yeah, I mean, Goodham, I think, just needing some more time to really get up to snuff when it comes down to the Doom Fist play, has been leaning on that Junker Queen, you know, for better and for worse. You know, individually does have some very nice moments where he's showing off the mechanics on that tank hero. But unfortunately, it has been a bit lacking. But this would be crazy.
Because right now, people don't think you could even play Iliari in ranked.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Feel they're just going to be swapping back proper, showing the cast for now. And it looks like Hanbin going to be coming through with the Orisa. Probably wanting some further flexibility as they do go deeper into this map. That would be my guess as to why Smurf is not in here playing this, but I'll have to just wait and see. But for now, yeah, the Alari is going to be stuck to. It's a little bit of heals here over towards Dart. Off, also needing some tucked away inside of the Firehouse. Will get top back up. This is going to be a slow approach here from the side of Team Falcons. Testing the waters a little bit, not looking to just go balls to the wall and charge forward.
Yeah, a little different style of Orisa play than 2U, especially. Just kind of waiting around. And also, when you've got the Alari, you are kind of a little more static as far as if you want to sit there and get healing.
All right, well, Off's going to be taken down. Hey, welcome to the stage, my friend. You find yourself first blood. Taking down Off. The pylon going to be eliminated, but already that Captive Sun just 20% away from being online. Got him now in a rough spot, isolated the mag grenade from proper enough to finish him off as Anbin turns back, gets the javelin through, Dart gets taken out, and as they continue to sweep him up, that's going to be Falcons breaking through and getting themselves over onto the point.
It's also one of those things when you run a hero like this where the other team's just like, I don't know what we do against this. We haven't played against Alari in 3 months. What do you even play against here? So, an interesting pick. And look, we talk about it, Sir Majed, mechanically so gifted, and just he can aim really well. And why not take advantage of that with the support that maybe relies on the aim more than anybody?
All right. Well, for now, 4 minutes 45 here. It's Falcons look to start getting this card going through the streets phase. Good back over onto that Sigma. Just to try to hold this low ground here. Needs to be able to play a little bit more independent and disconnected from the rest of his squad. So he's looking to take a lot of forward space. Just getting himself right up alongside the cart here, not allowing it to round the corner. Dart able to find an opening there as Machete going to be taken down, but he's punished for it by Proper. Now the front line also broken open. Taken up over the top, trying to weave these shots through, but ends up overstepping. Proper able to shut him down without getting punished, and the cart can once again start gliding.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, especially for the offense here, because you don't really need to be speeding in and taking the aggression that we've seen a lot of teams do. And Falcons are just playing it like, yeah, come get us. Come fight into Orisa, Alari, and Cass. Good luck with that. And then Stalker can just go do whatever he wants.
Proper watching the back line. Able to find the headshot. Minute's going to be taken out. It's going to be the Considering Rush committed in here from Dagon as Start goes for the Duke. The Cassidy and Fielder will fall. Taken with a nice little opener there. So fighting chance from the side of Vesta is off as well. Going to be pulling the trigger here on that sound barrier. Captive Sun chucked in, but I'm not sure how many targets Majed was able to connect in with. Either way, the Deadeye from Dart is able to claim him. That's going to be the supports traded out. Now the rest of the team falls to the wayside. So 3 minutes 25 to get just in front of point B as it looks like Dart is going to be going for a swap.
Okay, counterpoint to what I just said. When you end up going and you're under the bridge and you just allow the defense to take the high ground and you never push on it with Lucio, that can be what happens right there. Just sitting under it and getting rained on from the high ground from the defense. Not an ideal situation there. Dart switches over to the Lucio, the Genji.
Okay, Flux in, Proper looking to use it against them, popping that Deadeye, and does force them back, so no further follow-up damage got to be found, so he stays alive. They get the ult up for free, and don't even think they had to use the Immortality Field, so should still have that one off cooldown right now for the side of Falcons. This minute dashing forward, setting up the pulse bomb. There's the Immortality Field, spoken of. It's going to be cleared out, but that's 2 ultimates, very much mitigated here. From the side of Falcons is off in a really rough position as Hanbin says, yeah, I'm just going to do to you what you did to us. I'm going to sit up here and I'm just going to rain down hell from above. But I'm trying to challenge, and then she has to drop back down. That cart under control. As Hanbin wants to get into the fray. Terror Surge at the ready. Popping it now, looking for the kill. Dart going to be taken out. This follow-up javelin from Hanbin finds off, and that is going to be the cleanup sweep coming through his minute. Just trying to see if he can find anything at all, but will eventually fall. So 2 minutes now about to be bumped up to 3.5. Team Falcons continuing on their merry way through Midtown.
A much better angle of approach there to take the top side, but then take the right side, look for an opportunistic ultimate ability to take down there. And you could even see while the Orisa was dropping down, it looked like Vesta was going to try to rotate around and take that high ground away, but that's where the Terror Surge came in, sucked him in, slammed him down. Really easy take as well. I want to see if we can get some sun value here. It's a fun ult.
Yeah, we didn't get much from it in that last one. Hanbin's back over onto the Zarya now, and Matrix invested from Fielder now going to be expiring. Just looking to build up some of that energy as Minute going for this Sojourn, trying to get the rail shot sniped. Takes Fielder down low, but it's not enough to be able to find the kill. Captive Sun now at the ready. Lobbed in. Goodham going to be falling lower and lower, trying to stay alive. Looks like so far the sustain's going to be good. And oh, actually, he ate the Captive Sun. Sorry, I missed that one. It's taking that away. Good timing on the kinetic grasp. He's able to backpedal far enough to keep himself alive. And it will find some heal as Stalker gets taken out.
Yeah, they might have to back out a little bit. Minute switching to the Sojourn is really good. It's a really good hero for this point in particular. Be able to control some of this high ground and get the long range. And also the long range spam coming in. Yeah, I want the Hanbin Surmajed combination.
One blade for now. Proper popping that Deadeye. Nowhere to go. Just ever so slow. Gets taken out. Stegan finds the headshot. So far, this last point defense has been looking a lot better here for the side of Vesta. Hanbin going to be eliminated, resetting that energy here. Good up onto the high ground, looking for that accretion. Ooh, what a snipe out of midair. Won't lead to any kills except for his own, as Olaf was right next to him, trying to escort him back. Stalker now finding those 2 kills very much breaks open this defense where it was looking so good before.
I appreciate the effort, though. I mean, it's such a good shot, but opens himself up to a counterplay. Gets absolutely rocked. Vesta is not a terrible spot, though, as far as defense goes. Look, you're in a terrible spot. You're already on 3rd point. But they've got the flux, and we've seen Minute go pretty ham with the hit scan. So if we can get some overcharge here. Overclock.
Can. How's it ready to go? Rail shot built up. Bit of damage through, but now Amp Matrix to try to escort them forward. Grab online here for Hanbin. As Flux looking for the pickup. Bubbles coming through, though. Immortality Field as well expanded. And just, again, protect the Cowboy. Proper's still alive. Shots thrown in. Kitsune Rush at the ready here from Dagon. Could use that to try to turn the tides of things. Grab going to be chucked out there, but an instant accretion in. As Hanbin going to be taken out. Captive Sun will be able to find Minute, but now the Shed Proper all falling. As that will be a successful turnaround here from the side of Vesta, and they don't even have to use the rush.
Yeah, another great rock. Hanbin got stunned immediately after the grab got chucked out, so no opportunity for the Black Hole Sun, which is what I really want to call that combination, as they go forward. And now there's only 1 minute left for Falcons to be able to finish this. It's Midtown, so kind of odd to see last point, but Vesta would be much happier if they're unable to give up the last point. You got to open with Rush here the moment that Falcons presents a decent target.
I will say, Black Hole Sun, I like that a lot. I think we should stick with it. I don't know how much more of this composition we're going to be seeing, as
it's fine,
also swapped over onto the Zen.
Yeah, we've already coined it, though, so whenever it happens, that's what we have to call it.
All right, well, Overclock now coming through, looking for a target. Projected barrier, trying to keep everybody protected as Stalker into the back line, trying to get that pulse bomb stick, but he's unable to find it. Now Kitsune Rush in with the beat, dropped through. Overtime, bleeding away. The tag back comes through here from the side of Falcons, but everybody's falling apart. Hopper, Fielder, Majet all going to be taken down, and Hanbin not a leg to stand on. No healers to try to keep him alive, and Stalker just cannot get it done. So it's not going to be the full push coming through here for the side of Falcons. A relatively successful defense here from the side of Vesta, but it now comes down to their own attack.
Yeah, in Vesta yesterday against Runaway was fine. They stopped them before 2nd point, but the problem with Vesta on that map was they got completely full held on 1st. This has been a wild match to try to understand what's going on, to be dead honest with you, because we've got Alari who's doing strange things, and we've got a lot of switch-ups with Genji's rotating in and out. It's been hard to get a good handle on what's happening here, but yeah, it's just a weird match. I want to say it's sloppy a little bit on both sides. It's kind of deathmatchy. It's very strange.
Quick clarification. I believe it was Poker Face yesterday versus Vesta, but it was Runaway was a previous opponent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
All good. As we saw Runaway going up against Simprissa. Reminder of they're the bottom team, so it'll be easy. And then they dropped the map. But I think a solid effort here from the side of Vesta. But again, it will come down to how they look coming into this attack, because they need it to be strong. We've seen it before, and I think even in the Runaway series. Was it the Runaway series yesterday, or was it Vesta's yesterday versus where they
now
basically had the defense and then they had the defense and then they got full health. So that needs to not happen here.
Yeah, and that was when Lijiang was actually hiding and actually had a team-saving beat that could have gone the different way. Offensively, we might have some changes here. Looks like Proper might be... Okay, Minute's heading back to spawn. Alright, so this is a little more stable, a little more mirrored out, but you still got the Alari. I wonder if this is a map-specific pick, and only time will bear this out if that's the case.
I'm not too certain either way. Maybe that's a start. It's Minute looking to try to match as far as that Sojourn is concerned, but Stalker gets on top of him, is able to find the opening kill here. Rail built up, they get taken low, Proper gets the finisher, and that's going to be the first volley staved off here as they charge up onto the stairs, trying to find some eliminations. Immortality Field's going to be cleared out from both sides, but now Goodham is just out on an island, and he will be left stranded. So picked off. Falcons for now holding the line, burning a minute off the clock.
I mean, Vesta's best like ult combination to work with here ends up being a beat and a blade, which is, you know, usually works. But if you don't get the huge value out of it, then you're kind of, I mean, that's kind of it because you burn two of the most important ultimates on your side. So really, what Vesta needs is Minute needs to kind of win the duel between the soldiers, and that's no small task against Proper.
No, it is not. It's Proper. Heard you talking about Sojourn, doing work and winning duels. Takes out off again. I believe the third time he's able to get that snipe through onto the enemy Lucio. But yet another kill as Immortality Field is so swiftly dealt with by Hanbin. Good, I'm taking down Dark Bed on the back end. And this is, I mean, you're talking about the big win concept, the big tools that Vesta are looking for to try to break through. They're so far away, and now one of them is going to be abandoned to start swapping over onto the Mei.
I mean, I think that's kind of what happens when you lose your Lucio first. The other half of it goes down then, and it's like we're not going to get to where we need to be on it. And also, they're just taking so much incoming damage.
Looking for maybe the style play for that pulse bomb, but for now, just some neutral fighting. Drops back, off going to be eliminated again as Hanbin goes for the flux. Accretion good, I'm just not sure which side this Tracer's on. Trying to get that Accretion stun clear, he's unable to find it, and then once again, it's going to be isolated. Dark just putting up that wall, trying to escape out here to safety as much as he possibly can, but for now, I mean, it's just a rock-solid, ironclad defense here from Team Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, I like this composition in theory, too, and I think this might be something we see going forward. I spoke about how Ashe has always been good here because of the long sightline, because of this hallway, essentially, but Proper in a lot of ways can be a better Ashe, a little bit more mobility. Obviously not the headshot consistency of a lot of things, but just the spray and pray, being able to get things down like that is enormous.
All Matrix once more here from Fielder, just keeping them slowed up on the approach. That captive stun in the back pocket, both DPS ultimates is one of them that's going to be used. That will force out that Immortality Field here on the approach. Proper able to get the headshot. Minute going to be taken down. Overclock rolling, looking for a little bit more. Goes sliding forward. He's out for blood, but it's going to be Stalker who's there to collect. Comes up with two, and that'll be further cleanup, further stagger coming in as Dart dies at the back of sight. Point, whatever.
Yeah.
There's some bleed over, but you know, it's fine. You guys catch my drift.
You know. So Vesta's last best hope here, if they want to wait for it, like you can maybe throw in a flux and make it really easy for a minute to get some going.
Just waiting out the grasp. Flop down. Good Immortality Field there to try to keep him alive. It looks like for now it will work, but it's just even more time bought. Now 15 seconds remaining here on the approach. Sound barrier likely going to have to be used as soon as they round the corner, and it will be. Shielding up all members here on the side of Vesta. Accretion not going to be able to find the stun. Hanbin nearly with a flux online. Can utilize that here, but first it's going to be flux out from Goodham, dropping him down, but still not going to be found. Proper isolated in a rough spot there on the mid ground, ends up getting taken out. Minute with the opening kill, looking solid. Pull back, second tick gets ready to come through. Hanbin, flux at the ready, just waiting to see when he decides to pull the trigger on this one, but he's not going to get the opportunity. Yeah, just Fielder getting taken down moments before means that the healing throughput is cut down so significantly. Majid needs to be on top of him basically to be able to get those heals. So it's not going to be that full hold coming through. Vesta eventually able to break in.
Yeah, able to use ultimates really well there, and the Immortality Field actually probably saved that entire fight for Vesta with the Captive Sun coming in. If they lose their tank on the way in, then that pushes all but over. It also allows them to save the beat to get around that corner, which had been a problem for them previously. And then some of the discipline for Falcons fell apart a little bit. People were getting isolated, people were going in alone. You saw it with Proper, and then Minute, actually had a really nice ultimate.
Yeah, I like this high ground take here from the side of Vesta. Stalker not going to be able to find anything with that pulse bomb, but Flux was very whiffy from the side of Hanbin. Quick cancel on that. So now, Occupation is looking to be taken here by Vesta, continuing to push forward. Just force Hanbin back, so they get him to drop down. Cart steadily inching through the underpass for the time being, as Fielder wants to retake this, and he's looking to do it solo. Sends out the Amp Matrix, and that just sends Vesta completely scrambling back.
Yeah, have to give up the high ground. Because that first point took so long to take, we're down to maybe 2 okay-ish pushes for Vesta. This Blizzard has to come in. You have to wait out Grasp, obviously, and maybe isolate it, but yeah, Falcons are just out. They want none of it.
Alright, Captive Sun again here. Looking for that elimination. Must be the ult finding the kill, but Munchhead is able to get the follow-up shot there on the dart to take him down. Now just trying to stay alive. Immortality Field coming through. Munchhead will claim his second 1 minute eliminated. Now we're down under a minute remaining, as off will be the last one to fall.
I mean, that is the big power of Alari. Obviously, the healing is not as great as you'd maybe like, especially if you're not going to running a static position. I think there are maps maybe where Alari could still work. You know, just Spitball, Eichenwald comes to mind. However, last push here for Vesta. Otherwise, they will go down 0-2 in this series. The Flux, I mean, they've got everything. If they can just sustain, like wait until there's 5 seconds left. You all have ults. Everyone hit Q and pray for the best.
A couple ults coming on here for Falcons, and that overclock I think is probably the scariest one. I'm in with the Flux, Pulse Bomb now up as well. Amp Matrix trying to escort them forward. Dagon going to be tagged low. Immortality Field used, keeps him alive, but now it's not going to be available for that Flux. Freeze coming in, catching here onto the Sojourner. Dart is able to isolate and take down proper, so opening kill going to be found. Maywall comes up, Cart being escorted in, looking to just go ahead and complete the push, and they will. No one from Falcons able to tag in fast enough to be able to intercept that one. Now the cleanup on the back end is good, but it was that full investment that you were talking about. Only the overclock remaining.
That's how they've won both of the points, right? They've kind of just realized that we're not going to be able to beat them on an even playing ground, but if we have 2 more ultimates than them and we don't throw them away and have no value out of them, they've got a chance. And all of a sudden, Vesta, you put it in my head.
I put it in your brain, sorry.
Yeah, Vesta is now 2 fights away from winning this map, and I mean, it could come down to Minute just going off. If Minute gets 2 kills out of this ultimate, they are in a great spot. There's the ults.
Yep, especially if they can find some tempo here before that Amp Matrix comes into play, but Fielder builds it up, is able to pop that one, just playing back, trying to keep everybody protected for the time being. Immortality Field cleared up, but widely the overclock will be avoided. Their own Amp Matrix still 30-some-odd% away from being built up. Much is about to have another Captive Sun. Another opportunity to try to go for it, but he's instantly stunned out of it. I believe that was an accretion. What a hit from him. Now the Hound it, they're looking to just try to get corralled in around him. They're able to isolate and pick him off. Unbin backpedaling. The accretion comes in. Godum this time, not able to find the connection. Stuns out, right clicks being spammed, just trying to keep Godum alive. As Amp Matrix now going to be used here on the corner, but the Blizzard is looking for the freeze. They will be able to find Dagon. Push on the corner, they clean him up, but that's at the cost of Hanbin and Stalker. Now traded out, his Minute will fall, Dart dead as well. Goodman off, the last players alive. Their Blizzard a Hail Mary, but the Cart not in the center of it. Proper finding off, will be able to take him out. And that is going to be Goodman now, eventually going to fall, since he's not going to feed him any extra shielding. Kinetic Grasp will expire, the cleanup will come through, and it's just a couple meters away from taking this map out from underneath Falcons, but Falcons hold strong. Now they lead 2-0.
A pretty impressive showing overall, though. And, you know, it's always the question of, is Falcons overlooking this team? Are they trying some interesting stuff? Obviously, they're trying interesting stuff. We've got Alari on the field, but it's worked out okay-ish, despite, you know, a few unfortunate suns. Had to get that in there. But they played honest Overwatch for the most part. This wasn't the May Bastion kind of cheese in quotes that came out on the first map, and then the switching constantly and the trying to throw them off. This was kind of straight up hero for hero. We're going to match you a little bit on what's going on here, and they almost pulled it off. Like, I think that speaks to just the volume of talent and how close, even which is essentially the last place team and the first place team.
Yeah, I mean, playing them close, Midtown getting better with every single iteration that we're seeing from the side of Vesta, but that win still eluding them. So now Falcons very firmly in the driver's seat. They have this 2-0 lead. They just need one more map as we get ready to go into push. to be able to take this one. And, being Vesta struggling to pick up wins at all, and now having to reverse sweep the team that is predicted to be the top dogs here in Korea, it's a really dire spot to be in. But what a story, what a Cinderella storyline it would be if they can pull this off, or even just, take that first step, get that push win under their belt.
Yeah, just take a map. All right, that's where we're looking at. That's where you want to start here. But to be dead honest, Midtown was their pick, and I think Vesta is kind of cooking on that one. They kind of have some ideas. They understand that map very well. They understand, especially second point, it feels like they understand better than a lot of teams about how you're going to rotate, how to take away high ground, how to deny the high ground. They looked really good on that. But obviously, too, they understood we need to go into this with advantage, and we have to get every bit that we can out of our ultimates, because that was how they won first in almost overtime. That's how they won second in almost overtime. And they almost pull it off in third. That third fight for the map essentially came down to one or two heroes. It was very, very close at the end. And I think if the one Blizzard comes out before the other, instead of the way it actually went down, then we might be talking about Vesta had just stolen a map.
Yeah, it very well could have been, but unfortunately for them, they do find themselves now in this position. But hopefully, they're not going to let that get to them. Just because when you have that such narrow loss, it can be a tilter. But hopefully for them, it's just okay. It's fine. We refocus. We come into push. We get ready to go.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a tilter. I do feel like at some point if you're Vesta and you're playing Falcons, a lot of it's house money, right? Of hey, if we win, no one expected it, and that's fine. If we lose, that's what everyone expected. So I'm just kind of impressed with them and some of the bottom teams the last couple of days of how much trouble they've given top teams, because in a lot of tournaments and formats and regions, that's not the case.
No, it is not. But we have another quick little break that we're going to jump into right now, and then when we come back, we'll get into push. Into map 3 we go. Team Falcons somewhat expectedly out to a 2-0 lead, but given some of the closes that we've seen on these maps, Beck have been putting up somewhat of an unexpected performance. That Midtown incredibly close, just a few meters separating them from a map win here versus Team Falcons, but they managed to clutch it out at the end. Now Beck turn their sights over towards Esperanca to see whether or not they're going to be able to get a map win.
It is 2-0, and even if it ends up 3-0, I don't think the coaches are thrilled with how it's gone for Falcons, knowing the pedigree and history and what they expect from this team. That second map was a beat away, a blizzard away from actually losing it to, if they get swept here, this is going to be the bottom team in the standings. But all credit to Vesta for going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams. And I want to give Minute credit because there's a world in which you can just get completely dominated by the opposing Sojourn. Like, Sojourn's one of those strange heroes where it ends up being like a Widow v. Widow kind of matchup where it can go completely one way or the other, but Hanbin out Smurf in.
Well, Smurf going to be coming back through. Let's see what he's going to be bringing to the table. Likely to be, maybe leaning back on that Doomfist or the Orisa, which we did get to see at the start of that attack from the side of Team Falcons, and we know how well versed that he is. There's a couple people who were upset where I said that Bellos Rio was looking like the best Orisa in the world last year. They're like, well, what about Smurf? I'm like, well, yeah, but it doesn't feel important or impactful to say, oh, Smurf is the best X, because there's so many times where he's tied to that. Whereas Bellos Rio, truly, I think he did look very slightly better. So sorry for everybody that I tilted with that very real comment. But he is going to be coming back through, so we'll see what he's going to be piloting, and then we get Chio returning to the stage as well.
I think you just say like Smurf's, top 2 tank in the world, and then when you start talking about like, oh, this is the best ball in the world or the best Orisa in the world, you're talking about like specialists on single heroes, and there's a couple tanks that transcend that idea, and Smurf is definitely one of them. I think Doomfist could come into play here. Given the map, I wouldn't hate to see them try out a Winston either. I think Winston has been in the past good on this map. I think can be good on this map, depending on who's playing it and obviously the support around it. So good to see Smurf, and then obviously Chio's coming back in, no surprise there. And so I wonder if if there's like a little halftime, a little coaching here that says like, guys, just get off this map. Like, you need to finish this map. We need to have a meeting or something like that. But yeah, it's good to see Smurf back in. It's definitely. Well, the only thing I can say for sure is that they're probably not going to run the Zarya then.
Yeah, that one seems a little bit more unlikely, a little bit more outside of Smurf's wheelhouse, despite the fact that he does have an incredibly deep hero pool. We'll find out as we get into Esperanca.
I've been like 0 for 3 on minor predictions already in this very brief start of the evening, so who knows? But yeah, the Winston used to be a must-run on this map.
Yes.
Before Season 9 came out, now that changes to really the core mechanics of the game. So I think there's still a world in which Winston can be very good. It's just kind of a much more play around the Winston than even it was before, and it's kind of always been that way. So
okay, well, he is going to be coming out the gate with this one. So Winston v Sigma, as far as the tank lineup is concerned. Proper going over to that Soldier 76, something that has been kind of on the fringe that we see very rarely, but for now he's going to be starting with it. See how it does fare here as Minute back over onto this Cassidy, and it was kind of Esperanca where we were seeing Vesta start leaning into the Protect the Cowboy composition a little bit more, and Minute was putting up some solid performances there. So but this time they don't have the Zarya alongside.
No, but Sigma's there, so it's similar idea-ish, just to kind of play a little more careful.
Okay. Well, Stalker going to be taking down, but Fielder quick to trade it back. It's taken will fall.
I play a lot of Tracer, and that's still my least favorite way to die. the icicle from Maine. It has been since the game was released.
Yeah, I'd say it's right up there with the Hanzo headshot from all the way across the map, but Dark does manage to find a second, but unfortunately, the rest of his team is dying around him. The dive forward there from off, just trying to get some healing over to this May, but eventually he will fall, as will she. So there you go. Cleanup going to be coming through. Falcons now getting the bot under their control.
Yeah, and it's very similar to how you play the Doomfist, but almost a little less aggressive at times, where you're just going to be jumping high ground to high ground. You're taking bridge. If you have to fight middle, that's fine. Then you take the second bridge, totally fine. And then there's like also that house across the street, so you're really just leapfrogging from one high ground to the next, and making sure that the team cannot set up. And then Proppers just can put up constant damage on the 76.
Well, for now, just getting themselves up to 25 meters. This Minute moving up, trying to contest that high ground. Eventually, we'll have to drop back. It's also going to be falling off. Doing self-protected for the time being, but bot going to be locked in at the bottom archway here. Take some kind of kill to really open things up. A couple ults nearly about to be built up here as Filter getting that Kitsune Rush online very quickly, and there's that kill I'm talking about. Stalker able to get on top of Minute, finding that. Off now, gone, meaning that the rest of Vesta need to try to hightail it out of here, but Stalker is living up to the name. He's right there alongside Dagon, able to take him out very swiftly.
Yeah, easy, and then a little stagger there. Not much of one, but you take those. It's just classic Overwatch. Winston Tracer dive. The dive, being helped out, of course, by Kiri, who's just fits so well into the dive composition. Not only long range healing, but the teleport, the Suzu is just, yeah. And the damage output, Falcons rolling over this, have not had to use a single ultimate. They've got 5 in the bank ready to go.
Yeah, everything very much stocked up. Vesta nearly with 4 of their own. Minute having swapped over onto that. Sojourn's not going to have it, but oh dear. Well, Dart trying to turn the ties here with that Blizzard, but I mean, they just, all of a sudden, you just blink and then 3 people just get absolutely deleted here on the side of Vesta. As soon as that Kitsune Rush and the beat get committed, clean up there on the off. The bot, again, going to be ushered back into a push position.
Well, they kind of had to go in hastily because they did not want to give up this checkpoint for the forward respawn. So a flank from the side, the Blizzard comes in, and just a really good response from Falcons to deal with that. Suzu beats, totally fine. They still have all the other ultimates, can be able to push forward on this progress. Really, it's been very quiet from Vesta, and we're going to see, Gerdum falling back to the old comfort pick of Junker Queen.
And I do like the adjustment here from Dart going back over onto the Tracer. Not only does it, I don't think this is necessarily even drawn out just because of the Junker Queen swap, but also just having somebody who can steal the bot away more reliably compared to Off, who is then isolated and not healing the rest of the team. That's going to be good for them. But this fight is not something that's good for them. As proper, we'll just go ahead, utilize some of that beautiful tracking of the attack visor and finding the 2 kills. Shoutouts to Atlas and all of the deep Apex heads that are out there that catch that reference as the bot will continue moving forward.
It's an old one, but it checks out. Still makes me chuckle. It still gets brought up pretty much every time. Soldiers visors at the competitive level because we don't see it all that often. So good call out there. But yeah, that's 2 fights in a row where they've been able to stagger the tank. Not ideal, needless to say. There's been no signs of life from Vesta. There's no other way to say it. Minute has been absolutely silent and quiet. Their ultimates have gotten 0 value out of it. Right now, Falcon's just going to back up, wait. They don't really have to force the issue here.
Just playing it patiently, going for the poke and prod here. That overclock is about to be online, and maybe their Minute is going to be able to find some breakthrough value here for the team. Now bot held into a neutral spot as there's the dive forward, looking to try to isolate and pick off that Sojourn. Sound barrier will keep it protected for the time being, but now Primal, as everybody gets corralled indoors, they need to get away from this. Looks like they have successfully avoided the juggle as Fielder will get taken down, but Dark going to be punished there as Proper finding the kill. Rail shot built up, looking to try to tag down Smurf. He's just no HP, but now Minute gone as Stalker is able to find the kill, and Smurf finds himself a Mega Pack. Somehow survives the whole fight. The rest of the squad coming to the rescue, helping to go ahead and just clean up these kills. Dagon and Off will both get dropped. Sound very committed to their front. Shio keeps the rest alive, and Proper's going to be the only casualty.
Yeah, the somehow Smurf survives is one of the smartest bubbles I've ever seen. He's away, he's at like 5 HP, just drops the bubble, and the shot that was going to eliminate the scientist midair gets dropped by the bubble midair too, which is something that, maybe a lot of Winston players know and aren't impressed with. I was.
Some minor gains as we get rush for rush, but Minute again going to be taken down as Smurf just continues to leap right into the back lines, forcing him away, forcing him to not do any damage, but also forcing him into the spawn room. Stick there on the pulse despite all the chaos is nice from Dart, but it's not going to lead to a kill. Team Falcons will carry on their merry way now, looking for the full push.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams get to this point and then just kind of stop pushing. It's really hard to finish these maps just because of the spawn position and the defender's advantage, but if any team can do it, it's going to be Falcons. Visor's out.
Visor is out, which is kind of forcing this overclock to not get good sight lines here. Will just expire. A little bit of damage there on the Smurf, and okay, quick, nice headshot. Goes forward, they find Stalker. Once again, Team Falcons just going to be backpedaling. Happy to fight around this checkpoint, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues is the tank play is not doing any sort of damage mitigation. So look at Proper up here. Like the damage numbers he's putting down are just ridiculous because there's nothing to stop him.
Yep, we don't have that predictive barrier anymore. Smurf going up and over. The opposite side there, knife through. I think he actually might have gotten the connection there. Either way, good on now. Going to be popping that rampage, but it looks like it's a full whip. I'm not sure how they scouted the win. I'm not sure which direction he sent it in. Either way, wasn't able to get the catch, or that was one of the cleanest and fastest Suzus that I've ever seen in my life from Fielder. Either way, HP bars looking under duress here from the side of Vesta. The minute will fall. Fielder going to get traded out. Eventually able to find that kill. As Smurf once again low on health, trying to survive, but this time will not be allowed to. Dark is able to pursue deep enough to find the elimination. Looks like Vesta maybe in a spot where they can actually start getting this push going in their favor.
Yeah, they've got something going a little bit, but Dagon runs afoul of Stalker, and that is a huge loss, especially because their next fight was going to be predicated on setting down a good rush. So they're going to have to hold off on that and wait just a little bit.
Oh,
might lose their second support, yeah.
Yeah, they
Stalker.
do. And that's just all the good that was, initially done there by Dart, finding the opening kill. Undone as they lose out on that second support, because, Dagon respawning, he can TP over, so you can try to push the tempo a little bit. But him falling just completely unravels all of that, so for now the bot going to be locked here in this choke point.
Yeah, the Deathstalker does come in, gets 3. It's kind of living up to the name. I'll play there. Smurf just going to go in and cause all sorts of chaos.
And there's another Visor here. I believe the third one from Proper is okay. UI having a little bit of a headache, but all good. Cleans up the kills. As Dagon will fall. Dash forward, Dart again, just trying to find any kind of opening that he possibly can. But no opportunity to really commit that sound, or the pulse bomb rather. So it does just eventually have to get dropped and go back into the respawn room.
Yeah, we'll see how much Falcons want to commit to it. I mentioned before that it's very difficult to finish this map, and with a minute left, the difference between finishing it all the way through and just winning this fight and yeah.
Dead as soon as he tries to commit the rush. The sound barrier there from Chio in response, but wasn't necessary at all. Off in minute now, going to be taken down. Put him in the side room, going to be isolated. Finished off as it looks like now. With a minute remaining, Falcons are going to go for the final push and look to end this map.
Even if they don't finish this, like it's
over.
This one's over. So it's give some effort points, I guess, towards the end. Maybe Minute can get a kill. You got a primal Winston at your door. Doesn't feel good.
It's another rampage that doesn't hit anybody. It's unfortunate. As the bubble comes down to keep the bot protected, and Off is just dead as soon as he even touches the damn thing. Well, we were looking for the rally back. We wanted to see Vesta being able to put up a similar performance that we saw from them in that opening round of Lijiang on Midtown, but Falcons, they put their foot down. They bring Smurf in, they bring Chio back into the fold, and they say, no, we want the 3-0. We want to retake that first place spot, as the cameraman wants to zoom in.
They will take the first place spot by merit of map differential. Again, early in the season, but still, this is where you expected Falcons to be. And that's the kind of answer we expected from the Falcons after that second map, which looked a little bit sloppy, a little bit disjointed. That was about as one-sided as it gets. Obviously, Vesta put some points on the board, some meterage on the bot, but it didn't matter at all. That was a clinic. And I think what's really interesting to me is showing people that, yeah, Winston is definitely still viable. On that map, at the very least, I believe you can for sure run Winston.
Well, let's take a look. I think you could make a couple different arguments here for player of the match, but it is going to be Proper. Scooping one up. Just was impactful the whole way throughout. Yeah, some roughness on those, opening rounds and whatnot, but the Sojourn, even with the decent push coming through there from the side of, I almost said Vespa, coming through from Beck. This was still
you started
a real. I know I started it, and now it's gonna curse me for the rest of time in memoriam. But Proper with that Sojourn was still finding some insane shots.
Yeah. Vec had a couple of good moments. I'm not even going to try to do the whole name now. See, that's the hack. When he started off, I thought the strategy was really good on control, but as it went on, Proper took over Midtown. Was very good on that. The most recent map, obviously, you can make a case for Stalker as well.
For sure.
Stalker went nuts. I always think that if you're not calling out the supports for being bad, then they're playing really well, so you can always give that. I mean, this team's always going to be hard to get player of the match to, so just whoever, pick a name out of the hat. You can never really go wrong giving player of the match to Proper.
I mean, you could have given it to Smurf for his Winston play. Not really. I mean, he only played one map, but you know what I mean. Like, everybody was just so on point to be able to close out the series there. So yeah, this could have gone a multitude of ways. I do think that with the recency bias of Esperanza, Stalker definitely worth a shout, but for the performance the whole way throughout, Proper is able to take it.
Yeah, and this is the expected results. Again, Vec, okay, did some stuff, interesting things. I like, they seem to understand who they are, which I respect a lot, of like how they're gonna, what their win conditions are, where their bread is buttered, those kind of things. So I still enjoy watching them, despite that last map. That last map was not fun to watch. Felt a little mean at certain points.
Yeah, it was brutal. I mean, I somewhat question the Soldier 76 and what was the reasoning for its selection, because I think it might not have necessarily been, this is the strongest thing for us to play here. I think that is far from that, but he still made it look just world class.
You usually run the Sojourn there. Traditionally, the Sojourn Winston Tracer would be the call for your front lines and DPS, so maybe just feeling like playing a little bit of legs there. So yeah, it also takes some of the burden off of your support line if they want to freelance a little more and have a little more fun, because you can just heal yourself. So
true.
Maybe that's the case, but yeah, Proper, always very good. But I think if they were playing it super serial, probably would have been on Soldier for that last map.
I happen to agree, but now let's go ahead and hear from the man himself as we'll hand it over to Quest for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, casters. I am back again with the first player of the match interview today, this time with Team Falcons Proper. Congratulations.
네, 승리팀 팀 팔콘의 POTM을 받으신 우리 프로퍼 선수 모시고 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And we'll be starting the interview, so please introduce yourself. And I am the DPS for Team Falcons Proper.
네, 프로퍼 선수, 자 오늘 경기 3대 0으로 너무
So
빨리
Proper,
끝나서
today's
인터뷰
match
준비할 시간도 부족할 정도였습니다.
ended in a
오늘
3-0,
경기
and
소감이
it ended so
어떤가요?
quickly that I almost didn't have time to prepare for this interview. So talk to us about the victory today.
생각보다 베스타 크로 팀에서 되게 준비를 많이 해온 것 같아가지고.
And I thought it would be a little bit easier, but Vesta Esports crew put up a fight, so it was a little bit harder.
킨조합을 좀 많이 써가지고 그 조합
So
생각하면서 좀 준비를 많이 했는데.
they prepared it according to the last matches. Vesta Esports crew's last match.
네,
Team comps that they showcased, but it was different. So it was a little bit harder today.
을 보여줬을 때 우리 팀팔콘 팀에서는 어떤 콜이 오가나요?
So what was some of the in-game calls that was shared for Team Falcons?
아직 안 졌다.
아직 안 졌다.
So when
이렇게
on map 1 and 2,
우리 팀팔콘이
when Vesta Esports crew almost took a round,
자, 그런데 팀팔콘에서도 오늘 재미있는
but
영웅들이
Team
좀
Falcons
나왔어요.
also
자,
said
술렁술렁했는데
that
일리아리도
before we knew it, the
나왔고,
text on the
뭐
screen said Team
솔저,
Falcons
메이,
wins.
겐지 등 여러
What was the
가지
in-game
전투가
calls in
나왔는데
those scenarios?
오늘
And
좀
Proper
어떤
says,
전략을
let's just
펼치신
keep
건가요?
going. Let's keep fighting.
겐지랑 이코는 하기 싫었는데.
And for this question, a lot of new heroes that FLC were showcased today, like Ilari, Mei, Genji. So
소전이랑 솔저 이런 부분에서는 되게 스크림에서부터
in terms of your performance,
네, 그렇군요.
talk to us about your
그런데
performance on
오늘
Genji, Sword, and Cassidy. And he said he just
쏘는
practiced a lot.
헤드를 다 맞추셨고요. 이거 정말 상대 팀으로 만났으면 무기력할 정도로 이게 뭔가 싶을 그런 장면들이 너무 많이 나왔습니다. 특히 소전에서 그런 플레이가 많이 나왔는데 본인의 오늘 플레이 만족하시나요?
So are you satisfied with your performance today?
만족스럽습니다.
Because we saw a lot of those
네,
headshots, and he says, yes, I am very
오늘 본인이
satisfied.
한 그런 영웅 중에 어떤 영웅이 가장 본인에게 잘 맞으신다고 생각이 드세요?
So which of the
소전이
heroes would you,
그래도
out of
재밌는 것
Sojourn, Cassidy, and Genji, would you
오늘
say
소전하는
you're most comfortable with?
여러
And he says Sojourn.
팬분들이 많이 생기실 텐데 오늘 경쟁전에 소전을 하실 분들에게 팁 하나만
So
알려주신다면요?
can you share some tips about some how to play Sojourn to the fans?
경쟁전에서 근데 소전은 별로 안 좋아요.
그렇게 말하시면 어떡해요?
However,
오늘
in
하셨으면서.
Sojourn,
캐서디가 짱이다.
아, 캐서디를
he actually says Cassidy is actually a little bit better than
아니
Sojourn.
그건 아니고 경쟁전 한정은 캐서디가 더 좋은 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 이렇게 소전은 좀 지향하고 캐서디를 많이 해보시라라고 또 팁도 드렸습니다. 자, 오늘 경기가 생각보다 좀 일찍 끝나서
So
팬분들이
today's
좀
match
아쉬울 것
ended a little bit
같아요.
early,
그만큼
so the
팬
fans
서비스 한번
might be a
보여주셔야
little
되는데, POTM 보드
bummed out about
생각나시나요?
it. So
나시죠?
나는 것 같아요.
그죠? 그럼 한번 보여주세요.
can you give us a little bit of a ceremony?
둘, 셋.
And he shows the little hearts.
네, 자 다음 POTM을 받으시면 또 제가 이런 세레머니 시키도록 할 테니까
And
준비해
if you
오시기
receive the
바랍니다.
next POTM, she's going to
알겠습니다.
ask
자,
him
오늘
to do it
이렇게
again.
팀 팔콘의 프로퍼 선수와 이야기 나눠봤는데요.
That's it for the
승리 다시
interview.
한번
And with
축하드립니다.
Yeti and
감사합니다.
Whack on standby for the next match, I
네,
will be throwing
저희는
it
잠시 쉬는
back to
시간
the
가지고 오늘
casters.
준비된 두 번째 경기 예티와 왁의 경기로 찾아오겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. Good to hear there from Proper. But yeah, a quick series. Now we have another one getting ready to come up, though. Yeti versus Whack. This is kind of looking like the marquee matchup here today. We'll see if it does deliver on the hype, though, when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into our second series here of the evening on day 2 of week 2 in Korea. Now we get ready to go into what should be a significantly closer nail-biter of a set as we have Yeti going up against WAC.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting things, I was looking at some of our info sheets and prep, that both of these teams think the other is the best team in the entire region and entire area. So maybe it's a friendship, maybe it's buddy. I don't know, but I thought that was extremely interesting. So a lot of respect on both sides here, and just so much talent. So many former league players, everyone at the top of their game. Some of the new metas and compositions we've seen lend themselves really well to a lot of the players that we have in this squad. This one should be a banger.
Yeah, really, hopefully does deliver as we go into this one. Yeti, though, we got to see them a little bit yesterday. We're playing that opening close series versus FTG. We're only able to find that singular map win, but I think that maybe they could have a little bit more success. Maybe we can get to that map 5. So that's what I'm going to be keeping my fingers crossed here for. But, I mean, it was a strong start for both squads. 3-0 versus Poker Face for the side of Yeti, taking down that former, top contender squad. WAC, though, beating Genesis, beating Sinprissa, now looking to see if they can get that third win on the board for themselves.
Yeah, and that's always the thing you have to do, especially early on in these standings, is look at, well, where did the wins come from and where did the losses come from? Because it's widely varying. Losing to FTG it's not bad. FTG is one of the top teams, so you're going to be fine. So this one should absolutely be close, and I think when all is said and done after a couple more weeks, I think these teams will be very close to each other in the standings and probably in the top 5 near each other.
Yeah, it just feels like, given what we've seen from some of the other squads, it's almost impossible that they won't be able to make their way in there. I think it's going to be, them maybe fighting against Runaway to try to get up into those spots, but we'll have to just wait and see how things continue to develop, because Runaway, obviously, still some growing pains, still some things that they have to get used to, given the just limited roster. They have 5 players and whatnot as well. So I'm excited to jump into this one, as well as seeing what the map draft is going to be looking like for these squads, because I'm curious. We're seeing a little bit more interesting things coming through. I'm curious if anybody's going to have something planned, pull out a map that we're not used to seeing as much, or if it is just going to kind of keep just being, this King's Row recycled meta, aside from when Vesta comes in and decides to go to Midtown. Do we get some differentiation there, or are these teams still going to be doing some newer things with the comps, but within the same maps? So we'll have to wait and see.
What's really interesting too is that, one, we're still not really sure what comps are going to be run where, right? From one week to the next, we've seen a huge variation. From one evening to tonight, I actually seen also some variation as well. So I also think that we might start seeing some map-specific metas develop, and those might. That's when I really like when teams like this team owns this map because they run this comp, right? Those are when it gets really fun, and you start counter picking and who gets this pick. And so I'm just looking forward to seeing what they come out with, and if there's a whole new composition that we haven't even thought of, because we've already seen new stuff again tonight.
Yeah, and that's why I really love to pivot over to the veto system. And I've been talking about this ad nauseum with with Wolf, with 9K, etc. It's just because it does add so much depth, and it allows just out of game strategies to come into play as we go deeper in this tournament. It might seem pointless at the given time, just because we keep seeing the same maps coming through. So people are probably saying like, okay, well, why don't we just force them to play on these different maps and whatnot? But as we continue to see further development and, you know, a more stable meta and things, people start really settling on certain things map dependent, and teams show how dominant they can be with those certain compositions. That's when we're going to start seeing, like, you know, target bans and whatnot come through a little bit more. So I'm excited for the long-term growth of having the veto system now.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, I was always thrilled when we get into tournaments, even where it's just like, oh, loser picks map. Yeah. Yay, like at least something, because for so long we were so structured of like, it doesn't matter who's playing, what's playing, this is the map, this is the order, this is what happens. And teams were having to adjust to the tournament organization and how things were working there, rather than like adding that extra wrinkle of teams and adding the extra strategy and depth. I completely agree with you. It's been really fun to watch. How it works, I think, is the higher seed coming in gets maps 1, 3, and 5 no matter what. So we're not on a loser pick system. And then obviously the team that doesn't pick the map gets to pick sides, which can come in strategy wise, especially when you're talking about hybrid and escort and things like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll have Yeti now making their way out onto the stage. Of course, plenty of familiar faces on both of these teams. So this is why we're excited for this to be such a big clash. Viper, Knife, Donghak, Irony, and Bliss. No substitutions to speak up, so just looking to try to get the job done here with these 5 players. Whereas there's a little bit more flexibility, an additional tank on the opposite side as we get ready to bring Whack out on stage as well.
Yeah, there was an interesting thing where there's like, how'd you form their team? And the answer was essentially, we think Viper's really good and we want to have good careers, so we built it around Viper.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's high praise. Hard to disagree with that.
Difficult for sure, but I mean, I stacked roster. I mean, Hisang Lip is, of course, the one who's just towering over everybody else.
Which one's Lip?
8'9" gaming warlord out there on the stage, but is alongside Junbin, Max, Chorong, as well as Shu. So, I mean, across the board, both of these teams having some very scary names, which is why we're so excited to get into this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe on paper, given what we've seen, maybe you favor Whack a little bit, but I think this one is close. I would be surprised either way if it's 3-0. I expect at least a map 4, but this is the Yeti roster that you see. Going to be no substitutions. Viper, Knife, again, all of these players with Overwatch League experience, top of their game.
Stacked rosters going up against stacked rosters. That is what we like to see. And that is what we have. I mean, pretty much every single team, you know, you pretty much have like that player in there where you're like, I've been watching the guy for a damn long time, and I can't wait to see him in this open season, you know, with these sometimes new teammates, sometimes previous teammates from Overwatch League teams, sometimes reuniting from, you know, very, very long ago, like in Overwatch or even in contenders. Right. It's great to see everybody coming back together.
Yeah, and some of these players didn't really get the chance to shine as they would, you know, in the league that was, because they picked up late, you know, in 2023, or didn't get to play on the best teams or with the best rosters. So it's really fun to see when teams and organizations kind of build themselves together, what happens and kind of what synergies you have. Here is the Whack roster. I think we've agreed Whack, WAC. I don't know if it stands for anything. I tried to look it up. I couldn't find much. But maybe Song, Yundwin, Max, Chu.
The only thing I could I think of was like, we are champions.
Maybe.
But only some of them are. So I wasn't sure if that's what they were going for. If they were just going for the predictive name, you know, saying like, we will be the champions. But that's what I put together. But, you know, I, for one, am happy to stick with Whack.
Yeah, well, Whack is just a fun word to say regardless. I mean, I hope they play some Cassidy no matter what. I'll watch Lip play anything really, but Lip's Cassidy, and then if Shu can play Baptiste or Ana, I've always had great reverence for Shu. I mean, you could say great things about every single one of these players. I've been a huge fan of Chorong for a very, very long time. Always thought he was overlooked.
All right, well, it's time to go ahead and hear from the coaches and representatives of either squad, so we'll send it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, casters. We are back with the Match 2 team rep interview. And on Team Yeti's side, we have Fate. on stage
다음으로는
again.
왁팀의 문님.
And
안녕하세요.
on Team WAC side, we have Moon.
네, 예티팀의 페이트님 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
So please introduce yourself,
팀에서
Moon
코치를
or
맡고
Fate
있는
from
페이트
Yeti,
박판승이라고 합니다.
and he is the coach for Team Yeti, of course.
네, 다음으로는 왁팀의 문님 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
왁팀 감독
And
문병철입니다.
he is the head coach for WAC.
네, 먼저 예티팀께 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자,
This
어제
first question
메타변화와
goes
함께
to
새로운
Yeti.
조합과 영웅들
Team Yeti has
미리
already
한번
shown some
맛보셨잖아요.
experience
자,
with the
오늘은
meta
좀
shift,
더 유리할 수도
showcasing them in
있겠다라는
yesterday's
생각이
match.
드는데, 자, 조합 접수 완료됐나요?
Has the team now fully locked into
일단
the new
어제
meta?
패배 후에 저희가 좀 모자랐던거나 잘했어야 됐던거나
After the
얘기를 조금 했는데
loss yesterday,
그래서 데뷔는
we
충분히
researched
됐다고 생각합니다.
about
오, 자,
what
어제
went wrong
승맛을
and what
딛고
we could have done
오늘은
better.
그가
So,
승리의
and I
길을
think for today,
가져갈 수 있을
that
것인지 기대가
that
됩니다.
research is complete.
다음으로는 이제 왁팀의 문님께 여쭤보겠습니다.
This next
메타
question goes for
변화 후에
WAC.
치르는 첫 경기죠. 자, 그런 만큼
This is WAC's
왁팀
first
이번
match
메타
since the meta
어떻게 보고
shift.
있을지도 궁금한데요.
What are WAC's thoughts on the meta shift?
맞조합하는 걸로.
And I think that I don't really have a particular thought that stands out, but I think that moving on, we are going to just match the compositions that the opponents bring out.
자, 오늘 경기 난이도 상중
And
하중에
for both teams,
골라주세요.
how would you rate today's match in terms of difficulty level, easy, medium, or hard?
중상.
And
네, 둘이 사제지간이라고
Yeti's Fate says
들었거든요.
medium.
네.
이래도 되나요?
뭐 열심히
A
해야죠.
little bit of chuckling,
어쨌든
and he's just, we
우승과
gotta
함께
work hard.
중상이라고 말씀해 주셨는데, 자, 우리 문님은 어떻게
For Moon,
보실까요?
상이라 할 줄 알았는데.
I
중상이라는
thought
거 보니까
Fate would say hard,
어머.
but since he said medium,
이렇게 웅성웅성하고
Moon
있습니다.
says
이 경기장이.
very easy.
자, 그렇다면 지금까지 예티 팀의 페이트와 왁 팀의 문님과 이야기 나눠봤는데요.
And that's the
경기가 더
interview
기대되지 않나요?
for
다음
with
경기
Fate
바로
and
시작하기
Moon,
전에 랩
and
경기 밴딩
I will be sending
해주시죠.
it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Quest. Moon out here looking like a young Park Chan-wook right there with the drip and the hair part going on. Man's about to come out and make old boy by the looks of things, but looks like we're gonna go back to good old faithful maps. No real iteration happening here. It's just gonna be Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, Esperanca, Saravatsa, and Shambali Monastery.
Gave me a little bit of Peaky Blinders vibes, actually. But same old maps, no surprises here. But I think that's interesting. We'll see how these compositions play out here. I mean, I'm almost hesitant to say like the new meta. It's not been long enough. But I also do like that they said we're just going to mirror whatever they play. That to me, that's like kind of a baller move of like it doesn't matter what you play, we have better players, kind of thing. So I think that's really interesting. Like I said in the pre-show, like a lot of these. Or both of these teams with great respect for each other, and you can kind of see even the playfulness of like, I thought you were going to say hard. Well, I guess, whatever. So great stuff going on there. I'm really stoked for this match. And I think, we'll see what these compositions run. If any two squads are going to run like exactly what we saw yesterday the entire time, being the Zarya and Cassidy, I think it would be these two.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And I mean, coming into this, the prospect of Lip, picking up that Cassidy as well. We just got to see Proper rolling it. That sounds damn exciting. So I, for one, am hoping that we kind of get that head-to-head with these newer comps that are going to be coming through, or potentially coming through, that we have been seeing over the last, day and opening series, I suppose, is what we can put it down to.
Yeah, and also, the Tracer play on both sides is going to be essential and top. See, that's the one thing that always makes me happy is, Tracer is always the good old constant. I used to call her the logo based on the league's old logo, and it's just the game's always better when Tracer's in it, high skill expression, and pretty much that's the only thing that hasn't changed at all in almost any of these compositions is pick whichever 4 heroes you want, I'll be on Tracer, and maybe I'll meet up with you guys.
All right, well, game is ready, so let's go ahead and start things off here. Yeti versus WAC. We are hoping for a banger. We are expecting a banger. Let's see if these teams are going to be able to deliver on that front as we jump into Lijiang Tower.
Okay. Can't tell anything yet.
Nope.
The lip rat would be great, though. I'm all here for it. Don't think we're gonna see it. Yeah. interesting stage. Which one are we on? I didn't see. Are we on
are
Gardens?
on Garden.
Okay.
I think the fan cheer also saying whack. So, I guess we're just going with whack.
I'll take your word for it.
Sound like they said.
We'll get to the bottom of it at some point.
Okay, well...
I won't, but someone smarter than me will.
Well, this is looking like everything that you prepared for your opening day yesterday.
Yay!
As it's going to be Doom Echo Tracer to start things off. Right there from Donghak just going to be jumping back across and joining with the rest of the squad as the neutral fight does begin. Electric Slam not going to find too much value there as Knife trying to get the better of Heesung. Can't quite track him down though with that beam, so he manages to survive narrowly though. As Chorong pushing forward.
The best spot.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking quite a bit of damage there. As a punch also coming through. Quite a bit of damage, but so far nobody falling on either side, so somewhat evenly matched it would seem as Donghak swinging around the back, able to grab that Mega Pack, but shouldn't be able to find an opening kill as Viper will get taken out. Now, a bit of a square off here between the Doomfist. Should have been getting some of that healing coming through, trying to stay alive, punching Irony back over into that Mega Pack though. It's going to be Heesung and Knife coming up big with the goods. They come up with some kills, and that is going to be Whack maintaining control of the point.
Yeah, a lot of it is just the damage not being able to finish it. I think you go back to that Knife Heesung Sky fight, and Knife not being able to confirm that, and then falls down in the wrong spot. If he's able to confirm that kill, you're able to join back up with your team, and it's a completely different fight. And also with Viper falling, that's pretty much the end of that. So they chose fights.
It's out on an island, and yep, there you go. Pulse Bomb does come through. Lip able to go ahead and finish the job, so this reapproach going to be stopped short here from Yeti. Wait for that Doomfist to come back in. And with a little bit of fishing, they're not going to be able to find any staggers, so we'll just pull back across the bridge.
Yeah, and already 50%, because there was a pretty early cap from Whack even while those fights were going on. This is such a hard stage to figure out how are we going to get back in.
Incendiary Rush now going to be used on either side. Short off, beat still held. Bliss using his, and it looks like Whack want to try to hold this as long as they possibly can, but as they use it, okay, I was going to say Shu does get taken down, but it doesn't matter because Heesung, he comes up with 3 eliminations, maybe even a 4th. Nope, Lip will find that for himself.
The double tracer has been so interesting to watch in these compositions. It's kind of like what proper special. He started pulling it off, and 2 tracers, like in almost every other composition, especially if you're facing like a different composition with a different tank, you would duplicate the other tank, and we've seen people duplicate the Zarya and the Junker, but in this comp, going double tracer is huge.
Well, Lip getting the better of Viper there. Pulse Bomb sent back into the spawn room. Lip getting himself a second now built up as it's 95%. And this could very well shut down the reapproach. Dashes away, avoids that seismic slam. Knife going to be taken out as Lip hovering low on HP, but just not really under any form of duress. Meteor Strike going to be used. Donghak looking for an opportunity to drop down, but Lip has found another elimination as Viper's just not going to be allowed to use this ult. He misses the punch. He goes down into the drink, and that should just about be the 100-0 coming through, barring a miracle from the side of Yeti, and yup, that's not going to be found.
Yeah, that was kind of symbolic of the round for Yeti right there. I believe they got a single kill onto Shu. Other than that, completely one-sided. I think it does start with those DPS 1v1s that opened up the rounds. The Echo losing theirs, and then obviously Viper losing the 1v1, and after that, it was just over.
Yeah, it's catching him without the recall available. It's really clean stuff here. And I mean, you know, Lip with some very nice moments, but Heesung just dominating the skies, dominating the ground when he had that Tracer dupe coming through. Just a hell of a lot to try to work through. Looks like Whack, though, going to be the ones making the first adjustment. Still a different look, though. It's going to be Junbin coming out with the Orisa, but Lip showing the Cassidy.
Okay. Yeah, it's control center, so things do usually get a little bit different here. So Whack can play a much slower, static composition. It's going to be, the onus is going to be on Yeti to try to dislodge this Orisa from this ground here.
Yeah.
You slam in.
Slam in, but immediately shoved back. Viper, though, with a great opener. Will find Shu. Lip going to be taken down as well. The Doomfist will find him in the end, and Junbin will just fall. We'll see if there's going to be any quick adjustments from the side of Whack, or if they're going to try to stick through with this composition. But it will be Yeti getting their first taste of percentage here as they get the initial lockdown.
You might give it another go. One of the problems of staying in this room where Whack had initially posted up is that it's really hard for Lip to get an angle on Knife, and you saw Knife just rain in damage to open up those kills.
Alright, well, the fight can continue. Ult's still going to be far away from every single player out here, but Lip is able to find an opener. This Bliss going to be taken out. That grenade, oh, yep. Once it gets locked in, there's just no way to avoid it. Lip finding him, finishing him with a headshot, Knife getting taken down. It's going to be a very fast flip here in the Wax favor. As Donghak will be the last one to fall, so some added stagger. I say last one to fall, but still under threat here as they're looking for Viper, and they take him so damn low. Tucked into the corner, desperately trying to get that spray through, but the heals are going to be good enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, kind of very smart there play from Lijiang, because that Tracer was just about dead, but even if you get the kill but you lose your own life, is it really worth the trade? Not really, so pulls back on it. Whack has retaken the point, 26 and counting up. Yeah, see if there's can be a re-engagement here, and it's going to be if the Doomfist can get any... Already stunned out, though. Yeah,
stunned out, forced to put the fists up, keep himself protected for the time being. Is Duke going to come through? And I'm not sure if that was the target that Knife was looking for. Either way, Lucio going to be added to the mix, and Lucio going to be taken out of it. Bliss going to fall. Knife is able to find Lip, however, making the best of it. On the elimination, but now Donghak going to be gone, so a 2-for-1. Pulse Bomb out. Viper evening the odds here. His shoot will get dropped. Scan barrier, however, still in the back pocket here from Chorong, so staying power still looking good for the side of Whack. Just trying to put some damage here into Jinbin. Advantage of some of that lack of support, but now Beat gets dropped. Shoes rejoined. Bliss again is getting cycled right back into the spawn room. It's a huge target here for the side of Whack, continually getting that punishment. Sisang will just recall back out.
Yeah, it just seems like Yeti's never had been at full strength here, not able to combination ults the way they want to, not able to set up fights the way they want, and also the chase down has been really good. They're almost always getting at least damage and sometimes kills on the exit.
Okay, well, Immortality Field is going to be cleaned up and Shu is going to get taken down. Drop down here in the back. See some damage there on the Chorong as Junbin trying to stay alive, but can't try parrying off that beam from Knife. So we'll be able to find an opener, and the flip getting ready to come through. Meanwhile, back over here on the point as Bliss, well, he's trying to do his damnedest to hound down the enemy Tracer, but eventually does fall. More time dwindling. Somebody needs to get the touch here. Yeti eventually will find it and look at the flip, but now Lip has found Knife. Viper is dead. There's no damage dealers available here for the side of Yeti. With that punch, they are able to find a kill onto Lip, but the flip right back into their favor with Jinbin re-aggressing here on this Wrecking Ball. Let's see now, going to start plummeting. Donghak out on an island, pushed way too far forward, has to take the rocket punch out to safety. The tag in from Bliss, he gives his life for the cause. Let's force up the OT a little bit more, but now they need to get this flip back into their control, but it's looking just so unlikely for him. Donghak forced back, Irony under threat of getting taken out. Donghak will now die. Pulse Bomb does come through there from the side of Viper, but it won't find the elim that they were looking for, so it's going to be a 2-0 to start things off, as Whack, a couple of hiccups, but widely look dominant on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and there's one reason that you call Orisa an anchor tank, and it's exactly what it sounds like, even though with the redesign, you don't just plop down the shield and sit there, but even with the kit as it is right now, Orisa can just anchor a point, and you can see that the supports are able to flank past it a little bit, and they can dance around, look for damage on different angles. So you've got Orisa at center, your supports at the right who are protecting that flank, and it's almost like a whole 180 of just stuff you can't go into. And then you're just protecting flanks, your cast is there, so you're just really stable there, really static defense, and I mean, essentially, it always comes down to hitting shots, and that's what they did. Knife was getting kind of rocked there. It's always a weird stage to play a vertical hero. Like, Pharah used to be played on that map a little bit too, but Knife looked like a little bit of trouble in the control center there too, especially with the Dupcio, the distant cousin of the Boostio, of course.
Yeah, I'm assuming that one was maybe a bit of a mistake in the chaos, just kind of getting the wrong target. I mean, it's not a bad one to go for. I mean, he was able to put up a kill, and if you can build up that sound very, very quickly, obviously it's going to hold decent value. But got confirmation based on the Korean fan signs. It is written in Korean as Whack. So there we go. Nailed it from the outset. Was never a doubt in my mind. But this is a little bit more of a one-sided look. It is control, so things could always change as we go into other map types, but a lot more dominant from Whack than I was anticipating.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no other way to say it, and especially that first stage was like embarrassingly one-sided. There was a single kill that came out from Yeti, so maybe back to the drawing board, and then it just seemed like Yeti did not have a great answer on how to deal with the Orisa. the Orisa just kind of held sway, and you can't really deny the Orisa from getting where they want. The only thing you can do is let the Orisa get where they want, hope that the cooldowns are down, and then all converge. But the problem is there was so much good healing, and then the immortality fields were great. Despite the one that Lip got punched out of and hit the wall, that was a little unfortunate. But the immortality was there to keep him alive beforehand. So just really, like, you set up in that area, and the immortality covers center, and then it usually covers that back wall and the stairway too, so it's just great spots. And then they had the Baptiste and the Lucio on the right side watching flanks. There is so much good positioning on that map for that composition. And then, you know, if Lip doesn't feel pressured, which obviously didn't, just hit shots. Even got stuck at the end and was like, fine, I'll just Deadeye, and still no problem. Got immortality field, just victory. So completely one-sided, and a lot of it, I would say some of it was composition, especially the ball play too was actually cool. We didn't hit on, but a lot of it was too, just even early on, DPS were just outclassing the other set of DPS.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Moon just trying to send a message over to Fate and say, hey, look, I've been doing this for a lot longer than you have. I used to coach you, and you have to have a little bit more growth before you're going to be able to take me down. So it does get that dominant start here for the side of WAC. And as we get ready to go into King's Row, I mean, more familiar territory, a much more known map. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be, you know, kind of back to more mirrored stuff like we were seeing initially there on Gardens, or if it will be more iteration with, you know, the Orisa coming through. But I also think we saw Jinmin stepping out. So I think that it's going to be Max coming back in once we eventually do go to the break. So I think that we will see that substitution be made.
Yeah, in King's Row, we've seen just so many different compositions already on it, and it was the Doom mirror early on, and then we've seen a couple teams play with the Sigma idea. We could see almost anything here, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. I just hope for a little bit of a run back, and so it's not so one-sided.
I'm right there with you. Well, we'll see if we get that when we get ready to go into King's Row, but first we're going to take a quick little break, so we'll see you guys in a minute. We are back, and it's now time to go into map 2 of the second series here of the evening. Whack out to a nice and early lead here, getting a 2-0 victory over on Lijiang Tower in dominant fashion. Now we get ready to go into their own map pick of King's Row.
Yeah, this is the map we've seen probably the most in the Korean region, and it is tried and true. There is a substitution with Max coming in and Junbin out for Whack. Max, very well known for their Sigma play, also can play a Zarya or a D.Va, so kind of no matter what you're going to run on Kings, you want Max in for the most part, so yeah, makes sense there on that sub. And yeah, even when teams were mirroring the Doom, there were a couple teams toying around with the Sigma that, and I thought they were toying around with the Sigma because they didn't necessarily have as good a Doom, which was true as well, but there you could definitely see that there was some good ideas happening with this Sigma on King's Row, especially on defense. And then on offense, if you want, you can start running the D.Va on the offense to start taking over some high ground, do some mitigation. So a lot of good options for teams on King's Row. And there is the aforementioned Max.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going to be coming out here, because I believe they're going to be starting on the defense first. The Sigma, we have seen it have really good success. It's great if you can really get entrenched and really diff your opponents to be able to pull off things like full holds. But it also can be really vulnerable to being displaced early on, because you really want to be staying on the high ground as much as possible. So if the enemy team is good enough to force you down onto the low ground, that's where that Sigma starts kind of falling apart a little bit. So I'm going to be curious to see how Yeti gets ready to start things off here on this attack, because it needs to be swift. You want to be able to have that high build-up, time bank as much as humanly possible for the start, because we've seen how slowed down you can get when you go into the street space.
At this point in this tournament, if you are able to put one successful hold on first defense, you're ahead of the curve. Because for the most part, teams have just been getting absolutely rolled on first defense. And I mean, a lot of credit to the offense, of course, but King's Row first has been going extremely fast. So any sort of defense you can mount there bodes well for your chances. But I also love Max coming in for this pool as well, because King's Row, usually it seems like one of those maps, unless the meta is really, really stable, that you're going to probably switch tanks between first and last point.
Yeah, I think that is something that we certainly could expect here from them. But we'll see. I mean, that was way more dominant of a first map than I was expecting. So maybe as we go into King's Row, we'll have something cooked up here for Yeti. They can have a really dominant attack to kick things off, get themselves down to the end of the map. Let's go ahead and jump into it. We head to King's Row.
Shouldn't have said Whack was going to be medium.
I mean, Moon said that Yeti was going to be easy. And looks like for now, that's what we're expecting, as Max is going to be there on that Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, the double flex support, but it's usually what people have been running with the Sigma. So, this is the standard Sigma comp that you see on King's Row. Offensively, we'll give him a second. But I think Viper on the Genji actually makes a lot of sense. A lot of times, if you can take this high ground, you can either force them to the low ground, or you force them into the back corner, and that's where Genji runs wild with dashes.
Yeah, that and just trying to get on top of that Zenyatta, being able to dash through and really take away a large part of that HP bar in an instant can be devastating here for the defense. So already going to be backpedaling down into the Mega Room. This Viper just moving forward, going for these right clicks, up close and personal, pops it quick there on the deflect. But I'm not going to be broken out of the mech. Get a little bit of trade back here. Shu and Chorong both do end up falling, so now Whack going to be without their supports, and this is what we're talking about, the easy crumble. Being forced off that high ground, forced into a bad position. See though if they're going to be able to try to hold this one. His lip going low, dashes forward, gets himself into hotel, grabs the health pack. Waiting to kind of see if anyone comes in to pursue, as Max now going to be backpedaling, but first tick going to be picked up, but free contest available for the side of Whack as they get ready for their supports to rejoin. Viper under a little bit of fire as that Discord Orb does come through onto him, but Max now crumbling, Bliss finding the elimination, and things continue to look very good here for Yeti, and with Heezong going down, yep, that is just going to be the point cap.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeti kind of took it slow. I was expecting them to really converge and finish up those last couple kills, but that may have been strategic. We'll see if they push forward on this while Whack is not at full strength. It would almost seem like a stagger, because after they got the first few kills, they took the foot off the gas for a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be the case. just waiting and taking away high ground.
Max just sticking through here with that Sigma. He's going to be 23% away from having the Flux online, which kind of helps shut down the push through this choke point, but Viper with a blade. Going to be a scary prospect, especially if he waits, but no, he's going to go pull the trigger on it, dives into the back line for a target, slice across, will eventually be able to find Jorung, gets shoot. The support's now gone. Push very much broken open here in favor of Yeti. He's now just trying to safely get back over to the cart and Secretion down. Now he can just look to farm up another blade.
Well on their way already. I mean, it's usually something that you wait for beat, but what a boon to their economy now that they don't have to use beats during that. That's enormous. Beat's probably the most important alts, I don't know. Well, it might be hyperbolic, but it might be the most important alt in the game right now. It's so good at defense and initiation, so to not have to combo that and to get the value they did out of it, it's so impressive.
Okay, well, a little bit of reprieve here found as Hisung is able to get the kill on the Viper. Sending the rest of the team pedaling back just a bit here. As the Echoes will go in for the Sky battle, but neither really finding a connection with those sticky bombs. Instead, looks like Knife wanted to try to really work Max a little bit lower here. Get that Sigma, don't have to worry about the kinetic grasp with a beam. Slip trying to get that first pulse bomb online. Irony going to be tagged to go around the corner. Nano now going to be invested. Goes over here towards Hisung, who still has that dupe in the back pocket. Sound barrier in response to the Flux, looking to keep everybody alive, but pulse bomb goes out. Lip's able to find Irony as Donghak takes a nap. Hisung, however, going to be taken out. Dupe not used at all, not found. And that's going to be Knife collecting 2 more kills. Self-destruct from Donghak finds Max, and this push is going to continue.
Yeah, and that's the power of being able to have the beat. Beat keeps everyone alive during what they should have died during. It's so critical, so important. And yeah, they're on a huge pace right now. Yeti did invest most of what they had, though. Opening up with Rush, of course, is always going to be the right move. All right, a Reinhardt sighting.
Oh my. Donghak, what are you bringing to the table? Either way, I like it. The swaps are coming through. Knife's going to go over to the Cassidy. Lip's already dead. Viper kills him off with a deflection. A little bit of a take there onto the high ground. Eats a bit of damage, but continues to just rotate back up, and they want to try to display Shu, and they already have.
Okay, Max on Zarya. Lip goes to Ashe. Teams recomposing themselves.
Okay, full deflection burn. Hisung with the dupe, looking to try to build up towards this blade, find some impact, gets in behind the Rhine shield, pin not going to connect, now blade coming in, immortality guild set up to try to keep Donghak alive, but Hisung eventually going to be able to find him, doubles up for Bliss, now the dupe will expire, right back into the Echo form, great tracking actually, identify Viper climbing up the wall, is able to take him down, and now Donghak says, you know what, it's not the time for Rhine.
I don't want to anger Reinhardt fans, they're the tank equivalent of Mercy stands. So it was a good play. It was a good hero. I think that was the right choice. Back to the Doomfist, though. So the interesting thing is seeing Lip here on the Ashe. I haven't seen where they're set up, but they're pretty decent long sight lines. Got to worry about that, though. He jumped off of the high ground. But Bob can be really good at that last point, too. Has Chorong been holding on to this Transcendence for as long as I think?
He has had it since before point B was taken. Now, they try to isolate Max. Transcendence will be used to keep him alive. Hisung able to find one, but Max taken down before Donghak does fall. Very big pullback. Dynamite goes up over the top, and Hisung is able to pursue in to find the elimination there on the Knife. So a little bit of slow up here onto Yeti's push, but still 2.5 minutes to work with. But Lip with the headshot onto Bliss will buy them even more time.
Yeah, Ashe on this point can be really good. It's a point that you often see a Widow on, but obviously Ashe is just much more consistent, much more utility. Being able to take the high ground, because there's 2 really nice defensive high ground platforms, and then also if you're running with the Baptiste can be up there with you, and just so much long range hit scan damage coming out. 2 minutes left for the defense as they've kind of fortified their defenses here on last. Bob goes in. Where's Bob?
I'm not sure quite yet, but Viper around the side, blade pulled widely, is going to be zoned back, so he's unable to find too much value here. Sound barrier shielding from Bliss going to be expiring. Hisung once again with the dupe, looking to try to build up towards his blade, gets pushed off the high ground, dashes right back in. So can the dupe get out here alongside Donghak, gets the blade, only he's going to be able to use it for about a half a second. But Viper and Donghak will both fall in the meantime as Hisung cleans up the kill there onto Irony. Now a minute and a half remaining here for the side of Yeti. Still do hold on to that Kitsune rush, nearly a dupe there, but there's going to be a grab on the opposite side.
Well, Wags has just dominated the high ground here in the last point, and whether it's Hisang, whether it's Lip, whether it's Shu, they've been dominating the high ground and not knocked off of it. So they're in the middle platform. If there's any pressure, they back up a little bit, they get bubbles, and they go to the second platform. Knife has been unable to dislodge them. Bliss may be trying to help with some long distance, but the Ana's done very little here.
Strike out, side of the back, Knife now, bringing the dupe, bringing that Ash into play. Already gets the 2-tap there on the Chirag, taking him down. Mortality field had been cleared out, now the Bob thrown out into the mix, and it instantly finds value as Max is going to be taken down. Shu's able to isolate it, finish it off. And Slip just trying to slow up the rest of this push, but getting closer to the finish line now is Yeti. Great shots, Bliss going to be eliminated. The Dynamite going through the push back here onto Knife, looking for the kill. Haven't been able to confirm it quite just yet. They look to hound him down, and Max pushing forward there with the Diva will be able to find him in the end. Viper now calling out Donghak, fallen. It's just 30 seconds remaining. No further staggers can be afforded, but Irony does end up falling.
Knife with the Hanzo, another rare sighting, maybe to try to deal with Lip from the long distance, try to get something going. Knife's Echo was not the greatest thing so far, but that's in comparison to Hisang's Echo, which has gotten so much done. Speaking of, there's going to be a dupe, there's going to be a Bob. Whack in a great position to hold this lead.
All right. Well, coming down to this one, but as you say, ults stacked against them. The touch is in, and already Viper going to be taken out. That pulse bomb could have been instrumental here for them. Now the rest of his team needs to try to buy enough time for him to rejoin the fight. Grecian stun going in, Donghak taken so very low, the healing coming across to try to keep him alive, but it's just him and Bliss, and they're completely zoned back. So a successful defense in the end here from the side of Wack, not allowing for the full cap to come through, but Yeti still with a dominant attack.
Yeah, I mentioned Max, the substitution, very well known for their Sigma play, their Zarya play, and their Diva play. And Max played Sigma, Zarya, and then Diva. So with the full talent tree on display, all looked pretty solid, and it's just that versatility. And they all work really well on Kings at different points, especially that last point. Adding in Diva to your high ground mix is so critical. I mean, if I want to be critical on the other side, I thought Knife definitely got out-echoed, especially third point. Hisang was getting so much value, and then Knife was okay, and then I didn't see where the Ana was really coming into play and getting enough like nano boost value or even sleeps or antis. And Bliss was on that Ana for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, a couple nanos that were chucked in there that were helping to find some good value, but widely wasn't getting too much done there. Here's to see, though, Black for now hovering the same comp with maybe just an opening shot from Hisang on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, when teams
here?
run this... Yeah, when teams run this comp on first, I want to say, who did it? Vesta? Simprissa? Anyway, one of the teams that does not have a very good Doomfist, they would still run it on offense, too.
Okay, well, one shot, no kill. Quick swap, over to the Tracer. So are going to be sticking through this one. Curious to see, just given the advantages you can have from running a Zarya into the Doomfist. But Sleep Dart, talking about value from that. Donghak put down on the ground for a brief little moment there. It's going to be a little bit of a back and forth, though, as Viper, okay, evening up the count now. Bliss under a little bit of fire, needs to try to stay alive here for the rest of the squad. Won't be able to do so. Max in the meantime, though, and the ticks coming through as Lip is just playing the point. Max, okay, he will be able to find Lucio. So now, rejoin. Donghak coming back in, but without the Lucio, they need to try to play this out patiently, so maybe a bit of a last-second touch attempt, but Viper getting taken low, being held at bay, but Donghak on the re-entry is able to find Jorong. Knife getting Hisang. Now looks like that retake can very much come to fruition for the side of Yeti. Just can't afford to lose any more players. Max, last one playing forward, is going to be kiting back, and the grass going to be used trying to get some of that shielding, but stuck around the backside of Statue. He will eventually fall as the Seismic Slam comes through. Great re-aggression here from the side of Yeti to save them all for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, really patient play. Viper could have tried to play hero and go after Lip and Max, who were the two remaining offensive players on the points, but just buys the time, stays alive, and then Donghak probably was one of those great Doom Tech movements and just gets to the back line and deletes Chorong. I didn't see exactly what happened, but when they turned and saw where Donghak was, I have no idea where he came from.
Completely shut him down. Chorong again and Shu both going to be very much under fire. Hisang will be able to get the better of Knife, and the support line here for Wack is able to find some stability. still are held at bay as Donghak just tries to keep them locked in that archway and that choke, but eventually he will get taken down. They will be able to cap the point as Viper's trying to make his way out to safety. But I mean, look at Hisang just kind of flicking to be able to line up those shots.
The zoning
They got
stickies.
him more. Yep. Okay, so follow-up. Stagger does come through, so Cart can start inching its way through this opening choke, and Whack have 5 ultimates to utilize.
Yeah, and it's really important to win that fight with gusto so that you can get through the archway, which can be a really difficult choke to get through. They're going to be at least halfway through second point, which is a much better point to be in offensively than trying to deal with getting through the choke against a Doomfist and against Kitsune Rush. It's going to be interesting to see where Irony puts down this Kitsune Rush. But you have to think that that's going to be the opening thing from Yeti. Yeti's running a composition that you can't really just sit back on defense and wait for the offense. You have to be aggressive with it.
Yeah, nice nade. That's good. Viper going to be answered there for a brief little moment as the Duke comes in. Pulse bomb up and Lip, not going to be able to find any kills, and now the Kitsune Rush is into play from Irony. No HP out onto Viper as Knife is going to go going for the dupe here onto the Ana, adding another one to the mix. Looking for some antis here onto the enemy team perhaps, but so far not going to be building up towards that nano, so won't be able to find that as Chodong desperately just trying to stay alive, kiting back. It's at the right click, great snipe out of that dupe, eventually will fall, but Wiley the fight still going the way here of Whack as Donghak trying to fight back as the fist raised, but eventually will just end up crumbling, so Heart can continue rolling forward as Lip is just sat here on it, just bringing it up.
Yeah, should be a pretty easy second point cap. Chorong does switch off of the Zen. I mean, Zen obviously got bullied up there, but if you're going to die like that, got some value on the way out at the very least. They will get second point. 4.5 minutes to finish this one out to go up 2-0. Whack has put a pretty dominant performance. Here comes some composition changes. It's going to be the Zarya Cassidy and Baptiste. The good, the Bap, and the bubbly, as we all call it.
I see. You were not lying when you said you had prepared some additional names here.
I'm thinking about it.
All right. Well, for now, Lip is just getting completely juggled around. I mean, the guy just has no control of over his own mobility. Just knocked around completely, but eventually is going to be found at the cost of Donghak, though. Maybe a bit of an over pursuit there, but for now the cart's going to be stuck here on the corner, but high energy Zarya makes for a bad time for Yeti, so everybody having to back up over towards the spawn room doors, and that brings in the cart a little bit closer here to the golden box of victory. Getting taken low. Will get some attention there from Max to keep him safe. Right click's going to be locked in. Viper forced back away as Lip is just trying to displace Knife off this high ground, taking him out of the skies, but Mag Grenade is not going to connect, and he's just not being given line of sight.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of playing around this composition until they want to initiate. There's the initiation. Rush comes out.
Rush comes out, but Matrix on the opposite side to try to stave off the push forward. Max and Shu both going to be down low. Immortality Field cleared out by Viper as the Duke now comes in from Knife, looking for the Zarya, but is very swiftly going to be broken out of that one, but it doesn't matter because Strong and Hisang have already been found. Lip leaving in a couple shots, trying to find something here on the back end, but everybody else has already been taken out, so he'll just make his exit back into the spawn room doors, keep himself alive. Just under 3 minutes now to chew through for the side of Yeti if they want to find a win.
Yeah, quality efficiency there from Yeti as well, to be able to win a fight just with Rush. Rush should win you fights with this composition, especially, so nice keeping the aggression up. They have to be a little bit careful. You don't want to lose anyone, don't want to lose Irony, not because you can't afford to lose the Cures in this fight, but you need the Rush to be charging.
I mean, first beat out there from Bliss, but now backpedaling over towards the point. It's going to be Knife taken down. They got Chorong's beat out. Pulse bomb from Viper, able to find Chorong. Good kills, and he actually doubles up, finding Hisang as well. Tries to dash across, get over to the Mega Pack. Lip is able to hound him down, finding that elimination. Stronghack going to be forced back once more. Time by looking halfway decent here for the side of Yeti. Just 2 minutes now to try to work through. But ults are eluding them at the moment. That Graviton Surge from Max could be absolutely monstrous.
I've been holding on to it, waiting for the right time here.
Bubbles out, Deadeye, getting quite a bit of damage through. Bliss going to be taken down as well as a Meteor Strike. And then maybe drop down on top of the Cowboy, but it's not going to find too much damage. Grab, in response, he's actually managed to slide away from it before the grab can come through. So, grab value, not going to be found, but now there's an Amp Matrix in play just behind the cart. Donghak caught off over in Mega Room, ends up getting taken down. Now it's just nearly 100 energy here for the side of Max. Just melts through that Immortality Field. Pulse bomb from Hisang, able to find Bliss. There's a break onto the dupe. The Kitsune Rush in desperation from Irony as they desperately try to save them off, but it just seems like it's not going to happen. Max still staying alive. Donghak cannot do the same. WAC will eventually be able to break through the defenses and get the push through. They now find themselves up in a 2-0 lead.
A little bit closer that matchup, but really, Max's hero pool is made for Kings Row right now. Like, how good was that to watch the Sigma come through and be the stable offensive push that you need for the most part, the stable defensive part. On second, when it gets a little bit weird, you can switch over to Zarya. And then third is not the greatest to run Sigma on. You can, but then the Diva can be so helpful if the other team starts running this high ground and you need a good dislodge idea rather than the Doom going up and having to use cooldowns. Diva can fly up and still matrix and mitigate. So Max coming in was a huge clutch play. The Zarya at the end, brutal. And then again, very much like the first map, the damage dealers for WAC were just a little bit stronger in almost every aspect on almost every hero.
Yeah, I think still some concerns to be had when it comes down to that defense, trying to really rely on the Sigma. Again, I was talking about how easy it can be to break through that if you just take that high ground control away from them, and it was out of their hands within 10 seconds. So that's something to maybe workshop, because there are teams that are even stronger than Yeti that are out there that you'll have to face, and they are going to be looking to do very much the same. So maybe they'll change things around in the future for Kings Row. We'll keep our eyes trained on that, or if they're really going to just stick with Max in that Sigma kind of setup. But, you know, if they are going to do that, then clearly they need to have some more backup game plans.
Right. Well, no one's really figured out first point defense on Kings Row yet. They just haven't. So, yeah, but also I think, especially that first point offense with the Sigma was kind of strange. It really allowed the Doomfist to come in and just dominate the backline because it's not the greatest peeler, especially if you miss a rock and your shield is too slow, like you're just in trouble. And we saw the Zen on their squad get punished, but that's kind of one of the things that's like part of that composition is the price of doing business is if they want to go on the Zen, fine, but we have to kill them if they kill our Zen. Like we can't just give up the Zen and let them get out. And I think they did a good job responding to that.
Yeah. But we'll see how the adjustments are going to be for that map in the future. But for now, it's looking like WAC want to just deliver another 3 Overwatch day. Saw it in the first series, and right now they continue to just, maybe get pushed back a little bit, but then they find their footing and they just become entrenched, and they look damn scary. So WAC out to a strong lead, now have match point in the back pocket. And for Yeti, for Coach Fate, need to try to pull off a reverse sweep or at least pick up a couple other maps. I believe we have Esperanca coming up again for our push map, so we'll get ready to go into that one and see.
It would make sense.
How things are going to be looking, but I believe that we're probably going to be seeing Junbin stepping back in as well.
Shouldn't have said medium. Shouldn't have said medium. But Esperanca, I think, is the next map. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Which, like, this is like the standard boilerplate map set that we've seen the most of in this part of the region.
Yeah, a little
you
bit
go
of
Lijiang, you go Kings Row, you go Esperanca. Yeah, for the most part. Everything else is a little bit of an outlier. But yeah, so it's surprising results so far. Not just that WAC is up 2-0, but kind of how they've done it.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Well, we'll see if Yeti can find their footing when we come back to the break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, time to go into what could be our final map here of our second series of the day. Whack way out in front with this 2-0. Been able to stave off advances here from the side of Yeti. Shut them down. Now we get ready to go into Yeti's map pick of Esperanca. So let's see if they have something different prepared for us, as we will see Junbin stepping back on stage.
Yeah, I don't know if this is necessarily like something special prepared. It's not like a wild map pick. Maybe if it was like a new Queen Street, I'd be like, oh, maybe they want to run a Junker Queen or something. But this just is the most basic of map picks. These are the safest, least variant map picks. Obviously, Jumping coming back in, so I wouldn't expect anything super out of the ordinary. For the most part, it's not really been giant composition differences, in my opinions. A lot of it is just execution.
Sure.
It goes back to like the first fight on the first map. It's just execution, and it's millimeters away. These teams are very close. It's just everything has fallen in favor of Whack tonight. So this is one that Yeti is probably going to go back to the tape and be like, well, why did you use this blink to the left instead of the right? You know, stuff like that. That's how small some of these differences are. So it's not compositional. It's not map picks. It's just been down to execution, and to a man right now. The Tracer play's been better, the Echo play's been better, some of the tank play's been better, and a lot of the times the ultimate usage, or lack thereof, in ultimate economy has just been in favor of Whack.
Yeah, a couple times really getting caught. I mean, Bliss as well, just getting cycled back because Lip and Heesung have been so on point. So as soon as he tries to rejoin, be the hero to save that and bail out the rest of the team, sent right back into the spawn room doors. So it's been some rough tidings for the side of Yeti.
Well, it's Bliss and Irony, too, because some of the fights that Yeti was able to win were off of Kitsune Rush, which is really the engine that makes that composition go in a lot of the cases. Kiriko's Kitsune Rush, it might as well be zone control, area control. It gets everyone moving. It's an aggressive ultimate. It's not really a reactive ultimate at times. But when Irony was getting picked off, like halfway through, Kitsune can charge really fast if you're doing some damage and getting stuff done. So just the amount of ultimates that weren't able to be charged based on the aggression that Whack put on the backline really ended up biting Yeti.
All right, well, gates will open up, and let's see if we're going to go right back into, a mirror matchup as the Doomfists come back into play. Saw some adjustments, though, on that Lijiang Tower, so maybe it'll come through depending on who gets the edge here. Starting things off will be bot position taken from the side of Yeti, but now Whack looking to strike. A little away yet, off screen. Going to be taking down about half HP, but Knife getting some nice connection there with those sticky bombs. It's a couple shots there into the back of Trung, but can't take him down, and Bliss is going to be found again. Punch in the corner, Donghak going to be isolated, and that mini health pack not going to do much to help him, even if he had picked it up. Bot control going to be firmly in the hands of Whack to start things off.
Okay, the all-important second fight incoming here. Lucio is always going to be the #1 target for a Doomfist Tracer dive in this composition, so you have to be more aware of your positioning there and what angles you're
speaking of aware? Oh boy. Okay, yep. Completely caught off guard, not checking that corner. Viper going to be taken out very swiftly by the side of Jinbin there. Donghak did manage to make
corners.
It out. Yeah. Might not be attack FPS, but checking corners is still pretty important. I think Bumper has taught us this forever ago. Might not be a Shatter Wing around the corner for you, but can be a Doomfist. Push forward there from Viper, trying to get the contest. Is going to be taken low, forced to recall out. Seems to be sent though for Junbin. Just backpedaling a bit here. And Zwack not wanting to try to push the issue. Read for that checkpoint quite just yet.
Yeah, really strong push overall, though. But Irony does have the small advantage in the rush. They're going to fire it off.
Yep, they do. And it will, at the very least, buy them some space, as you were talking about. Chasing around the back there is Viper spotting Lip. Him down about half HP, but trying to go for the stick onto the Tracer. Not something that's necessarily going to give you too much profit, as you see. Kitsune Rush going to be invested here. Knife now looking to try to build up a Kitsune Rush for themselves, but is instantly going to be broken out of that dupe. And Donghak's going to be taken down. Sun out. Irony dead now, as the cleanup looks damn good for the side of Whack. And that bot, well, it's going through the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this mirror composition is so much built around the support ultimates. Getting a later rush is so much better, being able to disengage from the previous rush, getting any value out of it, and then you're going to have beats too. Usually he who beats last beats better. The other ones, aside from maybe Duplicate, which can get something going on, but really, you see the Doom ultimate there, Tracer ultimates are fire and forget it. Well, obviously, they can have big impact, but with Suzu on the field, usually not.
Yeah, beat out there from Whack. Just trying to keep everybody protected. This pulse bomb from Lip going to be going a little bit wide. Donghak looking for a target, dropping down with that Meteor Strike. Quick blink away, though, and Lip, almost baiting him in. Singing the Siren song, dragged him off the shore into the water, and then he drowned. Donghak got taken down. Bliss did drop the beat in to try to spare the rest of the squad. Once more, it's Whack just pushing forward, right back over onto the bot, trying to move this one forward, and with the beam coming through, Jorong's actually able to steal the kill away there from Heesung, taking down Knife. Now it's on to the final stretch, around in the corner. Shouldn't have been getting quite far forward. The bot is a little ways behind. They don't want to over-aggress, so everybody from Whack now just going to be pulling back.
That's what I mean by a little bit sloppy. Like, they've lost, it's maybe not that particular kill, but they've lost a lot of people on the disengage tonight. It has happened more than once, and it shouldn't be happening at all.
Yeah. It has certainly been a very rough go of it, and I mean, they're not necessarily running out of time to be able to find their footing here, but they're definitely running out of space, as Lip is going to be able to take down Viper. Diving forward here is Heesung, going for the dupe on the Tracer once more. Everybody from Yeti disconnecting, so with 8 seconds more, should still be able to maybe find that dupe pulse bomb. Heesung continues to play up into the front lines. There's the stick. Donghak raising the fist. Does keep himself protected, but there's a follow-up stick, and Lip says, you can't survive 2 of those. He's able to shut him down. Once again, the dupe out from Knife, going for this Kiriko. Shu going to be punished as the Kitsune Rush comes in, and Knife with a nice headshot will take down Lip. Heesung on the chase, trying to get the elimination there onto Bliss. As Knife now dropping down, just looking to duke it out alongside him. Will be able to finish him off. Well, now Bot can be grabbed up here for the side of Yeti for pretty much the first time, but how much distance they're going to be able to get, it's hard to say, given that there's going to still be these forward spawns.
Yeah, the forward spawns are going to be clutch when it comes down to the defense here, and pretty even on the alt front. So again, when you're watching these two mirror comps specifically, you want to look at who's got beat, who's got rush. That's going to be the advantage. It's also going to tell you who's going to be the aggressor for the most part in this, but evened up. So right now, it's kind of an early beat. Bliss
looking for the punch to try to intercept that one, but yeah, I mean, Blissy drops it, but the shielding means absolutely nothing to Whack. I don't know what it is. They have shield penetration built into their kits or something like that, because the shielding just evaporates. Lip instantly scoops up 2, then finds a 3rd in the follow up the fight, and the bot, I mean, it didn't even really get into a neutral position. They took away the forward spawns for a brief little moment. Now Whack have them back.
Yeah, I think that beat was to save Bliss's own life, and it's the same position they got caught out in the very first fight to start this off. So, luckily, Chorong had to use their beat as well, so it's not the biggest deal in the world.
But again, just catching Viper unaware is just the punch in for the execution. Checking to see if he catches anybody on that backline flank. Looks like he's just going to continue pushing in with this one. Quick pump there, Viper. Gonna have PTSD. Check every corner from here on out. He exits the spawn room and immediately is met with another punch. Dupe is out though. Jinbin gonna be taken down, not able to use that Meteor Strike to get himself out to safety. There will be a trade out on these Doom Fists, but this widely just means that the bot remains in a neutral position, just stuck here in the street. Some more kills gonna be necessary, and Bliss is able to start things off nicely. Does find one, taking down Chorong, but now it's gonna be traded out. Right, getting Heesung should allow them to get some semblance of control of this bot and start shifting it away.
Yeah, the Lip was back on the bot, pushing it still.
Here for a brief little moment, but now 3:37 left as the forward spawns again are going to be right here. Donghak trying to contest as much as he possibly can. Definitely need some reinforcements.
You're not going to get anything done unless you win 2 fights in a row.
Oh, Bliss is dead.
Again.
That Meteor Strike down. Donghak dodging that with a Meteor Strike of his own. Knife again with the dupe, trying to build up towards that Kitsune Rush, which Irony is holding on to, but he's the lone support at the moment, aside from the Echo. Needs to try to keep that in his back pocket, because, yeah, he's going to be taken out. Lip out for blood, able to find 2. Bot again being ushered forward towards that checkpoint, even though the forward spawn's still active here for the side of Whack.
I mean, Lip is just mopping up, and
no,
I mean that like almost quite literally. If you look at a lot of his targets, they have just been stunned and they've just been hit into a wall, and then Lip is there to clean it up. It's the coordination between the Doom and Tracer dive has been so sick, and if Lip's not there, it's Heesang's there. They just really have this execution of the triple dive figured out.
All right, well, now Tempo beat coming through from Chorong, dropping that one in. Bliss holding on to one of his own, but he's just going to get beamed down before he can use it. Knife now eliminated. 2 kills found here for the side of WAC. Slip down low on HP, but will be able to stay alive. The cleanup continues. The team kill is found, and now the bot is going to get ready to go on the final stretch here with 2 minutes 15 seconds remaining.
Tank outside of your spawn doors. Never a good sight to see.
Why not? Maybe if it's the beginning of the map, we get a punish, that would be good. But Heesang going to be taking to the skies, goes for the dupe. Once again, the Tracer into the mix. And I mean, he is just duking it out against Knife in midair. Going to try to build up towards that Pulse Bomb. Bliss in the meantime, dead again. Pulse Bomb from Lip, finds Knife. Donghack taken down. Irony dead. Viper on the rejoin, has to recall away. Bobbin on the Pulse Bomb. And okay, well, Viper will be able to break the dupe, but that's about as good as it's going to get. Is Jinbin going to be taking a well-deserved nap right outside of the spawn room doors. Dive back forward. Donghack trying to get this one contested, but now no one's on it as they get punched back through. And that is going to be it. Whack. I mean, certainly, I would have given them the upper hand coming into the series, but I was expecting a bit of a closer bout between these two squads. But Whack are looking dominant.
That was about as one-sided as possible on a push map. It was never in doubt, and I mean that felt like a Doomfist clinic put on. That was absolutely amazing. The DPS were great, and like as much as all of that shows up in the kill feed, they just got so much more out of their support ultimates. They got later beats and better beats. They got stronger rushes that they actually got kills on. There were times where Yeti would Kitsune rush and then lose 2 people immediately. That's the opposite of what you want to happen. So the execution needs to be cleaned up from Yeti because they have the right ideas, they've got the talent, they got the players, but the execution was absolutely lacking tonight. You look at the disengaged losses that they had, and then that last one, it looked like they were just morally beaten down. Like you don't really let a team finish a push map on you unless something has gone wrong in the mental.
Everything was going right for Whack, whether it was mental or mechanical. Everything very much aligning for them. We'll see who this player of the match is going to end up being, but in my mind, there's only one. Some strong performances across the board from everybody, obviously, to be able to get the dominant victory here, but Heesang, I mean, this guy who is just so clean, his King's Row especially is what really started separating him from everybody else.
Yeah, that's where he kind of went across for me too. Like it's to get the Genji and to get a lot of work done on the duplicates of the Genji, and then picking up the Tracer dupes. Just it's so great to have somebody who's so flexible to be able to play Echo like that, because it's not just the Echo play, which was by itself, let's not look like it was phenomenal. That kill on the Tracer on second on King's Row was beautiful, from the zoning stickies to forcing the blink and then getting the flick out try shots. Beautiful, perfect plays. The beams were kind of wiggly in that perfect way that you need to have the beams wiggly to finish off kills, but then to be able to pick up a target, any target really, and then play it to a high level so that you're getting ultimates and you're getting value out of Blade and you're getting value out of Tracer because you have those heroes in your pool as well. Phenomenal. Just a masterclass in Echo from Heesang.
Yeah, I mean, looking like, one of the scariest DPS lines that you could possibly have out there. Proper and Co. They're going to be the ones looking to challenge, both of these squads. When they face off, it's going to be an absolute giga banger. But we'll have to wait a bit longer for that, because I don't think that they actually play against... Falcons is actually Whack's last opponent of the stage. So we will have to wait a damn long while before we see that one coming through.
It's called building tension, Seth.
Yeah, I suppose. But it's going to be building for a while, but when it does show up, good God, the performances that we will get to witness between those two squads just seem to be so mouth-wateringly good, I suppose. But yeah, it was just clean the whole way throughout. This King's Row was just absolutely nasty from Heesang. I mean, this right here, just getting this nasty little left motion flicks coming in, track them down. Just an absolute menace in the skies with Heesang.
It was so good to watch Heesang's Echo work with Lip too, especially on those chases, which, like I said, they really ruined the disengagements from the other squad. And we saw some of that King's Row too. He goes in, dupes, gets 2 on the Genji, but then they don't even punish him. He gets out and he gets a kill on Echo.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to Quest for the translation as we get to hear from Heesang.
Thank you very much, casters. We are back for another POTM interview. This is match 2. This is WAC's victory against Yeti. And we have Hisang on stage. Please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 왁에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
And I am the sub DPS for WAC, Hisang.
네, 우선 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 자, 감독님이 사전 인터뷰 때 맛조합을 보여주겠다.
In the earlier interview with the head coaches, he said that he will match the enemy team comp and will win. So please share us how the match went.
정말 제대로 다 했던 것 같아요.
I think that I played properly in game 1 and 2. So in overall, I think it went well.
이런 모습을 보여주셨는데, 자, 기존 조합뿐만 아니라 새로운 조합까지 여러
You've showcased your standard team comps that you showcased earlier, and also showcasing new team comps. So
일단 좋아 보이는
what was the practice process like?
이것저것 시도를 해보는 것 같아요.
And I think that we are trying out new comps during practice.
소리를 하는 선수는 누가 있나요?
잘 모르겠어요.
잘 모르겠어요. 자, 이제 다 같이 으쌰으쌰 하면서 나가고 있는 왁팀입니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 왁팀, 오늘로써 전승입니다.
And with this victory, WAC is on an undefeated streak. How long do you think that undefeated streak will continue?
아마 이번 끝까지 다 가지 않을까.
And I think that streak will continue until the end.
끝까지 승리 기대해봐도 될까요?
Very confident words from Hisang.
알겠습니다. 자, 에코로 POTM 오늘로써 저를 만나서
And
벌써
today,
3번이에요.
you've received
세번 다
POTM for your performance on Echo.
그러면 안될 것 같은데 자꾸 저한테 여기 와가지고.
And he thinks that
자, 엄청 에코를
I don't think I deserve it, but I am grateful that I'm continuing to receive POTMs.
상대팀 이제 복제한 챔피언 중에 어떤 영웅이 가장 맛있었나요?
And in terms of the duplicate
오늘 겐지를
usage,
좀
he
맛있게
thinks
하셨나요?
that the duplicates on Genji was the most delicious.
POTM, 에코로 POTM, 트레이서까지 보여주셨는데, 자, 이렇게 다 모든 챔피언을 잘하려면 어떻게 해야 될까요?
What's the secret behind being good at all these heroes?
저는 열심히 해도 안 되던데요.
열심히 하면 다 되지 않을까.
And the secret behind it is that you just have to practice and work hard.
안 되던데 열심히 저도 해보겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 이제 찾아오신 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드려도
And lastly,
될까요?
please share a few words to the
오늘
fans.
응원해주시고 여기 경기장 찾아와 주신 분들 정말
Thank you for your
감사합니다.
supporting us, and thank you for all those that made their way
이렇게
here today.
수줍은 감사 인사까지 들어봤습니다. 지금까지 왁의 희상
And
선수와
that was the
이야기
interview
나눠봤는데요.
with
승리 다시 한번
Hisang
축하드립니다.
from WAC,
감사합니다.
and she says thank you for the interview.
네, 저희는
Before the short
왁과
break,
함께
I am
이야기
going to be throwing it
나눠봤는데
back to the
잠시 쉬는 시간
casters.
가지고 오늘 준비된 마지막 경기죠. 제네시스와
Thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. As yeah, good to hear. And if only it was so simple. It's just good, hard practice to be able to perform like that. But we have one more series for you here today. One that I really don't know what the outcome is going to be. We have Genesis going up against Runaway after the break, so don't go anywhere. It's now time to go into our third and final series of the evening. We've got Genesis versus Runaway to square things off here tonight on day 2. And I'll be honest with you, Hex, I have no idea what to expect from this series other than a non-3-0.
I mean, that's what we expected last series, though, too. So I don't know what to expect at all. Largely because we've only seen Genesis play one match, and they got 0-3'd by WAC, which doesn't really tell us anything because we just saw what WAC just did. So I don't know. I think for Runaway, you want to clean up some of the stuff that happened yesterday, dropping a map to Simprissa was not ideal. It also didn't look good on their second map either. So there were some questions about Runaway. Got to clean up some of that execution. Maybe it could be chalked up to overlooking what you could consider a lesser opponent. But yeah, that I mentioned it last night when we watched Runaway 2. My question with this roster largely remains on their tank play. The hero pool that Mag brings is not ideal right now for what the meta is. So, Mag, great Winston, good Reinhardt, okay Doomfist, but, not seeing a ton of Ryan, Winston specialists. So everyone else on that roster, I have pretty high confidence in. It's going to be interesting to see what Genesis runs. I joked a little bit that maybe Decay will play Zarya, but that's not going to happen. They don't really have another backup damage dealer to come into play, but hey, who knows? But yeah, I don't necessarily know if Genesis is going to win, but I do want to get a better feel for where Genesis is at, as opposed to the one match that we've seen them play.
Right. I mean, in that series, we did see, since we're touching on him right now, Decay looking insane, doing Decay things, but just still not being able to get the victory. So it just feels like nothing has changed for him. But this is also, an organization that he hasn't been able to go up against in many a year, not since 2018. And I'm sure in somewhere deep down, Decay still wanting some revenge here against Runaway, wanting to get the better of them, and maybe today he can finally make it happen.
You think Decay holds grudges against his ex-teams and then has big performances against them? That doesn't sound like the Decay I know.
Yeah, certainly.
Always been one of my favorite players, to be dead honest. I've always enjoyed what Decay play. So I want to see, Decay had those enormous moments in the first matchups, but it's when those moments came, it was almost when fights were over that he was getting the double pulse bombs, getting the 3 kills. So I want to see those come in more conjunction with team victories and fight victories.
Well, they'll make their way out here. I love these uniforms. These are so clean. But going out onto the stage, and take their bows in front of the crowd and get ready to do battle. Genesis, another one of these rosters that is, they do have that tank sub that can come into play here, so they do have that added little bit of flexibility because they have Kalios and Kellen here on the team. But for Runaway, as they will get ready to make their way out here in their Vin's original sweaters, don't have that. It's just these 5 players.
Yeah, Kalios is a tank that I've almost always overlooked, and I think the last time I cast him was one of the open qualifiers last year or something, and I was like, I'm not overlooking Kalios anymore. So I expect great things for them. But for me, this match does a lot hinge on the tank matchup between the tanks on both sides. And again, Mag is a mystery to me. I'm always willing to be proven wrong, but to me, that's going to be the question in these matchups. And we put the emphasis on these teams or on every team before. It's if you don't have a medium to high level tank, everything else is going to fall apart. That's just the nature of how the game is now.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how it looks, because even coming into week 1 and having that opening matchup of the stage be, Runaway versus Falcons, we were expecting, okay, we're hearing that Wrecking Ball is at the top of the meta right now, that this is kind of the S-tier tank pick. Mag, what do you think about from Mag in last season? You think about him and Wrecking Ball, and they just didn't play it, and then they just haven't been playing it at all. So it seems like it's just fully fallen out of favor with all of these Korean squads. No one seemingly willing to try to make it work on stage. But for the side of Genesis, will be Kalios starting here. And this is, a very scary squad. Decay and Choi Se-won, another one of these just DPS lineups that you look at. It is pretty much the case in every single team that we have in Korea, where you look at it and you're like, God, that is a nasty set of players.
Right. Choi Se-won, I remember first watching them break onto the scene as the only bright spot of the revamped Los Angeles Valiant when they were playing in APAC, and that was a tough squad, right? It was not ideal, but Choi Se-won always had moments, always stood out, at least of like, well, there's some talent right there. But yeah, this is the Runaway squad. Not going to see any substitutions. That support line is, I don't know, feast or famine. Might be a good way to say it. They can they can take over a match, but then they can also pull off some head scratchers.
Yeah, I mean, Vigilante, he's kind of the one who's holding the leash a little bit there, and Lijiang is like he's like a 400-pound Alsatian on the other side of it. Just he's looking to go sprinting across a field. So we'll see how how reserved, how contained they're going to be able to play. But we did see Runaway getting back into that form that they had put on display in their opening series versus Falcons a bit. But the fact that it took those opening 2 maps yesterday versus Imprissa to find that form is what was concerning, because we weren't seeing these big moments from Prophet, from Zest, until we had gotten into Push.
Yeah, really need to focus up and kind of answer the questions. I know a lot of people were like, this is not the Runaway expected, Runaway fraud watch, etc., etc. Look, they're playing professionals on the other side as well. So, it's some credit to Imprissa, especially in their map picks and things like that. So, but you would expect Runaway to play a little cleaner today.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're going to do that. But first, let's go ahead and throw it over to Quest once again and hear from the coaching staff.
Thank you very much, casters. We are back for the final team rep interview of the day. This is between Genesis versus Runaway, and on Genesis side, we have Kalios. Please introduce yourself.
네, 안녕하세요. 제네시스 팀장이자 탱커를 맡고 있는 칼리오스 신우라고
This is Kalios. I am the team captain and the tank player
반갑습니다.
for Genesis.
네, 다음으로는 러너웨이 팀의 러너님 자기 소개
And as for Runaway,
부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 러너웨이의 감독을 맡고 있는
and I am the head coach for Runaway. Runner. A lot of Runaway fans in the crowd today,
잘생겼다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데,
saying that he's handsome and stuff.
먼저 제네시스 팀의 칼리오스님께 여쭤볼게요.
So the first question goes to
오늘
Genesis.
두 번째 경기인데 메타가 바뀐 후로
This is Genesis' second match in the OWCS Korea.
이번 메타에 대한
How confident
우리 제네시스 팀의
is your team in the shifted meta?
원래 메타픽이었던 둠피스트 트레이서에
Um,
관련해서
Doomfist
자리아 캐서디가
and
대체픽으로 떠오르고
Doomfist
있는데 저희
and
팀 선수들이
Tracer
자리아 위주
is now being countered by Zarya and
캐서디를
Cassidy.
잘하는 선수도 있어서 그렇게
And
막
we have
부담스럽지
players that are good at Cassidy, so
네, 그렇군요. 자,
so
그렇다면
we're pretty confident.
러너님,
네.
자, 어제 경기
This next
3대 1로
question goes to
승리를
Runner.
하셨습니다. 오늘 경기는
Runaway took a
몇 대 몇
3-1
보십니까?
victory in yesterday's match, so how do you predict today's match will go?
어제 경기보다 조금 힘들 수 있다는 생각을 해요.
I think today's match is going to be a little bit tougher.
탱커인 칼리오스도
And
이제 같이 해봤기 때문에
We worked with
잘 아는데
Kalios
이제
before,
자리아도 되게
so
잘하고,
and I know that he's
DK
good.
선수의
He's good at
뭐
Zarya,
메인 딜이 또 매섭기 때문에
and their DPS is
좀
pretty spicy.
불안하긴 하지만
He's cooking a little bit,
오늘도
so
3대1 정도로 이기지
he
않을까.
expects to win 3-1 today
살짝
again.
불안하긴
Today.
하지만 그래도 우리가 이길 거다라고 말씀을
little bit less
해주셨는데,
confident
자,
than
제네시스 팀도
yesterday.
빠질 수 없죠. 칼리오스님, 몇 대 몇 예상하십니까?
Kalios, what's your prediction for today's match? Looking a little nervous here. Needs to be honest.
3대1 하겠습니다.
And he also goes with 3-1
3대1,
victory.
3대1. 자, 1점 정도는 내어줄 생각이 있지만 승리는 내어주지 않겠다라는 양 팀의 이야기 들어봤습니다. 자, 그렇다면 마지막 공통 질문 드릴 텐데요.
The final question
우리
goes to
팀이
both teams.
상대 팀보다 이건 낫지
What's the one
하는
thing
포인트.
your team is
먼저
better than your
칼리오스님.
opponents today? He's looking a little nervous.
상대 러너웨이는 비교적 뭐 팀을 이끌어가는 인게임 리더 같은 포지션의 선수가 없는 것 같지만 저희 팀은 저도
Runaway
있고
looks like they don't have like
선수도
a
되게 리더십이
someone that
좀
is
출중한 선수들이라
they lack a little bit of
그런 부분이
leadership,
좀
but
생각하고 있습니다.
our team has a player that
러너님 질 수
is
없죠?
full of leadership. So
제가
I
리더기
think we
때문에
will push ahead.
버가웃에서 소리를 엄청
And for
지릅니다.
Runaway,
가자 이러면서
he can yell really loud from
장난이고요.
the waiting room.
확실히 저쪽에
So
노련한
and he
선수들도
is the leader of
많아서
the team.
그런 부분이 있겠지만 트레이서 차이가 좀 나지 않을까.
And he thinks that there will be a tracer
그거는
diff
제가
between the
좀
two
자부할 수
teams,
있습니다.
with Runaway coming up
자, 오늘
a little bit on
경기를
top.
지켜볼 때 트레이서 눈 여겨 보시기 바랍니다.
So we'll make sure to keep an eye out on that tracer. And that was the interview between Kalios from Genesis and Runner from Runaway. Which team will win? And with that, I will be sending it back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. I mean, Runner, I think, understandably pumping the brakes a little bit as far as the expectations today. Knows that this is not, even with the one loss that they have had, as Genesis have only played the single series so far, knows that this is not going to be a team where you can say, like, well, they're at the bottom of the standings, so it should be an easy win.
I love if the answer to the question, what are you better at than the other team, would have just been Overwatch. That would have been such a baller move. But the Tracer diff is actually really interesting, too, because if you think about it, when Runaway finally turned it on, it was Zest who kind of carried that last map for them last night. So Zest versus Decay, Tracer 1v1s, I'm all for it. So Nepal Kings and Esperanca. So Nepal being a little bit different, but it's no Ilios. It's been the thing people go to that when they don't go to Lijiang, but it's not super surprising. And then Kings Esperanca, you know the score.
Yeah.
Then maybe we'll get to map 4. Let's hope.
I mean, both teams seemingly thinking that this is going to end up going to a map 4. So we'll see if they're going to be correct or if they can surprise us here, whether with a 3-0 or with a 3-2. We're leaning towards the latter, of course, so we can finally see some escort here in the Korean region. And if we can make it that far, I believe it was Circuit Royale that would be coming thin. And I think that would be a little bit more cause for concern for the side of Runaway, just given the proficiency and the kind of necessity of having, a really strong Sigma on that map type. So that's where things could be a little bit rough. But Korean fan art continuing to look amazing. It's a Choice A1 versus Zest. As posing the question that I don't fully understand.
I mean, I understand it. I read every language very fluently. I'm just not going to share my knowledge with you.
There you go. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the way the world works. Yeah, again, to me, like, yes, Tracer v Tracer is always going to be interesting because it's been the hero that's still near 100% pick rate, not quite 100, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, might as well be. So that's going to be in every matchup watching the Tracer v Tracer. To me, it's still all about the tanks, in my opinion, and then the support lines. Runaway support line is just funny to me. I love the notion of Lijiang on a leash, because I remember last night praising Lijiang for not peeking and getting picked like that. That's how much we think of Lijiang.
Yeah.
I love the play, and it's a hard style to play against and around, but it seems to work for them. And I think we're just waiting for one of the players to get set up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess you bring up a good point. We're on escort watch in this region. Yet to see escort.
Yeah, so Kalios, given that he was doing the team rep interview there at the start, just needing a little bit more time to get his stuff settled since he wasn't there with the rest of the squad to get everything firmly checked. So we'll just take a little moment, maybe even a bathroom break, perhaps, as he exits the stage. I mean, that's
yeah.
That I mean, some people are different. Some people you don't want to have to use the restroom while you're playing. Other times, maybe it's motivation to get to end the game even faster and have a really big pop-off performance.
It's one way to get your. Everyone's got their process. Everyone's got their pregame and how you get yourself ready for a match. For some people, that's drinking 3 gallons of water. The extra biological motivation.
I've already gone through 1.5 liters in this broadcast, plus a soda on top of that. So, yep, it's gonna be me. But luckily, we have breaks in between the maps, so everything will be fine.
I had 1 liter of cola, right? Of course. Yeah, I drink way too much coffee, and yeah, I try not to over caffeinate because that is definitely a risk during these broadcasts because it's just a risk.
Don't want to get jittery. Don't want to have the crash.
Yeah, try to cycle in a water here and there. As we wait for them to set up, I mean, we got plenty of time. It's been a very quick evening thus far, or afternoon, wherever you are.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this one. So this person is saying they're MBTI, so they're sharing their pseudoscience personality, but then it just said Decay's dog, and I don't know if that's an insult or if there's something that I'm missing. But I don't know exactly what they're going for.
Maybe that's Decay's dog's personality.
Maybe he has a dog that I don't know about, and they have done. Maybe now we have dog MBTIs because people weren't obsessed with it enough already.
Because it'd be just as accurate, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's talk about the collaboration between Vins and Runaway that, again, we came up with 100% copyrighted on broadcast. And when I looked at Runner's sweatshirt, I actually thought the writing was in pink, and I was like, they're leaning into it already starting. I was wrong. Apparently, I'm white-pink colorblind.
Oh, well, there you go. I've never been tested, so who knows?
It's a new thing, I guess. I don't know.
Well, let's get ready to jump into this one, as it looks like we should just be about ready to kick things off. Kalios in his seat, taking a sip of water. Good reminder for everybody else out there. Stay hydrated, check your posture. Say hello to your parents. You don't communicate with them enough. They miss you. I thought we were going to start immediately, and we didn't do it, so I thought that was going to be my lead-in moment, and then it just didn't happen. We didn't hit the dubstep button yet.
You were just throwing people into emotional fits out there.
I mean, hey, that's solid advice. I make sure to text my father on the regular. Stay up to date with him.
Very nice. Well, I took a sip of water and I sat up straight in my stool here.
Perfect. Glad that I got...
Sitting in the stool will actually do nothing but, like, it almost forces you into good posture.
It does. It's quite helpful. Mine has a slight little back on it, so I can lean a little bit, but if you lean too far back, it's going to hurt. So it helps with the posture. It looks like the game is ready. There's the dubstep coming through at long last. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 1 in our final series of the night. It's going to be Nepal.
Saved by the dubstep button. Okay, I don't know if we're going to see any Reinhardt, but I was just going to lean into that, Mag. Come on. We saw a little bit of Reinhardt yesterday on this map. Obviously, one of Mag's better heroes, favorite heroes. So it looks like we're going to have very similar compositions. Okay, changes last second. I'm just going to wait.
Let's see what they go for. As okay, with the swap ups here, looks like it's just going to be TP4 from Zest over to the Tracer, so they're going to be sticking with the standard Doom, but for Genesis, going to be coming out the gate, Decay back onto the Cassidy, something I feel like I haven't seen him play in quite some time, and already he's going to be able to find an opening kill. Lijiang Tower going to be taken out, and that's going to be a hefty advantage right off the rip.
Like I mentioned before, the supports are so critical in this Doomfist composition, the speed, the mobility, the utility, everything that you need, and... well, that is one way to start a match for Genesis.
That it is.
Are they switching everything right away?
I think.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it. So Zest will stay. Mag back over onto this Ramatra. And we were seeing this kind of hover back and forth just yesterday as well from Runaway. It's now coming on the approach up here off the right side. Mag looking to lead the charge. Prophet does find a dink, but Kill's going to be eluding. Runaway here for the time being. Fists coming out now. Bubbles through, though. Kalios looking to try to eat up some of that damage, get that energy high, but Prophet is able to find an opening kill. Choice one's going to be taken down. Decay, however, trading it out. So Tracer for Tracer on either side as the Cassidys do get involved, but point is occupied and flipped into Runaway's favor, at least for the time being, as the Immortality field comes down to give them a little bit more staying power. Kalios, however, 100 energy building up towards that grab. Just 30% away from it now. Turns his slinks back over here. Trying to find a weakness, trying to find a gap in the armor here of Runaway. Is that Deadeye? Not going to be able to find too much value, but it'll help lead to the death of Mag. So he gets taken down. Maka on the other side, however, going to get picked off now. Decay going to be gone as Prophet able to find 2 more here. It's going to be that DPS duo coming up huge as Zest finds 3 in the fight, and Runaway will hold their ground.
Yeah, Zest picking up where they left off last night with a ultra carry and just really nice patience there, waiting out, Decay they did so much damage to Decay, and then the Immortality Field came down, but they just waited it out, not the healing up there. So now taking the lead is Runaway. It's really interesting. We don't see a ton of Ramatra, so the Ramatra against Zarya is kind of an interesting clash of styles there. But Mag getting it done. Now Runaway in full hold position right now.
Okay, grab coming through. Immortality Field to extend. Now Lijiang dropping the beat. Does get the shielding out onto 4. Deadeye, not going to be able to find the kill there. Maka staying alive. Couple shots there into the back of Teru. Cleanup continues. Kalios able to find Zest. Finish off these backline supports. That's the only kill they're going to be able to get. Mag claiming 2 on the back end, and Runaway now moving up to 71%. The swap here has been looking good.
Yeah, really nice for Runaway to help out their Tracer. Zest was in there, and it looked like absolutely out of position, dead, and I actually thought Zest was going to be the problem of, like, baiting his team in to try to help, but Runaway able to hit the shots, clean it up. Mag looking pretty good on the ramp.
So that's Lijiang forever and always. But, all right, final fight territory for the side of Genesis. Need to get the flip here and now. Slowfield coming up. Trying to delay the approach as Lijiang taking a couple tags there in the back line. Barrier now going to be set up, the fist coming through. They're going to be dropping the beat in. The Immortality Field does get cleaned up. Okay, pushing forward, getting a couple nice headshots woven through here as Lijiang will fall. Choi Se-won doing huge work there into the back line, able to find both supports, but now Mag claiming Kalios, but all of a sudden it's just Zest left alive. Very few players to try to work through. Pops a recall. Effective 1v1 here versus Choi Se-won. As the pulse bombs get ready to come through, but the rejoin is going to be there from the Genesis players.
Yeah, smart of Zest to stay alive at the very least. Gets the big pack, because they're only a single fight away. Mag switching over to the Orisa now. Actually, both switches, so we've got a battle of the cattle.
He's going to be pushing forward here with that Orisa. There's Ant Matrix coming through from Vigilante, looking to shove them back. Decay popping, but now interrupted. The flip back into Runaway's favor. COT's going to start bleeding down. Pulse bomb out from Zest, unable to find anything, but everybody now just piling in on top. The Cassidy finding the elimination and Prophet with the Deadeye, cleaning up Maka, and it looks like that is going to be the first round going the way of Runaway. 100 to 46%. It was looking really rough. I mean, it went from looking just the most desperate despair opener for them into them winning the round.
Yeah, and just the composition switches, and I think a little bit of a prophetic statement before coming to this match, because Zest is absolutely crushing. Not to say anything bad about Choi Se-won, of course, looking very solid, but Zest is seemingly playing on another level. I like the Mag switch. The Ramatra, at the very least, has a pretty good amount of survivability. Annihilation can be a very good ult just to make people be in a position that they don't want to be in and completely close out a point. But now we'll see what they want to run here. This is actually a very good Orisa stage.
Yeah.
But Genesis going to opt for the Sigma. Okay, Sigma Zen.
Lijiang leading the charge as that projected barrier comes through. Zenyatta can help whittle away at Mag a little bit more. This Prophet finding that headshot there on Decay, looking to try to keep him honest and show that he's the slickest gun in the West. The push forward now coming through. Big aggression out here from the side of Runaway as Kalios right now going to be stuck through the corner. Javelin going to go wide, so not going to be able to get that stun damage. Instead, just look to backpedal back up over here towards that Mega Pack. Meantime, Immortality Field is going to be on cooldown for Runaway as Prophet. A couple shots there off the flank side. Vigilante going to be taken out, however, Choice they wanted to find one. Prophet answering back, finding himself a second. Both supports now gone as Mag gets on top of Decay. Prophet turning his sights immediately over to Choi Se-won, gets the headshot to boot. So there you go. The cleanup comes through, the team kill is found, and Runaway going to get first to grab the point.
Yeah, and controlling the point is so critical here, especially when you're running an Orisa. You don't necessarily have to place stairs now if you don't want. I'm surprised they're not holding a little more forward. Usually you've seen teams kind of hold that doorway there, but Orisa can be such a menace to deal with when you're trying to take out the points. You can rotate back onto the point and kind of launch people off. So it's going to be very difficult for Genesis to find a good way back in.
Okay, well, that's a good start, but now not so much a good finish as Kalios going to be taken out. Mag just pursuing forward. Decay with nowhere to go is just going to end up falling. Javelin would have found Choi Se-won had it not whiffed, and Choi Se-won not just trying to make his exit. Dashes around the backhand side. Looks like he will be able to escape, but everybody else swept under the rug. It's Runaway holding firmly.
Yeah, Runaway has looked every bit good as advertised here. Gonna have every ult really coming up anytime soon. Zest with Pulse Bomb. Zest is winning the Tracer 1v1.
Oh,
Whoa.
Okay, yep, just gonna go for the dash in, the quick exit on the recall. Meanwhile, Fair Search gonna be lobbed in there for good measure. Runaway asserting some dominance here. Terror will be able to trade one back as Zest will fall, but now the Deadeye right out in front of the spawns as Prophet continues to collect. He's looking for that third one. Decay will take him down, but it was then swiftly dealt with by Mag. And this is a very hotter start compared to what we were seeing yesterday from Runaway.
Yeah, those kills are going to show up as Terra Surge kills, but that's the Pulse Bomb getting the Immortality Field out is as good as a kill, really, in my opinion, for a Pulse Bomb. Make them use something. The Immortality Field is such a vital ability. Genesis can come in here now because Runaway did end up using some ultimates. It's going to be really important for Lijiang to keep this beat alive to mitigate anything that they try to throw at it. With a Pulse Bomb, a stun out of Deadeye.
Now Transcendence, of course, here from Teru as they're running out of time. 5% remaining. The touch needing to come in. There it is. So overtime can be forced in here for the side of Genesis, but Decay again going to get hounded down. Zest finding the elimination. Lijiang getting the better of Teru. As Maka desperately is trying to turn things there with that Amp Matrix, but nobody can play the point. Nobody can stay alive. And Runaway, they saw your comments in the Reddit threads yesterday. They saw what you were saying on Twitter. Fraud watch, they say absolutely not. Yeah. Let's shut up any concerns that people might have had about us from that match yesterday. They come out swinging, and damn, Zest, what a performance from him.
After that very first fight, it was just all Runaway ever since, and this is reminding me a little bit of the last match where you're running very similar compositions, at least in the first point, but Prophet was probably a better cast than Decay. Zest was the better Tracer, and then, the tank play was pretty immaculate.
Yeah.
Even Lijiang that beat at the ends, like they've got it put together right now, and they looked very clean, and that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see cleanliness out of Runaway. It's next to godliness, I think.
This was, this was about as clean as it gets. Very dominant, a bit of a misread at the beginning, trying to go back over to the Doom Fist. That got swept under the rug. Decay was having some really great shots there, but as soon as they opted to go for the swap over, it was just all Runaway all the time. So very dominant beginning for them there on Nepal. And now we get ready to see how things get shaken up and whether or not Genesis are going to be able to fire back.
Yeah, I think about it too, and I think if you can allow Mag to play a tank that has good survivability, that's enough, right? Even the Ramatra, you're not getting giant damage. The ult isn't like a game-changing ult, but it's good enough. But as long as he's alive and doing something and having shield and doing damage mitigation, that's huge. And then the Orisa came in really big. You don't have to be a giant playmaker, but you have to be alive. And I think it's better for Mag to be playing those heroes than to be playing a Doomfist. And then maybe they're down. And if you're down a hero, then it forces your supports to maybe feel like they have to make a play, which they always are itching to make a play anyway. And then you lose somebody here and you lose somebody there. So it can kind of have that snowball effect. So I think if you can get Mag onto an Orisa and kind of play around in that composition, that looked better than a lot of his other tank play.
Yeah, it really did. And I wouldn't be that surprised if they decide to just kind of stick with that as we get ready to go, I believe, into King's Row, because why would it be any other map? I think they're going to be first on the defense, so could be a little bit rougher. Maybe he goes to bring out the Sigma again, but as you've been saying, here in Korea in particular, these point A defenses just have not been super strong, but we'll have to see what they piece together for that one.
Yeah, it's to each team. These defenses have been. There's no defender's advantage on King's Row right now. is the easiest way to say it. And when you're running like an offensive Sigma or something like that, I really like the routes these teams are taking. You clear up those right stairs because the Tracer wants to be there, and you say no, you can't do that. Jump the gap, or if you see that somebody missed their jump or someone's below, you go to that giant pack room. We've seen fights happen in there. So King's Row first, not been figured out by the defense just yet. I don't know if you can really run an Orisa effectively on Kings. We haven't seen a lot of it yet, so I'm looking forward to see what Runaway brings out on their King's Row.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious to see if they're going to try to make that adjustment, try to force that Orisa in, but we'll find out after a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. We are back to a packed crowd here at the WGTG Arena. Genesis versus Runaway. Runaway looking very much alive and well off the rip here tonight. Kicking things off with a fairly dominant victory there on Nepal. And now we go into their map pick of Kings Row.
Yeah, almost more than dominance. Looked just as clean as could be. And then when they felt pretty comfortable on the second stage, we're being aggressive with it, which I like, to be able to turn on that gear. Like, I think that's a key to how Runaway should be playing, is when they have the advantage to push the advantage. You know that Lijiang wants to, so they push forward with that. They get a nice pulse bomb, Terra Surge, and then Prophet hitting the long distance shots. And there's almost nothing more demoralizing than when you've got three people, 5 feet out of spawn about to go, and then you lose all of them. You lose all of them to long range McCree headshots. That one's tough. So Genesis is going to have to find something to rely on here and get back in, because so far it's been entirely one-sided. And Magzarissa looks good. Like you said, this is Runaway's map pick, so maybe they got something cooked up here for their defense.
Very well may. I mean, it was off to a great start. I mean, it was kind of poetic seeing Decay just come out on the Cassidy and just instantly destroy Lijiang on Nepal. And it was like, oh boy, here we go. This is really going to set the pace for how this is going to develop and unfurl for the rest of this map. But then Prophet said, no, I can play this just as well, if not even better. So strong bounce back. But now Genesis, onus is on them to bounce back. Let's see if they can do so as we get into Kings Row.
Yeah, and Genesis, like, you want to get something going, because they're 0-3 already against WAC. You don't want to go 0-3 against Runaway.
Good to hear. Split there in the fan groups. Obviously plenty to cheer for. Plenty of faces that, I mean, I'm sure a lot of those fans had been cheering for on LAN years ago. Decay, of course, being one of those players. You imagine that some of the people in that audience, were there for him squaring off against Runaway in the past, back in Contenders.
Okay. Yeah, I like Mag just sitting on Rissa. I think that's a solid choice for them. And they just abandoned the high ground immediately.
They see the Sigma and they realize, like, okay, the high ground control isn't even really that important anymore, because how the hell is the Sigma going to get up there? So they just look to challenge down at the choke. And okay.
Yeah, but
almost getting one clipped.
Usually if you're going to fight those stairs as a Tracer, because you're trying to stop the other Tracer, you expect it's going to be a Tracer 1v1 and then your Lucio is supposed to come and help, but that was everyone coming up the stairs. And that's kind of how you do it. You vacate the high ground by sending everyone up those stairs. This is like a very typical path to take an offense.
I kind of like the way that they're playing this out right now. I mean, granted, Kalios pushing forward onto the point is going to mean that Runaway have to come out of this little hidey hole that they've been set up inside of Hotel. Swinging out a little bit wider, Mag leading the charge, going to be the one occupying that space here as Okay, desperately looking for some kind of opening. Now, Prophet turning around, but it's actually going to be Lijiang who's able to take away this snipe there on the Choice A1. Onto the opener now. Is Immortality Field invested here from the side of Genesis, but it's quickly dealt with by Mag at distance. Just in the meantime, back up over the top here. Going low, pops the recall, looks to make his way out as Sigma will start working their way up there. But this doesn't lead to them really putting pressure onto the points. Unless they can find some picks, this still could be rough. But they get the high ground Amp Matrix coming through, Vigilante with one on low ground, and they have this just tuck away inside of the hotel that they can use to just break that line of sight. Mag now going to go pushing forward, Mag grenade in, pulse bomb to the back, Choice A1's going to be able to find Vigilante, taking him down as, again, Immortality Field coming through, helping to keep Decay alive, and now it's going Genesis' way. Multiple kills as Zest, last one to fall, will get spotted after the recall, it's taken out, and now the cap can come in.
You know, it's going to sound weird, but all said, not a terrible defense. You know,
sure.
Relative to what we've seen. Problem is, you know, they're going to be pushed back here. They're not going to be able to hold on to the archway unless they're able to win a fight here. It's going to be critical. So Kalios is going to get some poke in. The Flux is ready to go. The Vigilante kill was really what opened it up for Genesis to be able to get back there in a pulse bomb. So let's give Choice A1 some props there.
That's very nicely done. Big advantage here. Terror does have that sound barrier available. Lijiang still decently far away from his, so that Flux could find some value if they decide to invest it now. Instead, it's going to be the Deadeye first and foremost, but Terror Surge pulling him in, drops it. It's just going to be the Immortality Field's dead on either side thus far. Sound barrier has been used. The Flux now into the back line. Lijiang getting the beat up. He's able to keep everybody alive for the time being as the K has to roll back out the safety. Mag grenade, just getting a bit of chunk damage coming through here as they continue to try to push forward here off the back of Kalios' predicted barriers, but Choice A1's going to get picked off. Teru, however, somehow the one that comes away with the elimination there on the Mag. Now that Kalios is gone, it's still going to be a 2-for-2 exchange thus far between these two squads. Looks like that will be enough for the push to begin for the side of Genesis, as you can see Lijiang just playing like a madman, hopping around this cart, still trying to buy some further delay here for the team. This Vigilante on a fire might just be getting taken down off screen, and he will. Teru eventually able to find that kill, just keeping things locked in position for a little bit longer, but eventually will be found.
We'll go on the chase but not find anything. Again, like, Runaway did lose that fight. It was pretty nice that they got in position to hold the archway, but everyone hit Q. A really nice beat from Lijiang actually came in. But when they get to those low numbers, it's really hard for a Tracer to be able to 1v1 a Cassidy, just because the danger of getting a single shot. So they did a good job of just buying some time. The last thing you want is to get completely rolled over and have to go up position, because you'd like to be able to hold this front corner if possible. That seems like where they're going to set up.
Yeah, still do have to be concerned about that flank potential, because Choice A1 does have another pulse bomb ready to go. Decay as well. With that dead eye as he goes rushing forward, and Lijiang just going to get caught. Terror will be traded out, so it's going to be Lucio for Lucio, but low HP bars there. And yep, Mag going to be finished off as Maka's able to find that elimination. Decay with a slide away, avoids the pulse, gets the kill on the Zest. It's going to be another fight victory here for the side of Genesis, and one that should get them point B access.
Yeah, I wonder if Lijiang thought that they were safe behind the Orisa, because Mag was going in, and it's a nice spin to really kind of mess with the Deadeye, and then somehow, out of all of it, Lijiang got picked off, but not the most surprising things. Not as surprising as seeing a Reinhardt come out.
Okay, it is in the hands here of Mag. I mean, this is the pick, the team.
It's not a terrible point, like, this spot in particular. It's not a terrible corner to hold.
They're going to see if they can make this work. Zest trying to apply some pressure from that left side flank. Deadeye now to try to lead the charge. Projected barrier. Intercepting, but Mag able to get on top of Decay. Does find that opening elimination here of the follow-up fight. 3 minutes to try to work through, though. Taking quite a bit of forward spaces. There's some really nice shots coming through from Prophet, trying to build up towards that next Deadeye.
Trying to figure out how Genesis is going to try to initiate this next fight, because they neither of these comps really have the support initiations. I guess you try to take this angle away, drop a window, crack a shield, and then go. There it is.
Yeah, but Mag's just getting right up in front of it, and Decay instantly dealt with, so not able to utilize that Ant Matrix at all. This one comes to bite them in the rear. And the rest of these ults going to have to be held on to. With this time by Prophet, yeah, he will go down to that pulse bump from Choice A1, but this means that Mag is going to be able to get that Shatter online as he's desperately trying to kill him off, and Zest eventually will be able to put down the enemy Tracer. So Mag stays in.
Yeah, and this is why you want to hold the corner. I mean, we've all seen it in a lot of different games, but Ryan being able to mitigate a lot of that damage, and then there's always a point where the Ryan just has to go, and you're going to get a lot of that swing-through damage as well.
Okay, Zest
all over.
Diving on Decay there in that backline. Not able to find the elimination. Flux, the pickup, Immortality Field for the drop down. Matrix now going to be burnt. Kalios, though, needing this projected barrier, kind of their one hope to block out the Shatter. See if Mag is going to be able to find the timing here on this one. This barrier goes up, jumps past it, drops the hammer, and there you have it. Multi-man Shatter coming through. Now looking for the pin, does get booped back, but can just go ahead and knock him right into the guard. Kills coming through as Prophet able to find Teru. Choice A1 just going to be trying to exit here alongside Maka, who will just not be able to make it. Great forward pressure here from Runaway, and they're making the Ryan work.
Yeah, and, you know, part of me is just happy for Mag. Just happy for him to be able to play the Reinhardt. But you're always going to get value out of the Shatter against a signal like that. The barrier's got to come down eventually. The barrier's going to get cracked, or it's going to be at a weird angle, so great job by them to get value out of that Shatter.
Deadeye again.
This is the aggression of it.
Yeah, just shoving them all the way back. Kalios nearly getting picked off. Would have been a really good elimination there for the side of Runaway, and already been taken down to about a minute remaining. Pulse Bomb out from Choice A1, met by the Immortality Field, so they get rid of that tool there. And he's looking for the pin. Oh, he finds him! Decay getting absolutely decimated as Mag just goes rushing forward. The fight is just not gonna be there as Ant Matrix and Mag just pulls the trigger. They shut him down. Further staggers. Choice A1 cannot survive, and now it's just 40 seconds left.
It's a brilliant wall from Vigilante, because that corner is where you need to be holding. Obviously, now they're going to hold up top, but if they give up that corner, that's when Maka's going to be able to drop their own window, and that's what Maka was playing for. It's what Maka's been playing for the entire time with this ultimate. It's their best initiation, and it's a great defensive window by Vigilante to deny it, and as you said, 20 seconds left. Genesis has to find something. They need to find a way to set up this window.
Zest had been noted. Now is at risk. Ant Matrix coming through there from Maka, takes some nasty shots, but yep, they pull back around the corner, just denying that Ant Matrix any value. Cart will be able to inch forward a little bit more here, is Mag going to be under some pressure. Backpedaling, trying to survive, defend the hammer coming through. Immortality Field again, out here from Vigilante to try to keep him alive, but this time Mag will not be able to stand his ground. He gets taken out. Zest holding onto a pulse bomb, as Lijiang will also fall. Space time going to be bought open here for the side of Genesis to keep this cart rolling.
Runaway is
Terra Surge
in overtime. Yeah, hide it.
He's going to look to try.
I
to
needs like
hold
2
the door.
swings before shattering.
Yeah, it's not too far away here, but can they figure out that he's got this ult at the ready? They should be pretty well aware of it. Fire Strike, helping to try to get that shatter online as the cart continues to get closer. And the Terra Surge push back here. Vigilante stun into the corner. Settles down that Immortality Field, tucks back to try to stay in this fight. Mag now dropping the hammer, but no one's oh wait, they're not touching the cart. It's Genesis not touching the cart.
A G9.
Oh,
unfortunate.
My God, I thought Runaway just let them push. I was so mistaken. They had the setup. They had the force out. The Immortality Field, it was gone. The Terra Surge was coming through, but he's just too far away from the cart to keep it contested.
Tragic.
Well,
win condition for Runaway now.
Yes.
Apparently. I mean, if you're going to play the Reinhardts, I can't think of many better spots to play it than that specific corner on King's Row. It's so good to be able to mitigate damage, and you saw that was where the main fight happened. And so many times they were trying to bully in and push past and get a window, and it seemed like Runaway knew exactly what the strategy was for them to try to get initiation, and they crushed it 2 to 3 times, were able to kind of do a forward hold on spawn camp. So that composition looked really nice for Runaway. And now the question is, what do they run on offense is the worrying thing. Can't really run the Rhine on offense here.
Yeah.
Unless you just want to lose your shield and die immediately. So,
okay,
Magneto.
We'll see. Maybe
Don't hate it.
Okay. I thought maybe he was just going to go Diva for a Widow Protect shot here, but looks like they might stick with this one as Zest also hovering the Genji, but okay, no, another quick pivot. Mag going over to the Winston, at least for this opener. Their way through. Okay.
Full on dive.
Yep, quick rush, get themselves through a hotel, but my God, the HP bars right now so very low, and yep, Decay able to capitalize on that one, and this first volley, well, it is not going to do anything for them. So much damage before they even got into hotel. And, yeah. Zest will find Teru. That's a slow run back there for the Zenyatta, but not a huge window to try to work with.
It's not bad, though, because there is no taxi. The biggest thing that Genesis has going against them is the slowest support line on the planet. So they're going to try to take advantage of this as Runaway and push the issue.
Diving forward, the beam coming in, trying to confirm the kill there on Akalios. Projective barrier comes up just in time to keep himself alive. They look for a little bit more here. Now occupying space, that second tick coming through. Runaway off to a good second start, I suppose, is just the dive into the back line, just looking to fully isolate these supports, and they can with ease. And now, I mean, it's just ring around the rosy here with the remaining Genesis players, and they know that they're dead to rights. They know that this point defense is over. I'm going to say Juan can maybe try to build up towards that pulse bomb for a little bit longer, as well as try to make his way out to safety, but eventually he's going to be running out of blinks here as they continue to chase forward and looking for that elimination. Lijiang, I mean, there's no limits to how deep he will go to try to kill the enemy Tracer for that stagger.
No one expects the monkey through the window. What a really cool initiation there. They don't want to fight in the archway. That's not what their composition is built for. They throw everyone over the top, get that support line that, I mean, it's fine if they have time to set up and peel for each other, but completely decimated by the dive, the Zen and Ana. And speaking of which, they're off of the Zen and the Ana. You can't play it against this composition.
No. Well, now, let's see if Genesis are going to be able to try to take any semblance of archway control back here away from Runaway. As Kalios is looking for just that. Duke now out. Decay going for the Winston. Diving in very quickly. Will be able to build up towards the Primal Rage, but Lijiang already picked off. So things are looking good here for the defense. Batting people around, unable to stop them getting back into the spawn room there. So a couple will be able to escape, but with the picks, it's going to be decent control found here as Zest now out in the open in a bad spot. Beam not going to be getting the most of the damage there, but help the sticky bombs as well as Choice A1 coming back through. They will be able to find that added stagger.
Genji can't deflect.
And Decay can't get out.
Beams.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I mean,
advantage.
that's what I was worried about when Decay Primal Rage so deep, but then they jump back, and I was like, oh, good, because you know you're going to have to be there as Echo at some point, right? And apparently not.
Maybe missing the disconnect call there from the rest of the team. We're just straight up didn't have the abilities off cooldown to be able to get himself out to safety. As Zest jumping up over the top here, the rooftops, Blade sheath at the ready. Amp Matrix coming through from Maka. As that's going to be the Flux now, looking for the pickup. Sound Barrier shielding will widely keep people alive, but Choice A1 has a Pulse Bomb ready for 2 as they hit the floor. Which you got a Prophet, both going to be taken out. Now Genesis, once again, looking to get a Vice Grip here on this cart.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the landing pad Pulse Bomb that works so well with the Flux. Everyone's up, and you have beat, and everyone's thinking they're fine, then they land on a Pulse Bomb. Alright, so Runaway still has initiation, though, because I think it's largely because that window went down. They wanted to go in, Mag had jumped in, and it looked like the Blade was going to come out, but had to spend time deflecting. So now they're going to still have the Blade. It is going to be a naked Blade, meaning no nano, no beats into Terra's beat, but I think you have to bust Blade here to get beat out. Blade charges faster, it's less valuable. Like, force the beat out.
And they're going for it. Mortality Field needing to be cleansed out now. Kalio's still going to crumble under that pressure, and Zest finding a follow-up kill as Maka will get dropped. The juggle in there from Mag as well, just cornering the Cowboy. Takes out Decay, looks for a little bit more, trying to knock this Lucio back away from his spawn, but as that Primal expires, as the respawns get ready to come through, he knows that he has to make his exit, so we'll be able to jump back out to safety as the cart gets itself docked here at B. So 3 minutes, 42 seconds for Runaway to basically go the length of the map. And okay, Mag continuing to just try to show as much depth as possible. Now going to be swapping over here towards this Zarya as Prophet. Well, he's been on the cast and he's making his presence continuously known. Swings back through, finds Decay, finds Teru, looks for a little bit more, goes rolling forward. Mortality Field does come down. Cuts around, says, okay, you know what? Juicier target is going to be that tank. Looks forward as Decay now going to be swapping over onto that Widowmaker, and he instantly finds value.
I mean, if you're going to play this composition, which is essentially everyone on Cass, right? Make sure that Cass is totally fine. Prophet would be one of the top choices to put on that Cass. It's been absolutely amazing. And actually almost got Decay there. It was very close to getting Decay before he got his head taken off.
Okay, well, body shot there on his Zest, taking an immense amount of damage. Choice A1 just kind of swooping in out of nowhere. We'll confirm that kill. Slow start to the final stretch here for the side of Runaway as Decay once again just postured up on the high ground. Going to be looking for anybody who wants to peek their head around that corner.
Yeah, this is the theoretical counter to the Cassidy composition. Make sure that you kill Cassidy before there's any chance to immortality or bubble or anything else. We saw a little glimpse of how it could possibly work yesterday on. But Prophet is just going to get off the cast, go onto the Widow. Widow v Widows, gotta love it.
It's been a damn long while since we've gotten treated to this one here. See who's going to be able to come in on top of the duel is Amp Matrix, just going to be buying time here for the side of Genesis. Kalio's that Terra Surgeon nearly built up to 7% left to go, and Mag still a ways away from a grab. Needs to get himself into a strong position, but Decay, just knowing exactly where he was going to come peeking from, is able to find Prophet, taking him down now. Zest corralled, trying to get himself out of this position, trying to stay alive. Lijiang diving forward to go for the peel. They're playing on a knife's edge right now. Decay still set up, still looking for these kills, and also holding on to that infrasight.
Okay, I mean, it's taken a while to get some of these ultimates up, and it's so difficult to be able to push in against a Widow. Pretty much, like, Prophet has to win this Widow v Widow. Right now, Runaway's going to have to wait it out anyway. You can't go in against Sights. They might have to initiate, like beat and then rush, and then get Mag up to grab, and then Pulse Bomb. Like, that's how you do it. Easily, right? No resistance.
Okay, well, Prophet getting a shot on the Terror, getting a glimpse there of Decay. There's some pressure as Choice A1 well into the back line, and okay, Zest coming through, is able to put that Pulse Bomb down onto the enemy Widow. Grab now online. Mortality Field cleared out. Kalio's completely on an island. Grab now, potentially just to try to pull them off the cart once more. As it continues inching forward, Prophet pulled way back here, trying to see if he can get into a covering fire position, waiting for Choice A1 to come out off that top side. Then he's just going to be right back into the front lines. Pulse is still held. Bubble used there from Mag. Now going to be put on cooldown as the grab going to be lobbed into the corner. It's going to find the Tracer. Immortality Field going to be coming through. Sound Barrier now dropped in from Lijiang onto the Terra Surge. Looks for an elimination, but it won't be able to find one. Terra, however, second beat now rolling in here for the side of Genesis, and Maka as well, nearly with an Amp Matrix. Time dwindling, and these kills are going to cost Runaway dearly. Looking for a little bit more, but both supports corralled off here into the side room. Disruptor shot completely cutting them off from one another as the picks are continued to be found, and it looks like that should just about do it. I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch here. Seth's going to try for it, blinks in, does manage to force out that overtime. So a second shot at it, but this needs to be played to absolute perfection, but no, he can't make his way back in. Great control there from the side of Genesis to just barely pull off that defense after what was a pretty catastrophic C9 on the attack themselves. They get it, now we're tied up 1-1.
Got to be breathing a sigh of relief after how that offense went. The switch to Widow, absolutely clutch. It's you know, I think it is a really good counter to that composition that we've seen, because it's just the burst damage is so critical to making sure that they can't do anything with the cast. And then I still have questions about the Mag Zarya. It took a long time to get that Graviton up. And then it's just really hard to push against the Widow position there. You need to win that Widow 1v1 because you can't necessarily throw it on the Kitsune rush and hope everything goes well. You're going to get your heads taken off unless you want to commit a double bubble and push people in, unless you want to commit beat and push people in. There's not a lot of great options to push in against the Widow. It's been one of the complaints about the hero for a long time is how do I counter this Widow? It's like, well, get a better Widow. It's always been the best answer, and no one really wants to hear that, but it is still the best answer unless you want to maybe run a Zarya or a Diva or something like that. But yeah, the Widow switch was brilliant, and then Decay got the better of the Widow 1v1 both times, or maybe 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, on point with his shots, Decay looking crisp as ever there, able to get the better of Prophet, who otherwise was looking still very deadly on that Cassidy. But I said it at the top of the series before we got into this, I wasn't sure what to expect from either of these teams other than a non-3-0, and that is what they have given us so far. So tied up 1-1 as we get ready to go into push. This is anybody's game now with the great fire back there from Genesis, because I thought that after that attack, after the way that it ended, that there was just going to be this mental implosion, but they managed to find stability.
That could break you as a team, because it was looking really good, and then just to clutch it up there. But now it's like kind of swings the momentum back the other way of like, okay guys, we dropped the ball, but look how we rallied. Like, that's pretty good. For Runaway, I think we're going to Esperanca. I would be surprised if we weren't.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, maybe Mag can play the Winston. There's a blueprint of how to play the Winston out here too, so that's good. Actually, I did like though the Reinhardt corner hold. I thought that was a really smart play. It's a nice adjustment. It was their best hold of all of King's Row by a mile. So they're finding ways to cover up some of their deficiencies, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see Mag, back under the Runaway banner, back on that Reinhardt that did make him famous, that, made people around the world kind of just know who he was when he was still playing in Contenders. So that was awesome to see. It worked a treat until, the attacker came around and they just couldn't quite make it happen. So still some things that need to be filled in. The Zarya not finding as much impact as they would have liked there for that final push, but it's good to have a nice competitive series here to round out the evening. So tied up 1-1. Somebody's obviously going to be taking the lead as we get ready to go into push. And given that it's not Coliseum, which, Runaway was looking incredible on yesterday, I think this is very much anybody's game. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will get into Esperanca and see who's going to be moving up to match point. Alrighty, we are back and we are tied up 1-1 between these two squads. No 3 Overwatch in sight between Runaway and Genesis, as they were just about barely able to scrape by with the win there on King's Row. It was a great rally back after a pretty catastrophic C9 on their push, and now we go into the push game mode, and we have Esperanca, of course, as the map.
Yeah, and this is where map picks really come into play as well. This is obviously going to be Genesis's map pick, because if you're Runaway, the Coliseum really fits your strengths. Not only does it allow Mag to play the Orisa, which worked really well, but also Vigilante went absolutely bonkers on Coliseum yesterday, so really smart map pick to go to Esperanca, where maybe they're not as comfortable. So really interesting to see map picks come into play here.
Alright, well, let's see if that Winston does resurface. You made mention of it before the break. Let's see it there on the opening of that attack, which was looking very good overall for the side of Runaway. Maybe going to bring that one back out and walk it, in the footsteps of our previous series just a little bit here. Got to see Smurf putting it on display to great effect.
Yeah, and maybe I think if you're Genesis, you kind of force the Doom, right? Doom against Winston can be pretty good, and then enforce them to play in a style that maybe they don't want. So it's gonna be interesting to see what comes out from. Really, my question always is, and I'm going to stop harping on it, but my question is, what's Mag going to play? I want to see it.
Oh, we're about to find out. So let's go ahead and jump into Esperanca. Let's see. Oh, it was going so well.
I purposely did not bring up that we had not had a pause yet tonight, so it's not my fault.
It looks like maybe
thinking about it did it, I guess.
Yeah, something going on here in the Kalios camp. Over here with Genesis. Let's see what exactly. Okay, it's just going to be a sound issue. So we'll just take care of that. Get back into it.
Runaway looks a little annoyed, but it's all good. So I was going to say before we went to break last time, while we were kind of filling a little bit of time, that Lijiang flying in on last point to try to save his tracer was like the most classic Lijiang to me. I loved it. Just seeing the silhouette from a distance, it was just hilarious to me.
Yeah, I mean, just Zest is over there. He's getting fired at. I must go diving forward.
I've got you. I'll save you.
Man's an absolute madman. Want some more Decay fans there in the audience, of course. I mean, as mentioned, like a lot of fans that are here have probably been at previous studios in the past watching Contenders. When we were on NBC and had kind of like a revolving seasonal venues and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Decay's career now is over 6 years, which is insane. And the guy still has it. I mean, we've seen so many other people who started around that same time starting to step away. I mean, Prophet, his career a little bit older than that, but now, stepping over to retire, Gesture in that same form. But Decay still here, still looking to play, and still putting up solid numbers.
You got to stop bringing up how long these guys have been playing, because it just makes me, face my own mortality at a certain point of how because I'm like, I remember when Decay was signed as a rookie and when Decay started playing, and I don't know, how long have you been casting Overwatch, right? It's got to be 2016, 2017?
2016 was the first time, so it's been a good long while. I mean, essentially since the very beginning. So I mean, there's very few players who are in this tournament whose career I either was casting the start of their career and am still casting them, or I took over casting them after like Monty and Doa started casting their careers. That's kind of where we're at. There's a little bit of in between some of the, I would say a lot of actually the players that didn't quite make it into the Overwatch League that were doing tier 2. That was, the Contenders broadcast after I had joined the league. But it is crazy every time I see these faces. I'm like, we're both still here doing this thing, huh? But looks like everything is taken care of. So now we can get back into the map.
There's been very few players who have popped up throughout this gameplay that I don't recognize and don't have at least several memories of specific maps, specific points. So it's been a fun journey to be on with everybody. Let's see what they want to run here, both sides. Mag and the Orisa to start off.
Okay, I mean, sticking with basically exactly what we saw from them on Coliseum just yesterday, and it was working a treat for them. And the Orisa as well was looking damn good for them just a map ago. So let's see how it fares. As Kalios is going to be coming out with that Zarya.
Yeah, a little wrinkle on both sides here because Genesis is not running the Baptiste. So no Immortality field. But Maka should feel much safer considering there's really no dive options for Runaway.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more onus on Zest to try to find that. But Teru cannot feel safe at all. Oh, just trying to pop up over the half wall there. It's getting taken out. HP bars right now dangerously low as Maka has his work cut out for him. Needs to try to keep everybody sustained right now. But now high ground is going to be taken. Vigilante joining in alongside Prophet. They find him. Choice A1 going to be gone. And Runaway are very handedly going to be able to win the opening fight.
Yeah, losing your Lucio first is absolutely brutal because you can't disengage at all. And immediately when you're running two mirrored Lucios, and especially when you're running against Runaway's Lucio, you know they're coming after you. You know, like the mobility, the chase down is going to be there.
Yeah. Lijiang gone. I mean, he's like
Kalios switches.
He's like Nemesis hunting down the Stars members. He will just not stop until he's dead. There's a quick little tag there on the Javelin. Choice A1. Gonna be fine. This Prophet just continues to try to hover on this high ground. Force off the angle for a brief little moment. Just trying to weave these shots in. Gets the headshot there onto Kalios. Takes him down low. Now the Deadeye to help escort the bot forward. A quick little TP forward there. Dash forward rather from Choice A1 to try to stop the bot in its place. But the bot is going to stop itself. This checkpoint has been obtained.
Yeah, they're going to get forward spawns now. This is the critical fight right now. If
they're still committing into this one. Lijiang going to be taken down, but Prophet able to find a K. Getting the kill. Immortality field now lobbed in as the barrier once again coming up. Does get the accretion stun there. Out on. But kill's not fully found here on the back end, but as the dive forward comes through from Terror, they will be able to confirm it there on a Prophet, I should say. Zest able to come away with one, but widely. Runaway just going to be living up to the name, backing off a little bit here. As the bot now held in this arch, but now the regression coming through, looking for Taro, and he will be hounded down. Zest able to find that elimination as Vigilante trying to get settled on the high ground once more. Does get picked off by Kalios. So bloody back and forth, but Runaway widely still going to be in a comfortable position given the distance that they've already set up.
Yeah, just not enough sustain there with Vigilante down. Losing supports is always absolutely brutal. They're going to try to keep at least high ground positioning here. Prophet has been a menace on this bridge, but they're going to find that and then just, gotta get out of there.
Trying to stay tucked away, but eventually Decay coming up with the kill.
Beat.
Does bring that to an end. Yeah, beat. Called in here from Lijiang gone, and he just gets pooped back so very far. Gonna get cleaned up, but Zest able to find Taro at the same time. So a trade out on those Lucios here in the fight, but with Zest and Mag now getting dropped, looks like that should just about be the conclusion here. Vigilante will just make it a little bit worse for them, not allow them to have the full 5 players together, as Maka does get dropped, but that's also some added stagger here onto the Baptiste from Runaway.
Mag switches. Guess what he switched to?
Okay. Reinhardt says, I didn't really like that ult that I used, so I'm going to go for a Shatter instead. Terra Surge, not my style, not my tempo.
Are you rushing or dragging? Genesis in a great spot with 4 ultimates here. Runaway had to burn through everything and make some switches, so it's going to be tough. I just don't know where Reinhardt fits in. Maybe you rotate on top of the stairs, try to get a charge through here. You can't just sit underneath the bridge.
Okay, well, Zest going down nice and early. Gives even more space here over to Genesis. Maka able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thought Kalios for a second was going to go in for the Flux, as they look to just try to break through this doorway and get in on top of this Sigma. Taking down low, HP bar still going to be hovering around half, but he widely will be okay as Immortality field forced out from Vigilante. Okay, still, going to be the approach here from the back as the pulse bomb going to be used. Deadeye in, shield raised, now broken though, and Mag will get picked off. Yeah, Matrix not finding too much there for the side of Runaway, and now Bot making its way over towards the checkpoint, and it's going to tie us up.
Yeah, it'd be a heck of a thing to see a draw on push. I don't think it's going to happen here, but never say never. Yeah, Genesis had to burn through a lot there, but totally worth it. They will take the lead, and even a minuscule lead on push can win you the map. They're just going to get rained on, and Prophet is always going to be in position where he's trying to check the top of the bridge, because otherwise you just got Decay free fire.
Yeah, getting back out of the spot is going to be really rough tidings for the side of Runaway, and Zest again going to get picked off right off the rip as Choice A1 is able to find that kill. Yeah, Matrix trying to escort them forward, Mag having to take the charge out of the fight. Shield raised, trying to keep them protected. HP bar still very low, and Kalios spamming in this M1 spray is able to find Prophet. Now Mag out on an island, will end up falling. Choice they want able to finish him there with a melee hit, and Genesis can open up a monstrous lead from here.
Yeah, every meter is going to matter. I think Mag's going to give it at least another life on this because, in theory, the Shatter should find value. Now, the Shatter is going to have to get Teru, or someone's going to pick up Teru first because the beat is being saved just for this Shatter, which they know is incoming.
Yeah, you can be sure that Teru is going to be playing back, trying to avoid that exact outcome, but swing on the corner, Shatter goes in, doesn't find anybody. Coming up short, Matrix is well committed in. Does open things up a bit, but it's getting through this part right here where Genesis can pull back, operate on the high ground. That's proven to be so very difficult for the side of Runaway. Decay just up over the top here, is able to weave these shots in behind the shields. Actually just dropping down, looking to go a little bit more aggressive. It's Vigilante now going to be jumped on. Pulse Bomb held, Immortality Field forced out. Choi Se-won can just wait this out, says okay, now I know that you don't have your cooldown, I'm going to go back in, try to hold on to that pulse. Sends it, okay, does use it in the end. Lijiang somewhere is dangerously low, and Mag now opting to swap over onto the Sigma to try to match, but again, Genesis pushing forward, getting ready to hit triple digits.
Yeah, Teru so critically has been able to hold on to this beat as well. They've done such a really good job. Also, give a ton of credit to Choi Se-won pressuring out Maka without, pressuring out Vigilante. Without that Baptiste, it's not the kill, but getting Baptiste out of the sightlines means that your tank is pretty much dead. You're not able to get the heals.
On, stunned up there from the accretion, push forward in front of the barrier. So now it's going to be the Flux coming into play. The pick up there on the Mag, but no other real damage going to be found. The beat's going to be dropped in as well from Lijiang to try to keep him alive. But answering beat here from Teru. Amp Matrix still in the back pocket of Maka. Now going to be using that here to try to pump out enough heals to keep Kalios alive. And as you can see, it's working a treat. So as long as they hold the bot in this position, Genesis not going to be breaking a sweat at all. They know how much of a lead they have. They know how much of an advantage they have right now with that high ground held. Once they lose it, they're going to be sitting pretty. Cess chasing in, looking for Choi Se-won. Mag grenade will connect onto him there, but not going to be finding that elimination. This Kalios in a bad spot now. They can't afford to try to pile in. You can see just how scared they are to try to walk their way up towards that enemy Sigma. So he's actually able to slink away, and it's going to be a lot of heals, a lot of extra ult charge going over towards Genesis' supports now. Appreciate not getting much of anything there. His forward spawns will finally be taken away from them. The bot works back here into the starting position, but Genesis can intercept on the opposite side. And Matrix now thrown in from Vigilante, looking for some targets. Zest pushing forward. They'll find Decay. Kalios getting dropped as well. Means that Runaway will finally win their first fight in what feels like 5 minutes.
It may very well have been more than 5 minutes. Just very well played, though, by Runaway to push the bot, catch the rotation, because Genesis is going to rotate around after they lose the high, well, after the high ground becomes kind of worthless based on the bot positioning where everyone is, and then Runaway catches that rotation with a window, like just beautiful window drop by Vigilante. They get so much damage in, put everyone down. If Runaway wins another fight, it's very possible to take the lead.
Well, for now, the bot continuing to move forward unhindered. Deadeye nearly online here for Decay. Pulse Bomb out from Zest, looking for the kill. Not going to be able to catch anybody, though. Flux in. That's the pickup there on the Teru with the drop down. Immortality Field is waiting for him. Keeps him sustained as the Deadeye buys some space here for Genesis. Another Amp Matrix ready to go. Maka here. Gonna get maybe a little bit further forward than he might have anticipated, but either way, Decay's able to make use of it, finding the elimination there onto Zest, and once again slowing things up for Runaway and forcing them back. Profit now the cleanup sought after here. Any extra kills that Genesis gets, just that much more time bought.
Runaway has to win the next 3 fights, at least two, just to stop the bot, stop the push, and then push it further. Only a minute left, so this is a critical fight for Runaway. If they lose this fight, I can't see a world in which they win this map.
Another Flux about to be online here for Kalios. The accretion stun into the back. Lijiang down on the floor. Kalios getting stunned, but the barrier's just helping to keep him protected. Bot in the meantime still stagnant. Profit with an opener though. Decay gonna get picked off. As they try to get this bot moving forward once again, and will be able to do so. Flank coming in now. Good tags there on the Teru. Immortality Field gonna be forced out. He gets pushed back. Zest ready to collect. Finds the elimination, looks for the one clip. Profit will be able to tag in, getting the headshot there on Amaka, and now it's going to be supportless here for the side of Genesis. We know that they're going to have to just go ahead and reset, so Kalios gets taken out. Cleanup comes in. They take them down, but 15 seconds remaining. Runaway will have to try to get this done in overtime.
It's going to be final fight, and Runaway's got a pretty nice ult advantage here. So Maka not near a window. Genesis doesn't really have any great initiation.
Are they trying to
try
cook
to
here?
Flux.
Teru about to have That ult online, the swing onto the corner. Looking to try to take him down. Transcendence will be forced out. Gallios in the meantime going to be stunned as the sound barriers in. Vigilante on the opposite side, setting up that Amp Matrix as Decay steps towards Prophet to try to take him down, and take him down he does. The instant Deadeye pop now as he turns to face back over towards the bot. G going to be dwindling. Choice A1, faster respawn, closer respawn here for him. Curious to see if Prophet's going to change anything up, and Sass going in for the pulse bomb stick, just throws it right there on the lamppost. Value not going to be found. Another barrier coming in. Kinetic Grass going to be popped here from Mag. The Flux about to be online. The accretion is used. That means he gets pretty free access here to pick up, but no one's playing the bot. And here we go. The opposite side, but Runaway, they move away from it for just a moment. The smiles come through from Genesis's players, and they reach match point.
Some really solid plays from both sides there. I'm trying to suss out why Terror went to the Zenyatta. Ended up working out really well for them, and just the trust in Maka to be able to save them with the Immortality Field every time they got Flux, because the Lucio beat is just a perfect catch-all of whatever they have, I got us. We're saved. No problem. Obviously, the Zen is able to put out so much more damage. Maybe they saw an opening to get orbs, and Terror was able to actually defend themselves much easier on the Zenyatta. Might be a bit of a comfort pick. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I mean, I said I was going to stop harping on it, but it's the only player I've seen play Reinhardt on this map so far, and that was about 5 minutes of fruitlessness, one way to say it.
We had some in Japan on this map, but it wasn't good, to say the least. It didn't go well. So yeah, very, very different looks. Not able to find it. The Shatter, I'd say overconfident in swinging that corner, trying to drop the hammer. Everybody was just already so far away as well. So it was definitely a 3-2-1 call because they had the Amp Matrix there, but they swung in the corner like, oh, we didn't get anything, and now we've just wasted 2 enormous ultimates. So things not going Runaway's way at all. Still a decent run back attempt, despite how much time they had invested on that Reinhardt, but you cannot help but wonder, if you're a Runaway fan right now, what if they had just swapped to Sigma so much earlier on? Maybe they actually would have been able to regain the lead. Maybe this would be them moving up 2-1, but now that is not going to be the case. So we get Flashpoint. Maybe we get Escort.
Yeah. That's all I'm praying for now. Let's get to Escort here. Yeah, but it's, I mean, looking back, it's always a lot clearer, but you look at even the one life where Mag was at 87%, and I'm wondering, is he coming back as Ryan to try to get some Shatter value? But then the Shatter got no value, and then they just put him way behind the 8-ball yet again. And then, the Sigma didn't look bad from Mag. It was pretty decent. And then even at the end, they had a shot to stay on the cart. I think there was plenty of bodies for Genesis that it wouldn't have really mattered had they gotten the touch. The Flux was a desperation Flux to begin with. But the Flux actually took Mag off of the cart now that I think. Anyway, so the only path is forward. Looking forward for Runaway. It is going to be their map pick. I wonder how much, and I'd have to talk to some people about this, how much of the map pick really matters on Flashpoint. It feels like both maps play very similarly.
Yeah.
There's small differences, but for the most part, it feels like they play out pretty much the same.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment, but we'll see what Runaway can put together and whether or not they're going to be able to rally back, take this all the way to 5, or if Genesis will close it out 3-1 when we come back from the break. Alrighty, we are back and going into what could very well be the final map of the evening. Genesis able to take advantage of a tiny little oopsie that Runaway made on their final push on Esperanca. They take the lead now 2-1, and they're going to be looking to finish things off with a 3-1 to get their first match victory here of OWCS Korea. But Runaway looking to give us our first map 5 of OWCS Korea.
Yeah, Genesis not punished for their error on King's Row and punishing the other error. Again, I think that one's it's not as egregious as some C9s I've seen before. You know, if there's only one person alive and they end up like getting off the cart trying to make a play, I mean, I know we all like typing it in chat, but let's have some perspective on some of these things.
Yeah.
But still, Genesis up 2-1 on Runaway. Maybe a surprise to some people, but this is kind of what I like, not what I wanted to see as far as score-wise, but like get a feel for Genesis. And then also, I mean, this is starting to lend credence to WAC being like one of the super top teams, because they did just absolutely beat down Genesis 3-0 in Genesis's first match. So this has been really interesting to see. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of comments on Runaway, who's, you know, always been and forever will be a fan favorite, but they've got some things they need to figure out.
That they do. I mean, that play there from Mag, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think that it's a difficult situation. Is it a full-blown C9? I mean, it is, but it's not as egregious as I would say Genesis's was. But they were in a position where they were able to kind of just come back into it and end up finding some stability. This one was a little bit more like, if anyone remembers the Tizzy Leap from the Grand Finals, GC Busan versus Runaway. That's right, I'm still throwing Apex references out there, but the game is ready. So let's go ahead and load into Flashpoint and see if Runaway can take us to that ever sought-after escort map.
Why wouldn't you? This is Apex Season 5 after a 5-year, 6-year hiatus, so it's all good. Just a continuation of the history that you continue to write.
It's going on 7 years, unfortunately, but yeah, it's.
I was being generous.
2017 was a while ago, as it turns out.
Oh, it does turn out that way. True enough. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Never mind. I have a lot to say about that, but not here nor there. Mag going to come out on the Orisa. It's been the most consistent tank for Mag so far, so I think this is the correct move. They're going to run the Cass, Orisa, and BAP. Meanwhile, Genesis running a very similar comp, but with a D-Bot instead. A little more mobility, a little more chase down ability.
A little bit more protection as well. These headshots that they're going to be expected there from Prophet, the dive for it. Now looking to try to isolate Decay. Kalios as well, hovering low on HP in that mech, but Lijiang going to be able to find one there. As Maka taken down, but Zest in the meantime handled. Both Lucio's getting a bit bloodthirsty there. So HP bar is still hovering low for Genesis, and Runaway occupying the low ground. It means that they will be able to go ahead and get the opening cap.
Yeah, first cap comes through. Good job by Terror early on to be able to protect themselves against the Zest dive, but on the other side, things switch up and they lose one. So, man, I mean, Flashpoint, I'm still getting used to the speed of it, really, because now it seems like it's a 2 fight per point kind of thing. If you win first point, you get first cap. If you win the second one, it's putting the other team in a bad spot.
Yeah. Zest again tagged up here. As Genesis looks to make their way over onto the point, taking their way up on this, looking for that flip. Runaway swinging around the high ground here, just looking for a target to strike, but we're basically just going through the merry-go-round right now. The teams look to avoid each other. Matrix now going to be lobbed in. Very aggressive dive forward there from Teru. They did not pay the iron price on that one. Pulse Bomb out from Choice A1. Not going to be able to find the elimination, but Zest will be able to capitalize, finding that kill. Okay, in the meantime, though, breaking down the front lines of Runaway. One on the mag for a little bit more there. The damage coming through, but 96% built up here for Runaway. The tank now gone. The contest is there on the low ground. Deadeye out from Prophet, able to find the Baby Diva. Okay, and Maka now going to be falling to the wayside, and that's just about confirm it here, and it will. Let's see, will bleed down, and Runaway will claim the first Flashpoint.
And now this is all about, this entire map mode is about rotations, speed, and where you can get to. It's really important for Runaway to get to the next point. Luckily, it is closer to them because they do have more of an anchor tank kind of thing. Get Mag in good position, take the high ground, and then just wait it and catch the other team coming in. But then there's a bunch of options to be able to where you're going to come in. Zest hiding.
Waiting. Sneaky beaky like. Needing some information here from the rest of his teammates. Get the full understanding of the positions here of Genesis on the approach, but that's just going to be the Terror Surge coming down. Immortality Field and the Beat both going to be forced out here. As the Kate interrupted on that Deadeye by Mag with the Javelin. Shots flying, Pulse Bomb still held, but looks like they're just going to continue to hold it as the cleanup comes through. Lijiang just looking to go with the aggro Beat. It works a treat here for the side of Runaway. Now, drop down, second cap here on the Flashpoint in their hands.
Yeah, that's just really, I mean, intelligent Lucio play. Of course, the beat's already down from the other side, so that you're going to be even no matter what, and then an offensive beat's just going to win you the fight 90% of the time. There's no way that it's not going to, unless you're against a Sombra and your shields get stripped off. So that's not a problem there. Runaway in a great position, and I think the window's got to be the next to come down and just deter them even more.
Yeah. Aka still a bit further behind there, 70%. Towards his own amp matrix. Be instrumental in them trying to break forward into this point. Runaway continuing to hold it now up over 50%, as we talked about, given how quickly this ticks up. It's going to be damn near final fight territory here for Runaway to get a 2-0 lead and force Genesis into a reverse sweep situation here on this map. Back down to about half HP, gets this pin there on the Decay and is able to finish the job. Looks like he'll get out scot-free too. Heels coming across, Prophet in the meantime will get caught, so trade out here on the Cowboys. Bomb locked in, Mag under heavy duress, will eventually fall. The point still ticking up. Genesis now looking to occupy it, looking to flip this back into their favor. Mortality Field has been cleared out, and Zest just looks to try to get this one contested, but having popped that recall, needs to try to get out of there. Slides back, Runaway gonna have to try to reapproach. For now, Genesis will get themselves on the board.
Yeah, Kalios with the enormous kinetic grasp ended up being a raid boss with about 1,000 HP. There was no way they were going to die, so next fight should pretty much decide it given the nature of this, although if Runaway can get back in here quick, they might get a couple of shots at it. Runaway, nothing really to work with yet on both sides, but this could be one of those great ultimates that you Flux and Deadeye into. It's one of the best ways to get value out of Deadeye.
Yeah. Everybody approaching pretty much from the same angle here at the moment. No defensive ultimates available. Just going to be reliant on that Immortality Field to try to keep people alive through it, perhaps.
Flux.
As there's the pickup. Behind cover, though, so no follow-up damage means that they do get to survive. Prophet now with Deadeye of his own looking for some targets. Their Surge as well going to be lobbed in, but Immortality Field on the side of Genesis is just going to be able to absorb that pressure. Taro now, Sound Barrier online, ready to go at a moment's notice. Genesis also take this into final fight territory. It's the push forward here from Kalios, and Taro dead. Says with the pulse bomb, able to find him. Yeah, it's not going to be an Ajax. He will have it for the future, but that is not going to save them in this fight. The flip back now coming through for Runaway. The OT can bleed away. With that pulse bomb, Zest has just saved them from tying things up. They now have the lead.
The silver lining is Lijiang did use the sound barrier to conclude the fight to make sure, so they do know that they have a 100% barrier lead. Does Genesis. Genesis actually super ahead on both support ultimates, so if they can find the correct way to set up, and it seems like they are in the perfect spot to be able to set up, then they should be able to at least get first capture, or at least win first fight. You kind of want to prioritize winning the first fight first. There's so many times I see teams try to cap first and they're out of position, but it looks like Genesis is doing the smart thing.
Okay, well, with the Amp Matrix, Maka going to be able to use that to take down Lijiang, so first fight is going to be one. Now that the point is unlocked, they can go ahead and get the cap. Get some cleanup here onto the back lines, though. Decay able to scoop up 3 quick kills there, building up very nicely towards that next Deadeye. Genesis going to be in control for the time being, and I mean, a reminder, they need to get this as a reverse sweep if they want to close out the series now.
Yeah, and I think they're feeling pretty decent right now because they do have the barrier to deal with anything, and it's not like barrier has to be a reaction to anything that Runaway has. There's no flux or something like that demands the barrier. So if they can get like a pulse bomb or something and able to save barrier for next fight, they're going to be feeling very good.
Just one backing off after playing close here. It's going to be noted by Runaway as Decay just tries to work them lower and lower on these approaches. Lijiang now trying to survive. That will be okay. Decay continues to find the head here of Mag, continuously working him lower and lower. Flux dropped in. Jelani going to be taken down. Everybody low here on the side of Runaway, and it seems like Genesis are going to take that first step forward as they crest 80%. The cleanups are going to be found. Runaway now just going to have to wait and see what the next flashpoint is and try to go and close it out from there.
A lot of commitment there, but you have to if you're Genesis. You're down 2-0 on Flashpoints. If you lose that point by somehow, then you're going to be kicking yourself, taking your ultimates back to spawn. Where does this one come up? Runaway with the advantage going into next point by a large margin.
Yeah, huge inside track here. So we'll see. As the ults are very nicely built up for them. Lijiang on just 19, 18% now away from that sound barrier. So 4 ults just about to play with here. Genesis, though, with an amp matrix of their own, nearly built up. Given the accuracy shown by Decay, that could just be enough to really turn the tides here. Into the back, though. Choice A1 going out. Pulse Bomb's able to find Vigilante. Great clear from Decay to get rid of that immortality field, but answering back kills now coming through as Decay and Maka will both be taken out. Kalios getting the Devour there to Kinetic Grasp to take away Zest's Pulse. Lijiang on now going to be dead. These supports getting split spawn away from one another, and Mag left out on an island. It's a pushback here into the corner, trying to somehow turn the tides of this fight, but Teru is going to be able to collect the final 2 kills and also speed their way over onto the point to get the lockdown.
Yeah, really nice 2v2 work from Teru and Choice A1 to make sure that that goes down. It was on a razor's edge from both of them, but really, Teru's Lucio has actually been very, very strong at this particular map. Runaway does have a couple of ults to work with here, especially, you know, the barriers, or the beat is going to be super important, but I don't know if you can use it to initiate when you know that Kalios is going to be ahead on Flux.
I mean, already the beat a bit too late there from Lijiang on. Prophet going to be taken down, and they need to try to find some answering kills here ASAP, but Decay, all the protection in the world, the immortality field there, so just tucks back over towards the point, seeking his next target. Choice A1 duking it out. Zest calling it quits. Waves the white flag, starts backpedaling his pulse bomb. Now built up. Choice A1 more than happy to just hold this for the next approach.
Yeah, you're always happy as Tracer to be able to hold a pulse bomb. Usually it's a fire and forget it, but really smart there to hold it back. There's a pulse from Zest.
He's fine. He finds his mark. Choice A1, recall popped. He's down to a sliver. Does have his own pulse to try to turn the tides of this one, but for now, Runaway occupying the point. Will be able to get the flip. How long then the control it for is going to be the question. As Mag pushing forward, trying desperately to get some additional charge here towards that Flux that Kalios is now 10% away from. They don't want to overextend, so wise to back up, play within the confines here of this point. Can they close it? Pulse up there onto the high ground, immortality field from Vigilante. Keeps himself alive. Mag grenade though thrown in. Zest, the headshot comes through. Decay keeping tabs there on that enemy Tracer, able to find the elimination. Deadeye from Prophet, just having no line of sight. There's just too much architecture here to play around with. Now the Flux is going to be coming through. Up into the air goes Mag, drop down low on HP. They're desperately trying to keep him alive. The Accretion will be able to find the finisher, but Prophet picks up 3 quick kills. Kalios now finding himself a second. Prophet gets the dink there on the Choice A1. He's trying to do everything here for the team, but Choice A1's just a little bit too elusive. The flip is back into their favor. Just Runaway do take that one out of their hands. Quick little movements there. And that buys them more time.
Kind of tragic because they set up everything for Kalios' Flux to be the deciding thing. They got Immortality Field out. They waited for the Accretion to come out, so anything that could have stopped the Flux was already baited out. And they did not get enough people in the Flux. It was only a 1 person. And then meanwhile, while everything was in the sky, the rest of Genesis got taken out.
Oh my god, Decay so fearlessly just charging forward, is ripping them limb from limb. Mag now going to get dropped. Runaway to take up the 99, but that's as high as it's going to go here. As this OT will bleed down, and Genesis are going to tie us up. Looking for that reverse sweep now to finish the series. Runaway, a multitude of ultimates, but a world away from the point.
Mag's got a chance to be a hero. The Flux is only the Immortality Field can stop really the Flux from killing whoever it gets. There's no Accretion, you know, there's no barrier ready, and they know that. So a big chance for Mag here.
Decay trying to play this out quietly. Just creeping around. Ant Matrix now thrown down. Immortality Field having to be used as well. Vigilante's going to be cleaned up, and he himself will also fall. Choice A1 able to find both the supports. That grenade will answer back 1 kill, but Prophet then will shortly die afterward. Zest finding one will have to just try to retreat. And that Mega Pack to keep himself alive, but Genesis getting the first grab of the point.
Kalios able to remech too. Always nice to get on the point. Vigilante's got window. Mag gonna switch back. He's gonna go over to the Orisa, the most comfortable tank that he's played all evening. And now for Genesis, they've got nothing to work with. Runaway's gonna look to set up a window.
Set up a window, try to build to the beat. There's the window now coming through. Again, just line of sight denial. Aplenty here for the side of Genesis, so point can't just be freely taken here by Runaway. And Matrix widely ignored by both squads. The dive in there from Kalios, charging into the back line, but it cost him his mech. Immortality Field comes down, trying to keep him protected. There's going to be trade on either side. Decay going to be taken out, but Vigilante dead on the opposite side. So 1-for-1 thus far. Kalios going to be demech'd. Mag able to spin the win, pushing him back, killing off that baby diva. Is Maka under fire here, trying to win out the trade here versus Zest, but eventually will fall. Runaway still looking for that flip as Genesis get themselves up to that final fight territory. Eventually they will all crumble, but it's 86%, so any flip back into their favor off a team fight win, and this series will be over.
So we're absolutely getting down to it right now. Tied up 2-2 here. Map point. And Decay has been absolutely fearless. I think Runaway, if they want to play aggressive, the moment you see an opening, you can just beat your way in. There's not much that you have to save beat for.
Corner. Yeah, I mean,
this jump headshot.
Just finding it there as looking for the Deadeye. Let's take a nasty chunk of damage. Deadeye widely, though, going to expire, but there it is. The flip back into their favor. So utilizing that, and now Onus very much here on Runaway to try to turn this back. Get this back into their hands. Sound barrier is out. The self-destruct up over the top. Plenty of architecture to play around. The baby diva's going to get punished, so Kalios cannot get the remac. Runaway now looking for the reflip back into their favor, and they will have it. No further kills going to be found quite just yet, but as I say that, both of these Baptistes are going to be taken out. But Decay now falling as the beat gets committed by Teru. Means that Runaway are in with a pinch. Teru cannot make it out. He gets taken down, and that's a crucial ultimate for the retake here. They knew that Lijiang didn't have it.
The saddest song in the world right there. I can only imagine that Teru thought that was the last fight, which, I mean, it very well might have been, but it only gave Teru shields for survivability. Perhaps it was the beat so that Teru could live, get out, and taxi everyone in. As it stands right now, there is still going to be one more fight. Pulse Bomb up, Decay. I mean, there's a lot of single-digit ult charges on Genesis right now.
There are. Vigilante closer to that next window. Probably with the Deadeye to try to buy some space. Granted, playing into a Diva is going to prove to make that a little bit more difficult to find value here. For now, everybody just zoned back. Deflection as well. Pop there just to try to find that free pickoff. Mag now looking to hold the site. As Prophet cleaning up two. Choice of one. Maka both going to be taken down. Prophet finding Teru. Vigilante the only casualty on the side of Runaway here at the moment. Prophet going to be taken lower and lower, but Mag with the spear will take out Kalios, and my God, we have done it. We get ourselves a Game 5 escort to be played here at long last in Korea.
It's only been, 4 days of matches? So, not too big, 12 matches so far. This is the 15th match, I believe. I don't know why I ever try to mess with numbers on broadcast. It's always the worst idea.
Yeah, our 5th day. Yeah, this will be match 15. And we finally do see escort coming through, which is that Circuit Royale. And this is where the more things come into question a little bit more, though, because Runaway, yes, they're pushing us the distance, but can they close on the map that is widely going to be reliant on Widowmaker Sigma?
Right. Where you would think Genesis clears in both of those heroes. Circuit Royale has always been Widow Sigma. It doesn't really matter what. Maybe there'll be something different, but that makes the most sense. I'm just trying to think back to that Teru beat, and the more I think about it, I don't think that was a desperation throw-in, I'm gonna live and save the fight. I think it was, I need to live, I need to get out, we need to taxi. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's the only way I can really justify it.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I'm sure Chad could tell me I'm wrong, and they did this, they did that, but I'm just trying to think, why else would you throw the beat there when you know that everyone's dead? You're not going to Lucio 1v4 that,
I am kind of inclined to maybe give it the benefit of the doubt, similar to you, but it also isn't like we haven't seen Violet do similar things, nor Lee Jae-gon, when it's just I'm going to turn the tide, and it's just this is clearly not a taxi attempt.
Yes, okay, so here's the thing. One, I think that was the intention.
Sure.
Two, I think it was the wrong move. Because even if you get out, not awesome. I mean, you saw they still have a fighting chance at the end. They still got back. So I guess if he dies, you respawn, you come back, and now you have beat, and now you can fight better. So maybe, I don't know. Retrospect 2020. Hook me up with the replay codes. Let's go through it frame by frame. It's called content, guys.
Have to analyze.
So yeah, I'm just stoked to go to Escort. What is the map? Yeah, it is Circle Royale. Okay. So I was just enjoying the hell out of that map. So I'm just trying to get my bearings back down now.
Yeah, I mean, the near reverse sweep there from Genesis. Taro probably going to be kicking himself, but if they could bounce back again after the C9 on King's Row, then I'm sure he's going to be able to bounce back and not allow for that beat coming through. to end up costing them going into this one. Because I think that on paper, just given what we have seen, they should feel relatively comfortable here. This is a map which, granted, we haven't seen it in Korea, so we don't know if the meta for Circuit has changed, but every time that we have seen it, it still has been big on Sigma, big on Sniper. So I'm curious to see what Runaway is going to be putting together as we get ready to go into that one. But of course, we have one last quick little break before we do, so don't go anywhere. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a map 5 between these two squads. I knew it wasn't going to be a 3-0, but I still didn't necessarily believe that it was going to be a 3-2 scoreline for one of these teams here at the end of it all. Circuit Royale is our final map, and all eyes are once again on Runaway as we wonder, what the hell are they going to play?
Yeah, do they have the stable to be able to run the most traditional thing? Like, Circuit just feels like it's always been Sigma Widow, even when the meta is completely different. So I think of like Sigma Specialist coming in. I don't know. I always think of like Space comes in and you play Circuit Royale. That's, you know, as far back as I can remember. But we were talking a little bit during the break, and I was like, hear me out. What if Runaway starts playing like London? That way you get to play Reinhardt. You know, you get a May, you get a Sim, you get a Rhine. What? Who says no?
I mean,
except everybody.
Except for the DPS lineup. I think you'd only have Mag, who's probably sitting there saying like, "Hey, yeah, like do this for me, guys. It'll be great."
Mag's she's just showing him videos of Hottie. He's like, look, I can do that.
It can work. I mean, we will see, but we are down to the wire now as we get ready to go into, I believe, our latest night of Korea, just about here. As we're about to pass 10 p.m. over here on this side of the world. It's a little bit early for you.
It's not necessarily. Yeah, it's not necessarily the latest. It's just the longest gameplay-wise. Because there's been a couple of broadcasts that have been hit with some bugaboos here and there as far as tech breaks go. So that's fine. It's about 5 a.m. I'm full on the KR timeline right now anyway. So I woke up at like 8 p.m.
Well, there you go.
I'm committed.
That's the way to do it. Well, let's now jump into this one. The dubstep button for the last time this evening. As we get into the action and see who is going to be walking away with the win. Is it Genesis with their first match victory? Or is Runaway going to be racking up a third?
Okay. It does look like... Oh, yes, wait.
Gotta reload. Wonderful.
What's the musical symbol on sheet music for reload? I wonder.
I have to invent a new one, but okay. Looks like for now. So no double sniper here on either side. Choice A1's going to be coming out with that Sojourn. Prophet onto the Widowmaker, though. Going up against Decay once more. He's going to have those defensive sight lines again. Zest going for the Genji. Want to try and disrupt that back line. Get in on top of Taru. Find some kills as pop shot attempt. Gonna find anything there.
First fights happen right here. This is the corner of Circuit where everyone fights. This is so much. You can learn so much about how to play Sigma just by watching POVs of right there. Cooldown management, shield management, everything like that's all going to come into play.
Disruptive shot sent out. It's Prop as well, looking for that jump shot, trying to find the player. Back statue. Now identifying that they've swung out a little bit wider. And here comes the corner check. Smag getting worked down to about half HP. Zest as well off screen, somewhere taking damage. There he is. Noted by the Discord orb, but Decay gets the headshot. Prophet, however, able to trade it back. Getting a better of Decay this time around. One member apiece now gone as the Immortality Field has to be used. Prophet again jumping up, narrowly missing that shot on the Choice A1, and now is going to be falling the Choice A1 as he builds up the rail shot and looks for a little bit more damage. Disruptive shot to flush him out into the open. Mag going to be taken down, and that is going to be the cleanup coming through. So from now, Genesis holding the line and building up ults.
Yeah, 2 more chances to go through on this. I think that Decay's probably the overall better Widowmaker, but I mean, with the addition of Zest into this mix, you can really try to mitigate some of that. So really nice timing from Decay on that shot on Zest, because you never know when it's going to get sent back your way.
Oh, jump shot for jump shot. Probably not realizing that Zest was actually, or Decay rather, was above him. As they need to be able to break through this here. Half the time bank taken away. At Matrix, if they can get onto a wide enough angle, that's what they're looking for. And Kalios instantly disappearing. Vigilante with a headshot, able to break through, and that could very well just be this point A falling apart here for them as Prophet as well, catching Decay up on the ramp. Jose Juan just going to be taking a slide out towards safety, but Mag pressing forward fearlessly now. He's able to find that elimination. Cart will move forward into point A and run away and get that time bank bump up.
Yeah, and Maka had just committed the amplification matrix as well, thinking they could pull it back, and then the headshot comes in and removes all doubt that they for sure cannot. Alright, so we're probably going to get into the Flux portion of the map now, and then Transcendences come out. The thing about Circuit Royale is it does kind of play like, you know, flowchart Overwatch in a lot of ways.
Sure. There's the pickup, there's the drop down. Nothing forced really, though. They're still holding on to that Transcendence. As Kalios now going to be trying his own hand at this one. Dropping him down, and that is going to be the Trans out, but Prophet getting the better of Decay once more. Finding the headshots, a man advantage here for the side of Runaway as they continue to push up. Kalios down to half HP. Terra still holding on. Ken tried to delay, but now with Choice A1 gone, it looks a hell of a lot worse to try to use that Transcendence and Prophet. Okay, the guy is upset after that King's Row performance, and he is absolutely electric here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, Prophet didn't know he was going to get into a Widow fight on King's Row. Now he's prepped for it, right? Now he's ready for the Widow fight, and it has been all Prophets in the Widow 1v1.
Some nasty shots coming through from him.
If I'm Runaway, I launch Zest in and just try to force out Transcendence. Like, just be happy with a force out.
I mean, but if they're going to keep backpedaling and just hold on to it,
yeah,
that also
don't have to.
It works to your advantage. I mean, I think I'm right there with you, but I think you wait a little bit longer, allow for Mag to get closer to that flux.
No, I mean, look, the objective's being pushed, so you don't have to do anything about it.
Clark moving forward steadily here, getting ready to hit that final corner in just a little bit. As Prophet slowly creeping around, trying to see if it's going to be poolside with that enemy Widow, but nothing spotted quite just yet. Decay, I mean, he's playing such a hard line all the way into the back. Just maybe scouting this a little bit here for them. As, yep, he's going to go jump in across. Trying to track Prophet's positioning. Now spotting him, but Prophet spots him a little bit faster. Headshot in, Decay gets dropped, Flux now being used. The Transcendence will be forced out. Zest still holding onto the blade. Dash out from Choice A1, trying to stay safe as the image. Just going to be committed for Prophet, finding another one. Teru now gone. Maka gone. Prophet is just filling the kill feed here. And it looks like Runaway are just going to sprint all the way to the conclusion here of this map. Decay is like, hey, yeah, there's nothing I can do. I'm not going to give you guys another kill. Pad your stats. I'm just going to let you finish this one. It's 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
It was not the necessarily expected outcome, but look, Prophet just put Decay on notice, put me on notice. That was a completely one-sided Widow duel. And also, like, give a ton of pressure to, or a ton of credit to the supports there who really cracked this one open, dropping the window, then getting the Zen volley in. So yeah, Decay opened it up with the first kill on the Zest, but then it was all Prophet after that.
Yeah, I mean, any one of these slowed down in isolation, Kefri would be calling cheap. These are just nasty shots from the side of Prophet. And I just one after the other, just nothing to be done here. And now that much more pressure on Decay, because this is the stage has been set, the bar has been set, and it's like, okay, if you can't do that, you're probably not winning the series.
I mean, even just finishing this map can be a chore at times. So yeah, like I said, as much as the Widow, and it was absolutely. But the big thing about this map is being able to crack around that first corner, and the use of the window, and then Vigilante hitting the shots that they did to get Runaway the access around that first corner was enormous. And then the response from Genesis was to try to bring it back and drop their own window, and that's when Prophet started just hitting everyone in the dome.
On the hunt, opening jump shot, not going to be able to find anything there. So it'll just be some backpedaling here for the side of Runaway, knowing, I mean, how catastrophic it would be if they happen to die in this position. Getting wiped, that basically means that A is gone. Decay on the hunt, sending out that shot. We're up a little bit short of it, though. It's okay, Mag. Taking low, good damage. Back out onto Kalios as he tries to swing the corner. Prophet able to get that dink through. Looking for a little bit more and really feeling it. Starting to swing out here, back statue. Try to see if he can find some eliminations. He's looking for the jump shot. Waiting in anticipation of it as Poison Trap will find him. And oh my god, what was that? A pixel out of place. Prophet able to find the kill, but Choice A1 up into the air, able to finish him off. So it's going to be the Widows now out of the equation for the time being. As he comes back, Prophet will have that high ground advantage, however, and now Teru getting dropped means that Genesis have to backpedal.
Yeah, your Zen is actually a really important part of this composition, regardless of who's alive or dead. Just be able to crack through, and then you get around the corner and you start nailing volleys through the doorways. It's actually really important. Losing Lijiang hurts, though. Remember, there's no Lucios in this, so you're going to be down a person, especially with these defensive spawns. It is a long walk back, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them give up a little bit ground, play second corner of this horseshoe. So far, there's no pressure.
Yeah, it's slow approach here from the side of Genesis. You can see Prophet again just waiting for the jump shot to come in constantly, turning his eyes towards the skies, but Decay right down here on the floor. Yeah, Matrix going to be coming through, trying to make use of that one. As everybody from Runaway just disconnecting, swinging back around that second corner, as you said. Now answering it, Matrix going to be coming in. Accretion going to be going wide. Stun not going to connect here, but again, time is being bought. 2 minutes now, just about remaining here for the side of Genesis. They look to build up some of these crucial ultimates, but Runaway a little bit faster on it at the moment here, given the defensive setup for them. Flux
you
coming
almost
through.
even...
Okay, no kill found though.
Not much. Yeah, I almost like saving Flux for kind of like desperation defense or to negate a blade or something like that, but good to use it there.
Okay. Kenji spotting one another as Big Flux is coming through here inside, but not going to be able to find any kills off the back of that. So just softening up those HP bars a little bit here. As Transcendence is going to be held by both of these Zenyatas. Choice trying to make his way up the staircase, but now he's getting pressure from multiple sides, and he's got to dash back over here, joining in with the rest of the team behind the carts. Decay going on a little pop shot hunt. Not able to find much of anything there. Pops back down with just 5 meters now separating. With about a minute to go here on the clock. The dashboard, Choice looking to try to take the fight, but Decay already finding an opening there. His Prophet is going to fall. Mag now piled in behind his barrier. Immortality field cleared out, but Vigilante opening up a little bit more. Takes down Teru. Blade now pulled out, looking to take out Choice and Zest with his own blade will get the better of him. Slicing and dicing, Mag finishing off Kalios, and now it's 45 seconds remaining. That was damn near everything expended here from the side of Genesis.
It was absolutely everything. They thought they had it right, like just around the edge. It gives you all the better angles, but the bring back from the better blade comes in. Choice A1 now over to Tracer. I mean, Genesis has Transcendence, but that's not the ult you want to initiate with. It's going to have to be individual performances. It's going to have to be a Tracer pick off on the back line. It's going to have to be Decay winning the 1v1.
It's going to be a side so trance to try to get them over to the card here in all likelihood. Teru waiting. Still Zest occupying some of that forward space, pulls back for a moment. Amp Matrix now out from Lijiang on the Flux, nearly back online here for the side of Mag. Immortality field keeping Vigilante alive. 2% left to go. Flux instantly going to be popped, gets the pick up here onto Kalios, and he is going to be dead in midair. Vigilante able to get the finish there. Maka trading one back though. So far it's going to be a 2 for 2. Mag under fire. Grecian going out, gets the kill. Maka dead in midair. Zest trying to get on top of the K. The deflect comes in. He's able to find the kill. And OT now going to start bleeding away. Choice A1 having swapped over onto the Tracer would need the pulse bomb, but he would need it right now. He is being forced back. Push back in. Mag finding the kill. The OT bleeding down. Can the Lucio get there? No, he cannot. Taro doing his damnedest, but Runaway. We had our doubts coming into this map. We saw that it was going the distance. We saw it with Circuit Royale. And we saw the hopes and dreams of this team dwindling, given the meta for this map. But what a performance from Prophet, from Mag on the Sigma, from everybody here. They get the full hold and they get the win.
Mag getting a hug. I think that was Prophet getting his hair tousled, and yeah, the agony of defeat on display as well.
I mean, unfortunate here for the side of Genesis. Their second series, their second loss. A tightly played, but just not quite able to find that win. But you can see the frustrations, but also the hugs between the players.
Yeah.
And this is a bittersweet one. Finally get a map 5 coming through and not being able to close it out after so many close moments. It definitely feels rough.
Absolutely. I mean, look, to Genesis' benefits, I mentioned going into this, I kind of want to see where they're really at, because they'd only played one match coming into it. It was an 0-3-2 whack. They can hang. They can absolutely hang with some of the best teams that we've got here. Runaway with the clutchest of performances on a map that we were, to be dead honest, a little hesitant that they could pull it off, but they pulled it off in no small part because of Prophet. I didn't know Prophet had that Widow in him, to be honest. I guess I should have. I mean, it's Prophet after all.
I mean, we knew that his Widow was solid. He's put that on display in the past. We've seen him play it, alongside, the other Prophet on maps like Junkertown in the past and whatnot. True. So he has put up solid figures, but it just didn't look like it was quite that warmed up, that it was quite that ready to go, and that it was, nor that it looked like it was going to be that deadly. Because we saw him try to roll it there on King's Row, and Decay was just getting the better of him. I mean, really only having those head-to-heads a handful of times, but he was winning none of them. But to come out after being, put in this position where it's a map 5, you're trying to get this third match victory of the season so far. He absolutely delivered. We were all in. I will say, we were all in on Zest leading up to this moment. If they were going to be able to turn around, I think Zest had a wonderful performance from the outset. Didn't need that warm-up period like he did yesterday. Just looked really critical in those opening maps, the first 3 especially. But then after a performance like that in Circuit Royale, yeah, you have to give it to this guy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our questions about Circuit were too about Mag, because Mag's best hero so far has been Orisa by a mile. The Sigma's actually been pretty serviceable, though. It's just that it's made choices to get off of the Sigma. And if you make a mistake on Sigma on Circuit, like, that's it. If the other Sigma hits you with an accretion and then you get dashed through and you get orbs, like, there's any mistake you make on Sigma on those corners is going to cost your team that fight, or at least that corner. And played rock solid, very stout. So some questions answered about Mag as far as the Orisa is what you want him on. The Sigma looked good, but Prophet, I mean, from the get, looked really good, but it's that decider map that Prophet just put the team on his back.
Yeah. I just, it was steady, solid performances going back and forth with the Decay at times with that Cassidy. But I just can't wait to get back into the Widowmaker highlights because that's where it really just sealed the deal on it. But, I mean, Prophet continuing to look very clean.
Yeah, he's just able to hold this high ground here and blink away. There are a lot of fights that you figured they shouldn't have been able to win. There was also this, I wonder if we're going to get it, and I want to see it frame by frame. The shot through the bush was insanity.
Yeah, on the defensive side, yeah. That one, just shutting down Decay's jump shot was absolutely nasty. It's got to be in there for sure. There's just plenty of things to work through first, so we'll get through that one. Get through this one. Here we go.
It's right here.
And wait, sit, and boom. I mean, yeah,
God.
just a couple of frames, realistically, there, where he's actually able to have vision on him. But now it is time for our POTM interview, so we'll hand it back over to Quest one last time here this evening.
Hello everyone, and I am back for the final POTM interview, and this time we are back with Runaway's Prophet.
러너웨이가 가져갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Obviously a nail-biter series between Runaway and Genesis.
오늘 러너웨이의 POTM을 받으신 프로페 선수와 이야기 나눠보도록 할 텐데요. 자, 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요? 정말
Can you tell us about your match victory today? It's a five map series. Obviously a nail-biting one. And it was a hard one, hard-fought one. So it was really fun.
알겠습니다. 자, 끝날 때까지 끝난 게 아니었죠. 1세트
It's not over until it's over.
2, 3세트 약간의 고전이 있었지만 4세트, 5세트 무난하게 쭉쭉쭉 가져갔습니다.
Obviously a nail-biter series, and she's asked that has your hands warmed up, and Prophet says yes. What were some of the calls that were talked about? I said that as long as we can win map 4, I will carry this team in map 5.
5세트에서 우리 프로페 선수의 위도우 메이커가 게임을 부쉈죠. 저도 경기를 보는 내내
An incredible performance on Widowmaker in map 5.
라는 말을 계속해서 반복했는데 제가
And
아까
she
인터뷰
kept asking,
전에
how does he do it?
보여요? 라고 물어봤거든요. 정말 보이나요?
Can he actually see his targets?
마음의 눈으로 봐야 되나요? 어떻게 해야 그렇게 볼 수 있을까요?
What is the secret behind such incredible aim? And Prophet says you just have to look through the mind's eye.
메이커로 전장을 누비는 그런 퍼포먼스를 보여주고 싶은데 알겠습니다. 자, 캐서디로 어제 POTM을 받으셨는데 오늘
Cassidy, his performance on Cassidy is what received him the POTM. And so how does he compare the two performances between yesterday and today? And he says that I think I just played at my normal level.
최애 영웅은 누굴까요?
What is your favorite hero, Prophet? And Prophet says Widowmaker.
앞으로도 위도우 메이커로 스티스템 메타가 오면 더 멋진 모습 보여줄 수 있겠죠?
And will you be able to show a better performance for the fans if the Widow comes into the meta more? And he says yes. And says, please say thank you to the fans.
남은 경기도
Thank you for
다 이길 수
cheering us on,
있도록
even though the map
노력해볼게요.
or the
감사합니다.
series went to map 5, and we'll come back stronger for the next match.
네, 자 지금까지 러너웨이의 프로페 선수와
And that was the
이야기
interview
나눠봤습니다.
between
승리 다시 한번
Runaway
축하드리면서
with
저희는 인터뷰
Runaway's
마무리하도록
Prophet,
하겠는데요. 자,
and
이렇게 오늘
I will now
모든
be
경기가
throwing it back to the
마무리됐습니다.
casters.
마지막 5관
Okay, well, thank you very much there, Quest. Great to hear from Prophet after that enormous victory. Our first 3-2 scoreline here in Korea, and just a star-studded performance from him. So more to look forward to. Maybe just given the experimentation and the willingness to mess around with a couple different comps here from the side of Runaway, maybe we're going to get to see some more of that Widowmaker being enabled by Runaway in the future.
Well, now I know how he hit the shot through the bush. Look through the mind's eye. Of course, Prophet knew it was coming. Of course, Prophet knew that the jump shot was going to be there, so it makes perfect sense now. Yeah, just amazing play. It's going to be a highlight reel in it of itself. Today's matches started a little one-sided both ways. The whack domination over Yeti surprised me, but it was all worth it in the end to watch this Genesis Runaway matchup. I mean, look, Genesis is not going to be thrilled with that loss, but I think that they're still a really strong team with some good players, and to be able to do what they did with Runaway tonight puts them much higher than I had them coming into the match.
Yeah, I mean, again, for the side of Vec, another decent, strong start there, but fizzling out a little bit as they got into that map 3. Falcons just taking the reins. We see Smurf coming back through and just looking amazing on that Winston, as if a day hadn't gone by since his peak back in Owl as well. I mean, maybe he hasn't even begun to peak. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to disrespect the man who still has more to prove. But right now, we can see that we do have that two-way tie between Falcons and WAC, and I think that is going to be a fantastic showing between them. FTG, just with that one map loss, finding themselves currently in that third place position, but Runaway starting to climb the standings a little bit here with that victory.
Yeah, the only loss to Falcons is the blemish on Runaway's record. Of course, the map differential is not going to be awesome, but they're getting it done. Still a fan favorite. And then, you've kind of got the middle of the pack people going around. I mean, I think the surprising thing is the Genesis 0-2. It's not going to stay that way for long. Here is what is coming up tomorrow. What stands out to you here?
Taking a glance at it, I think just given the performances that we've seen from both teams, I think Yeti, I'm right there with you as far as the potential that the squad does have. I think them versus Runaway is going to be a pretty good one to see. And then Pokerface versus Genesis as well. Two teams that have had some of their struggles. Genesis still having that first match victory, eluding them. And I'd say on paper, in theory, you do expect them to be favored in that matchup. But Pokerface have shown in the past that, they can punch above the expected weight. They can hang with the big guns. So I'm looking forward to both of those latter series. Not to be cruel to Vec, but WAC right now just look like they are on a different plane of existence.
Absolutely. Genesis, it's going to be a test of fortitude. Do you bounce back or do you crumble after a heartbreaking loss like this? And Pokerface is a team that can hang with anybody, so I would agree with you there. Yeah, WAC is just the opposite of whack. I don't know. I'm not up on my lingo, but good. I think is the opposite of whack. Yeah.
I think we could go a little bit better than good. I think that they're looking pretty damn solid. A very strong showing.
I was darn solid, better than good. I mean, come on. All right, I'll work on it. We'll workshop it.
All right. But yeah, I mean, solid performance from them. I think that is going to continue for the squad. I mean, they again are just probably going to have, until they finally have that clash between them and Falcons, going to be going back and forth between them and FTG as far as who's just going to be able to flip forward into the first place position. Then you get knocked down the second, then you go back up and yada yada yada. So until those teams square off against each other, it's just going to be this revolving door of people moving up and down in that top three. But I think still solid run back here from the side of Runaway, but I think that they can't really rest on their laurels. They have to go into that next series respecting their opponent, because Yeti is going to be another one of those teams that absolutely can bounce back, that can come in and surprise you. So I think that they're going to have to be just as geared up and ready to go for tomorrow's match as they were for today's.
As we've seen, even at the bottom of the standings, there's really no easy outs. You can't look past teams, lest you... I mean, even dropping a map at some point, it might end up being bad. That's why we keep track of the ratio. So you have to be on your game and focused every single time, because, Simprisa can take a map off Runaway rather easily. They almost took 2 maps off, so those things can happen. And even back there, a couple things go different. Like, there's no easy outs here. Everybody can bring it any given day. So even though if you look at the standings, It's still early, but even an 0-4 team can really put pressure on you. So everyone's got to be prepared every day, and that's what you want in a system like this.
Yeah, I mean, trying to if you're one of those top teams, trying to maintain your form the whole way throughout can be difficult, and we have seen people have those stumbles. So we'll see who's going to be able to maintain. We'll see who's going to be able to come up with those wins tomorrow. But that's going to do it from us here tonight. So thank you so much, X, for being alongside me once more. And for all of the viewers for tuning in, we love you all, and we'll see you guys next time.